Somewhere, a red-haired young man lay at death's door. He thought to himself, what a beautiful dream. So beautiful that I want to destroy it, swallow it whole, and flatten it. Unfortunately, he hadn't finished the sentence when a blonde young man stared at him and calmly said, finally managed to eliminate him. A tragic ending, well deserved by the most villainous villain. After saying that, he turned his back and walked away. It turned out this was the ending of a novel. Just now, Nam Woohine, wanting to finish his story, had arranged for the strongest antagonist to die at the hero's hands. Though this ending pleased many readers, to him it was nothing but trap. Clearly this wasn't the ending he wanted to write, but for something called money, he reluctantly did it. When the last word was written, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Nam Woohine flinched in surprise. There really shouldn't be anyone here at this hour. He went to the door to check, but before him was only a quiet void. Though uneasy, Nam Woohine told himself it was probably just a drunk passing by. As he was about to return to his bedroom, a strange piece of paper fell at his feet. On it was written, "This is a gift. Ask for it when you need it." Before he could decide whether to ask for a TV or a fridge, the paper suddenly emitted a stream of dark energy. Arson, the villain, emerged from it before him. Nam Woohine exclaimed in shock, why is he here? Arson didn't answer immediately, only gave a bitter smile. He spoke, so this is how I die. All that time, all that effort. 10 years spent avenging those who destroyed our family, relatives, friends, and loved ones. I lost everything, but why, even after I've let go of everything, does the outcome remain failure? Nam Woohine, you must understand better than anyone. So it would be pointless for me to say more. Nam Woohine was about to reply, but Arson cut him off, so please. At that moment the dark energy enveloped his entire body, and with a helpless smile he continued, please help me. Only you can change this fate. I will watch over you. Immediately, Nam Woohine was drawn into a tangled mess. He merged into the body of the red-haired youth, gradually opening his eyes. He shot up, scratched his head. Did I just faint? Suddenly the room's layout felt strange, leaving him puzzled. Looking at his wrist, he wondered what this outfit was. He stepped off the bed, walked to the mirror, muttering, what's going on? Observing himself, he saw a strange red head and a sinister smile. The moment he looked into the fox-like, emotionless eyes, he realized he seemed to be inside Arson, Adele's body, the strongest villain in his novel. Moreover, the assassination would occur in just a few days. The Arson family's half-demon bloodline, descendants of a demon, had made the family one of the kingdom's largest. But the family was wiped out by the 6 great houses, leaving only Adele. That was his story, and the reason he became evil. He tried to take revenge but ultimately failed, so he brought Nam Woohine, his creator, here. In a few days he would be killed by the 6 houses' cavalry. Helplessly, he opened the status window. Adele was one of the novel's strongest characters, but still could not match the abilities Nam Woohine had given the protagonists. The status window displayed information: race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic talent, swap 1 dark attribute, murderous aura, mana control, mana 341. No matter how appealing a villain was, Nam Woohine never intended for them to defeat the protagonist. But now he couldn't control mana. The settings he created to make Adele terrifying had become a double-edged sword. Raking his hair, he noticed the paper on the bed. What is that? Wait, that's the paper that appeared before I was transported into the novel. I had forgotten it, and even if I didn't know whether it would help, I couldn't be picky either. I remembered the paper said to check it when needed. But when he looked at the paper, it was blank. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Am I really ending like this? Suddenly, a few lines appeared on the paper. Author, if you don't know how to use the gift, answer yes or no. Nam Woohine trembled, muttering, you bastard, who are you? The paper showed again. Write yes or no on the paper. Annoyed, he thought, what now? Are you teasing me? Fine, I'll obey. He wrote yes. The paper explained how to use the information marketplace. I will answer anything written on this paper. Some questions require payment. Nam Woohine was surprised. Information marketplace, so it knows everything you ask. The paper explained, the more important the question, the higher the price. He requested, tell me how to return to the real world. The paper quickly refused, cannot. He swore in frustration, damn it, really can't rely on anything. He decided, then just teach me how to use mana and Adele's attribute. As soon as he wrote it, mana flowed through him. The paper notified that the question required no fee. Mana control and attribute usage were assimilated by the body. Do you accept? He answered yes. He smiled as he felt the mana. The first attribute was darkness, the ability to nullify an opponent's 5 senses. When activated, a black hole appeared in his hand. He was pleased. Success. Normally it's larger, but this will do. Next was murderous aura, a force that suppresses opponents with an aura. After using it, he continued to succeed. Knights and trained soldiers could resist it, but it was still effective against ordinary people. He thought now he just needed to master the swap ability, the power to switch positions with any object at will, the ultimate assassination skill. When activated, a magic circle appeared under his feet. He was satisfied, but could only swap within a 20-meter range, too weak compared to the novel, if he trained. He looked ahead, deciding to try it with the armor. He used swap, expecting his body to enter the armor, but instead he was thrown backward. A loud noise rang out, and he fell flat on his butt. Damn, can't get it in one go. Outside, the sound of horses' hooves and voices drew closer. The soldiers shouted, "Hurry up. This time we must kill him." But Nam Wuhain was resolute. "I'll try again 10, no, 100 times if needed. I will survive." Meanwhile, at the Arson family estate, a group of people entered. Seeing so many people, the two servants were worried. A tall man, his gaze full of killing intent, he looked down and asked, "Where is he?" This man was Count Leon, captain of the Peltz Knights. The servant stammered, "In this room, sir, inside." Adele heard the noise but said nothing. Leon inquired about his condition. The servant reported he hadn't moved for days. Hearing this, Leon grew more curious. Without hesitation, he banged the door and rushed in. Adele sat calmly in a chair to receive them. "You're here. You don't intend to let a brat live, do you?" Leon sneered. "How ridiculous. Eliminate him." A soldier immediately obeyed and stepped forward. "Yes, sir." Refusing to be bullied, Adele quickly used swap 1. The soldier's sword glowed, causing him to falter. Adele used swap 1 again, teleporting in front of the soldier. He stabbed once into the neck, and blood sprayed everywhere. Leon was surprised to see him take down the soldier in an instant. He folded his arms and ordered, "What are you doing? Charge." The soldiers obeyed and rushed forward. Adele quickly bolted out of the room, throwing the short blade to the ground. Then using swap to teleport, his body landed safely. He decided he had to reach the Arson forest. Seeing him escape, Leon ordered, "He's fleeing, pursue him quickly." In the Arson forest, Adele ran desperately, out of breath. He ran while thinking, even if he miraculously escaped the knights and left the territory, he still couldn't survive. So I'll go through the gate in this forest to the demon realm. The demon realm is currently suffering heavy losses from the war with humans. If he demonstrated enough talent, they might accept him, but the problem is. Adele stopped to rest and suddenly heard a sound. He wondered, have they caught up with me? Leon's soldiers had entered the forest, and he ordered them to spread out to search for him. Adele hid behind a tree to observe. The problem was he didn't know exactly where the gate was. It must be nearby. As he moved, he unfortunately stepped on a branch and made a noise. He immediately became anxious. Leon's ears were sharp as a hound's, and at the sound, he unleashed a power that devastated the fort. He shouted, brimming with killing intent, "You sneaky bastard, so you were hiding here." But before that, Adele had used his power to escape. "I have 1 or 2 swaps left. I must quickly find the gate. Damn, there must be some way." He wrote on the paper, "Tell me the exact location of the gate to the demon realm in the Arson forest." The paper replied, "That information is not free. Pay 100 gold coins or an artifact of relic rank or higher." Asked to pay a large sum, Adele panicked. "Damn it, where am I supposed to get that?" No sooner had he finished when a shockwave barreled toward him, knocking him hard to the ground, in pain. Leon stood before him with a sharp sword. "You ran to live, did you? Adele, today you will die here, whether you like it or not." Beaten until blood spatters, still defiant, "Don't make me laugh." "I will not die." He thought there was still one way. "Might as well risk it, whether I live or die." Seeing him like that, Leon wondered, "You still resist to the end. After all, you are the head of the family." Adele gripped his sword tightly, annoyed. "Why do you act noble when you're just a bunch of grown men chasing a kid? Or become a nanny? I guess that's something you probably can't do yourself." Adele's taunts angered Leon. "I intended to send you off without pain, but now I will drive this Baron-given sword through your heart." Leon lunged with the sword. "Die." Adele grinned smugly. "Now's the time." As Leon thrust the sword, Adele quickly opened the paper to block. Words appeared on the paper. "Thank you for paying the price, judged sufficient. Exceeding the requested price, leading you to the gate to the demon realm in the forest." Adele smiled triumphantly, leaving Leon bewildered. What? Beside him, a door appeared. Adele immediately used swap 1. Rushing toward the gate, Leon, startled, shouted, "Stop." But Adele resolutely ran on, thinking, "That freakish bastard. I can't believe he chased me all the way here." Seeing the door, he rejoiced. Found it. Leon quickly snapped off a tree branch, determined, I will not let you go anywhere. The branch flew straight at Adele. As it neared him, he was about to vanish. Adele smiled and said to Leon, "See you next time." Before leaving, he even greeted Leon in a special way that drove him mad. Damn, he's already reached the demon realm. After arriving in the demon realm, Adele chewed dried meat and wondered how much time had passed. After waking from passing through the gate, I was in a dungeon. This is an artificial dungeon created by someone, a secret place to study demonic arts. He wondered why there was dried meat and a stone bed in a place like this. Was it made by the treasure's guardian? Not to mention a red barrier blocking attacks from the front, and a stone guardian as well. I don't know which high-ranking family created this place, but it's full of strange aspects. Just looking at that guardian is terrifying. If I charged now, I'd probably be crushed. Suddenly the paper glowed, drawing Adele's attention. The paper read, "This is the only time you are forgiven for using items that are not your property as payment. If you do not comply, the information exchange will not take place." Adele broke into a sweat, thinking this thing is crazy, so he's letting it slide this time. Suddenly he noticed something strange. That stone wall looks unusual. I can sense these things. Suddenly a voice echoed, "You have no right." Hearing that, Adele thought it must be the barrier disable function. What a pity. He began to think, I need to find another way out of here. The rock fell from the guardian. If it's really stone, then things might go my way. He immediately used swap 1, swapping places with the rock, getting out of there. He rejoiced, great, it worked. But suddenly a monster roared loud. In some kingdom where the sun and moon form an eclipse, someone splashed a bucket of water and cursed, "You idiot. Why did you spill it here?" They berated the child continuously. The man standing above was the head of the bear's family in the demon realm, Crete. He entered and said, "It's lively indeed. Perhaps because my daughter is about to raid the mid-level secret area. What a hassle. If she succeeds, she'll gain the right to enter Satan. But even if I order her to fail, she would resist. Only by entering Satan can she avenge the humans who killed her mother. Would that weakling survive among nothing but ferocious demons?" Crete sighed helplessly. Suddenly a servant ran in calling, "Master, there's news." Crete annoyed, "What's all the commotion about?" The servant awkwardly bowed, "I'm sorry. We received word that an unidentified person is in the secret area." Crete asked, "In the secret area?" The servant replied, "Yes, there is no sign of them opening a door to enter, so everyone is puzzled." Crete asked, "Have they identified them?" The servant answered, "They triggered a function only you can use from inside, but we don't know who it was." Crete tapped the table thoughtfully. Perhaps they were forcibly summoned through a gate created during the war between humans and demons. He ordered, "Anyway, they'll die. Don't worry. Focus on preparing for my daughter's test." The servant obeyed, understood. Crete watched outside, thinking if all goes well I might have a useful pawn. Of course, if he doesn't die in the secret area. Adele was returned to the room, crashing to the floor with a piercing scream. He was puzzled. What's this? A wolf nearly died. The wolf kept assaulting the door, making him anxious. So even without the barrier, going outside is troublesome. Suddenly he realized, wait, isn't it also made of stone? He decided, all right, I'll try. Adele quickly used swap 1, swapping places with the wolf. He was pleased at work. The wolf panicked and howled in the room trying to escape. Adele ran thinking it would die if it did so. Now I just need to find an exit. While running, he halted. A mantis appeared ahead. This might be bad. Each stage has a task, and this one is more dangerous than the wolf. He smirked proudly, just as I thought. They're just mindless things. This is feasible as long as I have one swap. He dashed forward quickly, then stopped before the final door. A voice echoed, "Welcome, you have reached the final destination." Adele was puzzled. What? You welcome an intruder? What the hell? This seems to be the boss's room. Is anyone in there? Inside was another monster, a death knight. Adele swallowed nervously. Judging by its power, it seems equivalent to a death knight. The death knight spoke, "I pay my respects for your arrival." Adele immediately used swap 1, just as the knight finished speaking. He had shifted it outside. Adele greedily approached. A treasure chest, bigger than I thought. There was also a black dragon engraved ornament. Suddenly he realized, wait, the black dragon ornament. I've seen it somewhere before, he wondered. Black dragon, among the highest noble houses there are sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, malice, and pride. Like a black dragon, bears the 7th of the 7 deadly sins, pride. Thinking that, he gritted his teeth, swearing, damn, if he catches me I'm dead for sure. Without hesitation, Adele opened the chest. At this point I'll empty it and run. There must be useful items to escape from here. As he opened it, demonic aura flooded out, clinging to his face. It forced its way into his stomach. Adele, in pain, clutched his stomach and vomited everything out, then screamed in agony. His head felt like it exploded. Blood spattered everywhere. At that moment, something disgusting lay on the ground. Adele trembled, gasping, panicked. How long was I unconscious? Is my left eye bulging out? He inspected his eye via the sword blade and realized a black pupil. Could the liquid that splashed on me earlier be the status panel appearing? Half-demon race, chaotic attribute, innate talent swap 1, trait fascination, gain some attributes. Fascination focuses on killing intent, darkness, mana control, proud eye. Mana 341, dynamic vision, surge to the extreme, triggers after killing an enemy. Obtaining this new ability, Adele was pleased. With this eye will never lose to the weak again. Not bad, coming to the demon realm was the right decision. After finishing, he decided everything necessary was in hand. Now it's time to leave. I only paid attention to the chest, but there was a door behind it. What should I do? I made a lot of noise. Surely many soldiers are waiting outside. If I go out, I'll surely die. Do I need to kneel faster than light to save my life? But if they discover I'm from the Arson clan, even if I beg they'll kill me, I must hide this insignia first. The Death Knight shouted angrily, "Open the door now." Hearing the sound, Adele turned around. He saw the Death Knight repeatedly battering the door. "Your Highness is coming. Open up." Adele panicked. "What, Your Highness?" Wait, could the reason they welcome dried meat and stone beds be that this place was created by the high houses for testing? He wrote on the paper, "Who owns this place?" He thought he had stolen the prize they were supposed to receive. "They will tear me to pieces right here." He asked, "Tell me who is nearest to me." The paper replied, "That information has a price. Pay with an item worth 100 gold coins or a relic-grade treasure or higher." Adele wondered what price he could pay. He decided, "Mana. I'll pay with 100 of my maximum mana points." He thought it would be hard, but after surviving he could recover. The paper accepted, deeming it satisfactory. "I will take 100 of your mana, author." The one nearest you is Renee, the youngest daughter of Crete Bears, head of the Bears clan. At that moment Renee entered, causing Adele to worry. Damn, my life is over. From what he knew, this was a domain created by the Bears clan to train their youngest daughter. The proud eye was certainly her reward for completing the domain. Renee, who holds considerable power in the Bears clan, could cut the guards down like butter, and was now standing before. Renee swiftly decapitated the Death Knight, then looked over at him, making him break out in a cold sweat. "All right, I can do this," he told himself. Renee pointed her sword at him. Annoyed, she asked, "Who are you?" Adele quickly knelt respectfully. "Congratulations, Miss Renee, on completing the final domain. You have become deserving." Renee said irritably, "Explain yourself." Adele nervously explained, "The master ordered me to be your guard." He thought their eyes had met, but she seemed not to notice the proud eye. Renee asked suspiciously, "You are?" Adele affirmed cheerfully, "Yes, despite appearances my skills aren't bad." He resolved to use her to escape from here. Renee laughed. Puff, Adele worried. "Doesn't she believe me?" He immediately used an ability to make Renee trust him, startling her. He grasped her hand, pleased. "See, I believe I will be useful in protecting Miss Renee." Renee angrily pulled her hand away, leaving Adele confused. What, is she mad? She turned away to ponder. Adele silently rejoiced. Luckily, she overlooked what I had done. He said, "Let's go. Please come meet the master right away. He's waiting for you." Renee agreed. Very well. Adele wanted to leave first. "I'll go carry out the other tasks the master assigned. I need to get out of here as soon as possible." He threw the door open, saying, "I certainly won't be late." Suddenly, Renee halted, causing Adele to be bewildered. She looked ahead and called, "Father." Crete was filled with killing intent, smiling. Adele was taken aback. Damn, why is Crete here? If he sees the proud eye, he'll kill me. Why isn't he reacting? Crete asked Renee curiously, "Have you successfully completed the domain?" Renee replied, "Yes, sir." Crete turned and said, "I understand. Follow me." Adele wondered, "Follow me? What is he thinking?" He quickly followed Crete, thinking he couldn't get rid of them all. "I also have nothing left to offer the paper, which means I can't use its power." He followed Crete to the palace. "So this is the bear's mansion." Crete halted, ordered, "Return to your room." The people obeyed. "Yes, sir." Crete told Adele, "As for you, wait here. I will call for you later." Adele inwardly rejoiced. He left me alone. This is my chance. No, of course not. In the office, Renee stood before Crete. He asked, "Have you completed my final task? You must enter the Satan training ground." Renee affirmed, "Yes." Crete pondered, then asked, "Put that aside, how was he?" Renee recalled, confirmed, "He is strong." Crete heard this, amused. "I see, how interesting." He rose and looked out. "Because you proved yourself worthy, you may go to Satan as you wish." Renee happily, "Thank you, father." Crete thought with satisfaction, "I thought he would die after invading the domain, but he survived, even obtained the proud eye, and Renee's opinion of he is certainly worth exploiting." Adele outside worried, "How much longer must I wait?" In the dim lights of the castle, two men appeared. A subordinate bowed respectfully and invited Adele this way. He pushed the door, announcing, "I have brought him here, master." As he stepped into the room, Crete's face appeared like a demon from hell. Adele was immediately terrified, his mind in turmoil. "Master, what is he thinking?" He bowed his head, careful and fearful, afraid a single mistake would cost his life. "Why did you let me live?" Crete smiled grotesquely, the sound roaring, "You bastard." He unleashed his power. The sound echoed through the dark castle. "Indeed, you deceived my daughter very well." The sudden assault caught Adele off guard. Pain spread through his body. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Under Crete's great power, he could not resist and collapsed to the ground. He shouted loudly, "You have no intention of killing me." Crete, upon hearing this, withdrew his power and smirked. He spared him." Adele exhaled, gulping air. His body still trembling, he thought. The demonic aura is truly astounding. Crete, with the bearing of a supreme being, smiled in pleasure and said, "You are quick-witted." Looking at Adele, he asked again, "What is your name?" Adele, still frightened, not daring to hesitate, answered immediately, "I am Adele." Hearing that name, Crete seemed even angrier. Adele. He was once again overpowered by strength. Not understanding why he was enraged. His body weak and aching, he asked, "What do you want from me?" Crete commanded, his voice compelling others, "Open your mouth." His wicked face broke into a satisfied smile. "Just continue what you told my daughter." A grotesque creature plunged deep into Adele's throat. It felt like his mind was being invaded. Crete increased the power, causing him unbearable pain. A dark voice rumbled, "If you have any other thoughts, this poison will tear your heart apart." Adele howled in hopeless agony. Crete turned and walked away, saying, "I will prepare lodgings for you. Wait until I call." Crete seemed indifferent to Adele writhing weakly on the floor. But perhaps he had been successfully threatened. He was spared by him. Crete ordered them away, "Go." Adele gasped, unable to believe what had just happened. Damn, what on earth happened in that dark castle? He was led to a room. The subordinate said calmly, "From now on you will stay here." Adele stood in the spacious room, wondering why he had been brought here. He became dependent on this clan because of Crete's will. The subordinate bowed and said farewell. "Please rest comfortably." Adele remained bewildered at being spared. Living in such comfort, being allowed to live by him, was something he was grateful for, yet he felt completely exploited. He sat on the bed, satisfied with his achievement. "Well, I have been partially recognized by Crete. This could actually be a good situation." But above all, that creature still lay deep inside his body. Adele clutched his chest, feeling the life of the foreign body. He resolved that he must remove it. He thought firmly, it must succeed. After using his power to push the foreign body out of his body, he shouted joyfully, "It's successful. Just as I thought, it's a mindless thing." Seeing it still asleep and oblivious, he thought, "If I kill it, he will notice immediately, so what should I do now?" Adele was startled as it opened its eyes. He gradually realized it woke because the mana supply from my body was cut off. He immediately let a drop of his blood fall to it. "Eat this." While it gorged on the supplied mana, he said helplessly, "So I have no choice but to soothe it like this," he urged. "Go back to sleep quickly." Adele wearily collapsed onto the soft bed and sighed. "Finally, I can relax a bit. I wonder how much of the trap on my neck has been removed." "I'm about to pass out." A status window appeared. Race, half-demon attribute, chaotic, innate talent, transposition level 1 increased to level 2, trait, occasional interest, trait, focused interest, killing intent. Darkness, mana control, proud eye, mana 341 reduced to 241. Looking at the numbers, Adele carefully observed, "I should still run a check." After finishing, he was satisfied. Transposition leveled from 1 to 2, but the new mana amount is the problem. Compared to protagonists, it's just a grain of sand in the desert. How to increase mana? After thinking, he found a way. Right, there's that method. Renee appeared with a cold, gloomy, soulless expression. "I don't like this." Adele asked in confusion. "Yes," he thought helplessly. "It's been 3 days since I was assigned as Renee's guard." He followed behind, observing. "She always has cold reactions." Gazing at her back, he pondered. When she was young, she was bright. But after losing her mother to humans, she changed. As the author, I feel guilty. From afar, a man shouted, "Renee, Adele, the master is calling for both of." Adele was startled, perhaps still haunted by the previous incident. At the summons, he and Renee went before Crete. He realized the reason the master called them was surely about Renee entering Satan. Although Renee hoped for it after successfully raiding the domain, Crete would not permit it. He explained calmly, "Satan is not an easy place. With your ability, you will die after a while and be unable to properly avenge your mother." A terrifying energy radiated from Renee, causing Adele to fear. He regretted that he shouldn't be here. Crete continued, however, "If you take him as a bodyguard, I will allow you to enter." Both startled, unable to believe what they had heard, Renee shook her head in refusal. No, Adele wondered if she hated him that much. He recalled that Satan was a school of the demon world. gathering promising children. They were constantly at odds with the Royal Academy where the protagonists studied. In that context, many students, including Renee, had died. It was the worst place, where death was like a timed bomb. Seeing Renee's resolute expression, Adele wondered he didn't understand why she would try to go to such a place. But he rejected his initial thought and instead was certain no. It's the best place to gather forces. I know most major events happen between the Royal Academy and Satan. A risky idea flashed. Well, let's try it. He hurriedly accepted Crete's offer, but added, I have one request. Looking at Crete's stern face, Adele hesitated slightly. If I'm dragged there too, I should take what I can, he plainly requested. I ask for something related to mana. Crete laughed with delight as if victory was assured. Oh ho, I thought you'd ask me to remove that thing. Adele trembled, fearing the secret of the poison insect would be discovered. Luckily, Crete had not realized the insect was no longer inside him. Renee looked at him with suspicion. Crete immediately agreed. Arrogant bastard. The request is not difficult. I will grant you. Crete ordered Renee, you may go now. Renee bowed respectfully. Yes. She walked toward the door but glanced back with a deadly look, feeling that fearsome power. He thought, does she hate the idea of going with me that much? Only Adele and Crete remained in the room. He wondered what the man would give him. A vial of mana potion or an artifact wouldn't be bad. Crete spoke, it is a family heirloom that members of the clan react sensitively to. So I sent my daughter away. Adele was surprised to hear that, a family relic. Crete used his power. I know your mana is scarce. You will die in place of my daughter, so I can do this much for you. His voice took on a demonic tone. Come closer. I will pass on the Bears clan's mana cultivation technique. Adele was surprised to learn the clan's secret, the mana cultivation technique. Crete's voice echoed through the room. O demon god, grant this servant clarity within the chaotic flow. Grant us just challenges and do not let thousands of demons starve. But do not place us in trials. If you do so, your name will be honored. Adele was mentally manipulated by the power and knelt reverently before Crete. He looked at his demeanor and said with satisfaction, a normal person would lose their mind after hearing the incantation. You truly are an interesting one. With this cultivation technique, demons will be granted to you directly by the demon god, so you will achieve what you desire. Adele struggled to resist, thinking in confusion, a demon god. Crete continued, however, it seems your clan is tied to the 7 great sins. Adele awkwardly replied, sorry. Crete smiled grotesquely, sneering contemptuously, however. Now that I have planted a poison insect in you, even if you are a master of disguises, it won't matter. Adele heard this with a stunned expression. The information I wrote. Is the clan connected to the 7 great sins? I don't remember creating such a setup. Crete spoke, you may go now. Adele replied, yes. In the wonderful air of the forest, he sat to cultivate. He decided to train here, because his mana might go out of control. He adapted to the dark power boiling within his body. O demon god, he gradually realized, once I accept the demon god's aura, I will no longer be able to use human magic. I also have no other choice. From somewhere, a deadly voice rang out, you are a mongrel. Adele stared in bewilderment at what appeared before him. Stammering, don't tell me that thing is alive. It said, I did not think you carried that child's blood. It seems you carry the blood of a filthy traitor. Adele flinched at the tremendous energy. Looking at it, he asked, are you a demon god? The voice in the air replied, yes, it seems the world calls me the arrogant god. Adele asked, as if certain of the outcome, do you intend to kill me? The creature explained, if I wanted to kill you, you would have died the moment you opened your mouth. For some reason, I do not want to kill you. You seem burned by the same sin as me. I feel a strange sympathy for you. I will grant you a sigil, you who walk the same path as I. This mark proves you can use my power, proud traitor. Make sure your pride does not rob you of your wits. Adele raised his hand, feeling the power absorbed, his mind in a daze. I have borrowed the power of a demon god. It seems I just gained 3 more lives thanks to this sigil. But the sigil is a tattoo. Before long, my whole body will be covered in tattoos. He did not know that behind a tree, someone had witnessed everything. Sensing someone watching, he turned around and saw Renee's silhouette. He thought in fear, why is she here? Has she been eavesdropping on us? Renee suddenly called out, Black Sigil Bearer. Adele thought in surprise, what? A month had passed since he received the sigil from the demon god. He looked at the data panel, race, half-demon attribute, chaotic, innate talent, transposition level 2, traits, occasional interest, focused interest, killing intent, darkness, mana control, proud eye, mana 3,411,035. Adele was pleased, satisfied. I have trained diligently. Unexpectedly, my mana tripled in a short time, probably thanks to the interest and focus traits. In a few years, I could surpass even the heirs of the 6 great clans in the human world. With my current strength, I could even conquer that hidden area. Looking at Renee, he thought helplessly. But first, why is she training in front of my house instead of at the training ground? He called out to get her attention. Excuse me, miss. Renee bowed respectfully, yes. He thought it was good she no longer avoided him, but he suspected she misunderstood him as a sigil bearer. In this world, only black sigil bearers can communicate with demon gods. Better that she did not hear what I said to the demon god, but if Renee treats me as a superior, ugly rumors will spread in the clan. He spoke, miss. She replied immediately, yes. Adele carefully expressed, miss, I don't know what you're thinking, but I ask you to treat me as before. Renee replied awkwardly, but he continued, I only follow the master's orders to protect you. Please treat me comfortably. She hesitated, well then. Then she turned and ordered, bring me some water. Adele surprised, huh? Renee stopped, you told me to treat you comfortably. After training, I'm tired and thirsty. He thought he'd achieved his goal, but something felt off. As expected from the proud clan, she changed attitude quickly. Renee urged loudly, hurry up. He answered, yes. Adele helplessly complied. Perhaps he had to do whatever she asked. Standing beside Renee, hand holding a sharp sword, he thought he needed to quickly conquer that domain, but Renee wouldn't leave him alone. I hardly have any time. I must act before the protagonists cross the demon realm ahead of me. I need that treasure to survive in Satan. He called out, miss, then calmly asked, how are your preparations for enrolling in Satan going? Renee was surprised. Why do you suddenly ask? He explained so she wouldn't be suspicious, because she'll face all kinds of wicked people there. I'm asking because I'm worried about you. She absent-mindedly replied, I've packed everything I need. He asked further, are you sure? As she packed items into the basket, why don't you go back and check thoroughly to be certain? He persuaded, later if you find you forgot something important, I don't want you to get into trouble. Renee looked at him suspiciously and said bluntly, what are you trying to say? Get to the point. Adele immediately denied it, finding an excuse. I'm only saying this because I care about you. After all, I'm your escort. She seemed to see through his nature and exclaimed, liar. Where do you plan to go behind my back? Adele thought angrily, damn it, she didn't fall for it. Renee spoke gloomily, do you despise me? Adele cursed inwardly, damn. He tried hard to explain. Actually, I heard there's a domain around here, so I intended to conquer it. Please understand, it's for your safety. In his head he pleaded, please believe this reason. After an eerie silence, Renee said, now I remember what I forgot. Adele rejoiced as if finding gold, so why don't you go back? She cut in, get started. The words hit Adele like a cold splash. He asked mechanically, excuse me, what do you mean? She replied, I haven't finished warming up yet. I will go to that domain with you. If it's nearby, we can finish today. Right, Adele confused. Miss, Renee urged loudly, let's go. Where is that domain? The image was gruesome and carried a deadly atmosphere. Adele said, it's the undying domain. The undying domain was once ruled by necromancers, but now it's full of soldiers turned vengeful spirits. After the necromancers were wiped out in the war between humans and demons, the place fell into ruin. After a moment of silence, Renee softly said, I know that place well. Just mentioning the domain's name was enough to unsettle Renee. Perhaps it's at least a mid-high tier domain. By now the number of soldiers has surely increased, Adele thought. Anyway, having Renee's help isn't bad. But the problem is moving together will make escaping the manor more difficult. If the escape is exposed, news will reach Crete immediately. After thinking for a while, he spoke to reassure Miss Renee. If it's a burden, then perhaps you shouldn't go. He continued, if the master finds out you left without permission. Before he finished speaking, Renee replied, it's fine. She added, I know a secret exit. Having said that, Renee led Adele across the forest edge to the ruins of an ancient wall. Upon arrival, she pointed to an arch close to the ground, overgrown with grass nearly concealing the path, and said, here. Adele praised, you seem familiar with this place. He silently judged, it seems she often sneaks out. Adele said to Renee, let's go before we're discovered. She agreed, all right. After passing through the shortcut, before them rose a majestic range of towering mountains. Below was barren ground and scree. An oppressive cold gloom enveloped the landscape. After looking around for a moment, he asked, Miss, how much farther do we have to go? Renee did not answer immediately. She turned to look at him with an inscrutable cold expression. Seeing that he hastily explained, I have no reason to leave the grounds, so I'm not familiar with the surrounding terrain. Only then did Renee reply, we're nearly there, we just need to get past that part. After a long silent trek over mountains and hills, Adele hesitantly broke the silence. We must be close. Renee kept her cold manner, answering briefly, aha. Finally, the two arrived at the domain. Adele said, it seems we've arrived. The scene outside the domain was indescribably desolate. Shattered tombs and ruins littered everywhere. Not a single plant could grow on the ground. Witnessing the desolation, Renee could not hide her fury. Damn it, the offspring of Cerberus. Adele thought to himself, she probably meant bastard. I must hide the fact I'm of Arson blood at all costs. He continued thinking, only I know the way into the domain. After scouting for a while, he told Renee, I think we can get in by digging here. She replied at once, aha. Beneath the largest stone statue were the rotting soldiers guarding the land. After digging, the hatch leading to the undying domain was revealed, its top engraved with intricate ancient symbols and patterns. Adele concluded it was certainly the entrance. Adele offered, I'll lead the way, but Renee refused, no, I'll go first. Deep inside was a corridor lit by blazing torches. Adele marveled, it's brighter inside than I thought. Standing before the ancient yet gloomy castle, Renee announced, over there. We've come to the right place. Adele thought, this place is on another level compared to the bear's domain. I bet there are at least 100 new graves here. Renee signaled, let's go. Adele responded, all right. As soon as the two moved, the ground writhed with human skeletons controlled by magic. They pushed aside the earth and crawled up. Suddenly surrounded by enemies, Adele said to Renee, Miss, I'll entrust this to you. She agreed, all right. With that, she grabbed her sword and charged in to fight the surrounding soldiers. Seeing her plunge into mortal combat, Adele thought silently, just as I thought. Deciding to come with her was absolutely the right choice, he shouted. There must be a necromancer commanding them at the back of the horde. I'll catch up with them soon. As soon as they were felled by Renee's blade, the bone soldiers immediately revived as before. Renee uneasily, they came back to life. Not far from the skirmish, the mastermind continuously controlled the horde through a magic orb. You have guts to come here. He ordered, eliminate the intruders, finish off the enemies. Renee anxiously shouted, they keep reviving. What do we do? Adele ran to her, saying as he ran, it's because of that maid. He continued, don't stop, keep advancing, miss. Renee responded, what was that? At the same time, a skeleton soldier charged forward. Adele had just slain one and suggested, I have a way to clear this bunch easily. Without needing his explanation, Renee replied immediately, got it. With that, the two ran together toward the leading maid, ordering the undead soldiers to stop them. Adele shouted, we just need to get close to him. Adele thought, everything will end when we break the mage's orb. Finally, I can use the new ability of Swap 2. A giant skeleton soldier suddenly appeared and advanced to attack. Adele thought it might not be that easy. He yelled, Miss Renee charged. The giant skeleton was struck head-on by Renee. Its body shattered into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Adele and Renee coordinated to carry out the plan to eliminate the mage. Swap 2 designated a displacement. Adele thought the new ability of Swap 2 was to exchange objects with each other. Swap 2 activated. For a moment, seeing the orb disappear, he panicked. Remembering the new function, Adele successfully captured the magic orb in his hand. He thought to himself, got it. The leading mage shouted, no. Adele smashed the orb into fragments. Without the orb, the mage had no magic left. He vanished, screaming in fury, this can't be. After the mage disappeared completely, Adele rejoiced, we did it. Miss Renee, still recovering from the battle, replied softly, yep. The voices of the vanishing spirits suddenly echoed, thank. Looking around, Adele thought quietly, the tragedy here, it all happened because of what I wrote, please rest in peace. Suddenly Renee asked Adele, is there anything else to do? He answered cheerfully, yes, it's time to claim the reward. Before them was an ancient box not far away. Adele happily, finally I have the item I need. Shadow Fang, a dagger forged from the dark steel of the demon realm. It converts darkness into mana, increasing sharpness and speed in the dark. Eternal Moon's fulfillment. A crafted ring that absorbs and senses mana with moonlight. Adele marveled, wow, with this dagger, I will exploit the darkness attribute to the fullest. The ring is nice to have, but I don't really need it. He turned and asked Miss Renee, why don't you take the ring? I'll take the dagger. Renee agreed, all right. Adele added, fine, then let me. With that, he gently slipped the ring onto Renee's hand. Immediately she pulled her hand back, her face flushed bright red. Adele thought to himself, why did she react like that? Does wearing the ring mean something to the demons? He asked, how do you feel? Renee answered bashfully, this is amazing. Adele smiled, it's good that you like it. Then he sat by the box full of gold coins and said, since I handled the boss, I'll take all the gold. The sword in Renee's hand was immediately pressed to his throat. Adele hurried to defuse it. I mean, we'll split every last coin evenly. After clearing the domain, the two returned to the mansion. Adele spent time doing chores for Renee or practicing mana. A month passed, his status panel appeared. Half-demon race, chaos attribute, innate skill swap 2, interest trait, mixed entry, interest trait, focused, killing intent, darkness, mana control, proud gaze, mana 10,351,297. Adele was satisfied, nearly 1,300 mana. This is a mid-tier level in the demon realm. I've improved significantly. A few days later, Crete summoned Adele and Renee. At the mansion, her father stood before them. In a stern voice, "It's time for you to enter Satan. The moment has come," he continued. "Today you two will go to the capital to enroll in the academy." Crete asked, "Are you ready?" Adele and Renee answered in unison, "Yes, sir." After hearing that, he said, "Go. I don't think a farewell is necessary." Renee fell silent with sadness, then bowed and left. Adele replied, "At your command, I will accompany the miss on her way now." Crete gave a private admonition, "Adele, I hope you will do well." He answered respectfully, "Yes." Outside, the carriage was ready. The two departed immediately. Adele looked at Crete, thinking, he said he wouldn't see us off. But perhaps demons also have feelings for their children. He told himself, "I'm worried about the future, but things have come to this. I will achieve my goals in Satan." On the carriage, Adele noticed. "Since we left, she hasn't said a word. Did I do something wrong?" Renee silently assessed. "At first, I didn't like him because he seemed suspicious, but he's more handsome than I thought." Sensing the atmosphere was too cold, Adele spoke up. "Haha, nice weather today." Renee kept thinking, his actions and words lack weight, and in terms of power, he's far from the required threshold. He really is a weakling. She reassured herself. How foolish. "I saw him speaking with a demon god. Why doubt him?" Adele wondered silently. "Why is she staring at me? Did I mess up?" Renee's eyes remained fixed on the ring. Embarrassed, she looked away and thought, "An eternal vow. That's the meaning when someone of the opposite sex places a ring on another's finger in the demon realm." He did that without saying much. "What vow did he make? I'm so curious." Adele spoke, "Miss, we'll arrive in an hour, earlier than expected." Renee looked at him, then turned away immediately. Fine." Adele pressed, "Miss, did I do something wrong?" Renee replied, "I want to sleep a bit." He answered, "Yes." Eventually they arrived. Adele looked around, thinking to himself, "So this is the capital of the demon realm. It doesn't look much different from the human world. It has a medieval style. However, there are some differences, like people with horns and other physical traits." He noticed an elite demon. He had a tattoo on his neck like mine. Seeing Adele distracted, Renee reminded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Adele flustered, "Yes, miss." He asked, "So where do we go now?" Adele eagerly, "If it's in 2 days, why don't we tour the capital until then?" Renee coldly, not interested. Receiving the cold reply, the constant smile on Adele's face vanished. He persuaded, "Miss, maybe you could." Renee interrupted, "We don't have time, let's register." Adele thought, hadn't her past been that she never left home since her mother died? My God, I don't understand. Surveying Satan's campus, he marveled. "So this is Satan. It's amazing. It's 3 times the size of a normal university." From ahead, the registrar announced, "You're registered. Return in 2 days." When it was Adele's turn, he spoke up, "We're here to register for admission." The registrar examined him and asked, "What are you?" Adele surprised. He continued, "You don't look like a demon." Gripping his pen, he snapped, "A half-demon dares to register." He shouted, "We may have lost the war, but what do you think this place is?" Hearing those harsh words, Adele thought to himself, "I see a bleak future ahead." The registrar angrily didn't hesitate to insult Adele to his face. "To scum like you." Renee's voice rang out, "What's happening here?" She stepped up to the desk. Adele turned to her awkwardly. The registrar suddenly looked at her and exclaimed, "Oh, those horns, this intake is extraordinary. I never expected to witness a child of the 7 deadly sin clan." He softened his tone. "If you're a candidate, declare your clan and status." Renee calmly introduced, "Bear's clan, Renee." She emphasized to the registrar, "And this is my guardian. He will enroll too." He reluctantly filled in the information but grumbled, "A half-demon as a guardian. The 7 deadly sin clans really have lowered their standards." Renee wouldn't let him finish, cutting in, "A murderous aura flared, that's enough." She drew her sword and glared, "I will not stand idly by while you insult the Bear's clan." Panicked, he changed his tone to avoid trouble, whispering, We don't differentiate candidates by status, so forget what I just said." He loudly said, "Tell me your clan and status." Adele answered, "Pixie Clan, Adele." He completed the procedure and reminded them, "Registration is complete. Attend the entrance exam on the appointed day." Adele thought, in the human-demon war, half-demons sided with and fought for humans, so their hostility toward half-demons is understandable. "I'm angry but can't do anything about it." The two left, but Renee still stewed over what happened. Still simmering, Adele comforted, "All right, Miss Renee, now we need to find lodging." The two arrived at a nearby inn. Adele observed, "This place seems fairly clean." But Renee disagreed, disappointed. "The inns here are too shabby." Adele tried every consolation. "It's because we have no money." He thought the 10 gold Crete gave is just enough for 2 people for a month. Because of the war's aftermath, the Bear's clan became poor, so I can't ask for more. Adele turned to Renee with a smile. Shall we go inside then? The door opened and greetings echoed. Renee looked around as if inspecting. Meanwhile, Adele politely asked the innkeeper, "Is there a room for 2 people for 2 days?" The innkeeper replied, "Yes." The innkeeper asked further, "Will you share a room?" Renee startled, blushing shyly. Truly a sheltered girl who hasn't seen the world. Adele still smiled. "No, please give us 2 separate rooms." Renee too embarrassed to look back. The innkeeper surprised, "Oh yes." He handed over the keys and instructed, 2 rooms for 2 days including meals, total 2 gold, rooms on the 2nd floor. Adele paid and thought, that amount is equivalent to 200,000 won in human currency. Not bad. Renee hurried upstairs. "I'll go first." Adele watched her go and nodded. "I'll bring the luggage up later, Miss Renee. Please rest well." She turned. "All right, you too." Adele watched her back, thinking she's always lived in a grand mansion, so this is probably her first time sleeping somewhere like this. Well, she'll get used to it soon. Sunset fell and it grew dark. Adele thought about resting for the next 2 days. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the academy windows, and the sky was clear. A guard shouted, "Candidates, please enter and follow the instructions." Adele and Renee moved forward with the crowd. He looked around. So many people. Could there be at least 100? As everyone gathered in the area, Adele worried. "I didn't expect so many candidates registering to defeat humanity. I must be careful not to reveal my identity." An announcement rang out, "From now please present identification and board the train in order." Adele was surprised. A train. A convoy of trains pulled in. Everyone was astonished. Adele marveled, "A convoy of trains? I didn't expect this." The train sped in through a mystical space. They said many maze-like portals were set to block intruders, and only the train could reach Satan. They boarded the train. Adele exclaimed, "The giant fortress we saw from outside was only a part of it. How vast this place is." The train's speed was terrifying and both gripped their seats. An announcement sounded, "We are approaching Satan, prepare yourself." Adele looked at the scene in disbelief. The academy's splendor was astonishing. He told Renee, "We've finally arrived." She only replied, "Uh-huh." The train stopped inside the academy. Adele carefully helped Renee off the train. An announcement immediately rang out. "Candidates, please follow directions and enter the hall where the exam will be held." Everyone quickly passed through a large door. Standing under the great hall, Adele looked up. Wow, it's huge. The feeling was overwhelming. He observed everyone, mostly young demon folk. He wondered if any other heirs of the 7 great Sin clans were here. Suddenly, 3 people in strange attire appeared. A man with purple hair wearing a long, heavy sword at his waist, looking fierce. Everyone only dared glance. Adele thought they weren't students. Their clothes looked like instructors. He smiled inwardly, thinking if he made a good impression on them, life here would be easier. Suddenly Renee said, "Time's up," leaving Adele bewildered. The large door that had just opened slammed shut. Everyone was terrified. The light dimmed. All looked up. Adele sweat, thinking it was clearly daytime. What kind of magical effect was this? How would the exam be? A grim voice rang out, "Be silent." No one moved. Above the high hall, a beam of light shone on a figure. A ferocious red eye, a long sigil around the neck rising to the face. That person looked down contemptuously. "Welcome to Satan, you fool." That person threatened, "Let's see, are there so many eager-to-die people this year?" Everyone trembled. Adele trembled too, thinking he couldn't believe just that voice brought such pressure. That person laughed wickedly. A strong light appeared around him. Enough small talk. That person shouted, "Start the entrance exam immediately." A dazzling bright blue light and a wave of power poured into the hall. People staggered worriedly. Adele called Miss Renee. She focused to keep her balance and said, "Focus on the exam." This was not ordinary light. Someone clutching their throat writhed, unable to breathe, collapsing. Adele gritted his teeth and endured. The 2 people in strange clothes earlier stood observing, unsurprised to see trainees scream. The short-haired one laughed. "The principal has a truly bizarre taste, don't you think?" The purple-haired man replied, "Well, no matter the talent. If the spirit is weak, it's useless." The one creating the light was Principal Lucian, personally overseeing the first stage of the exam, a test of mental endurance to see if candidates could withstand torture and keep secrets if captured by humans. The purple-haired man observed. 5 minutes passed. Almost no one could stand. The short-haired one said, "Aside from those 8, everyone else had collapsed. I had high expectations because there were many candidates." But the purple-haired man focused and said 40%, lasting more than 5 minutes, more than last time. What a relief. They noted those unaffected. The man exclaimed, "I heard this batch includes heirs of the 7 great Sin clans. Seems the rumors are true." The purple-haired man suddenly noticed, seeing Adele trembling, about to lose his footing. "Who is that kid? He doesn't look like an heir of the 7 great sins." The short-haired one laughed indeed, yet he stayed conscious for nearly 10 minutes. The short-haired one remarked, "But he probably won't last much longer." Adele was about to fall to his knees. Suddenly, the purple-haired man felt something was off. Wait, something's wrong. Horrific black energies surged out from Adele. The two teachers were also shocked by the situation. Principal Lucien also looked toward Adele in surprise. Too dangerous, another persona within him. The purple-haired man hurriedly drew his sword. Without hesitation, we must kill him right here. He didn't look special at all. The purple-haired man looked toward Adele, who was still gasping. But suddenly the aura around him shifted, surprising him. What is that? An emotionless, murderous chi. The murderous chi enveloping Adele terrified everyone, like picking a flower or killing an insect. Not the primal killing intent of a beast, but the kind of killing aura belonging to the most savage assassins. Suddenly all the instructor's attention focused on him. The purple-haired man's body reacted before he realized it, drawing his sword. Principal Lucien glanced at him, seemingly sensing the intent, a little worried. The purple-haired man thought to himself, damn it, I'm feeling uneasy facing a new candidate. The short-haired man beside him turned and gave a knowing smile. The new students were almost collapsing on the floor. Adele trembled, still trying to stay upright, his mind near breaking. I'm about to lose it, must find a way to endure. He gritted his teeth thinking, wait, what if I use my killing aura? Maybe it's enough to counter her aura. Knowing he couldn't hold on much longer, Adele took a gamble. He had no other choice. He shouted, his eyes turning red, the murderous aura around him flaring bright red. Principal Lucien looked toward Adele. You've held up quite well. Should I raise the intensity a bit? A demonic figure threatened to invade. Just a moment more. Adele's red, murderous aura spread, resisting the principal's invading aura. Lucien was a little surprised. Adele panted, seeming to regain some strength. He could stand upright now, feeling relieved, much better. He hurriedly turned to Renee, right, how is Renee? She seemed hardly affected. Still standing, he thought. She held up well, deservedly so, observing the others who remained standing. He recognized the heirs of the 7 great sins were holding up too. The yellow-eyed man, heir of envy, Balton. The girl with 2 horns on her brow, heir of lust, Prone. The green-eyed guy, heir of gluttony, Samuel. The mysterious man, heir of sloth, Aaron. The burly man, heir of faith, Gu War. Looking at Renee's back, Adele thought the 6 of them, including Renee, were characters built with genuine affection. But fate had them all killed by the main cast. He frowned, suddenly recognizing a familiar figure. Long white hair. The girl with red eyes and a brown spiked crown. Adele was stunned. She was unmistakable. The girl with blazing red eyes, unaffected by the principal's power, was the future greatest villain of the demon realm, the demon lord, heir of wrath, Diana. An announcement rang out. All right, the first round ends. Adele concentrated. The demon lord always comes from the clan of wrath, so there's no reason for her to appear here. The heir to the demon lord came to Satan as a candidate. Something happened that I don't know about. Someone shouted, drawing Adele's attention. I failed, impossible. The purple-haired man stood with arms crossed, while students protested. What kind of test is this? You won't touch me. Do you know who my father is? A large hand grabbed that man's face tight. The purple-haired man widened his eyes. I don't care what your father does, understand? The other guy trembled. The man released his grip and said bluntly, don't make me repeat myself. The man slumped to the ground. The man declared firmly, those who couldn't endure 5 minutes in the first test are not needed here. Failures are eliminated. An announcement rang out, close the gates. Adele smiled in relief. Satan is truly merciless. Fortunately, I passed. He turned to look at the principal, thinking that girl must be principal of Satan. I knew it. I've seen her somewhere before. He assessed, despite her cute appearance. She's one of the strongest in the demon realm. Lucien, principal of Satan. He gripped his sword tightly. I'm lucky to pass the first round, but must be more cautious as I could fail at any time. Fewer will pass the second test. Whispers rose. Adele turned to listen. She's Renee, the battle prodigy of the Bears clan, right? Renee stood there as people murmured and glanced back, thinking Renee is famous. An orange-haired guy with a proud look was surrounded by people. Adele thought it's understandable since they are heirs of the 7 great sin clans, and resisted the principal's overwhelming killing aura. He felt a sting, but wondered why no one noticed him. 2 figures behind looked on judgmentally. Renee approached to ask, you passed 2 right. Adele replied, yes, I passed. He thought he should be satisfied for giving the impression he's not an ordinary candidate. Surely the instructors and the principal will remember. The purple-haired man shouted, attention. Everyone hurried to focus. He said loudly, I'll introduce myself. My name is Ares. I'm the instructor in charge of training you. Some students sweated, thinking he looked like he kept a sashimi knife in his jacket. Ares turned and congratulated them for passing the first mental strength test. It was a test to see if they could remain sane when tortured by humans in the future. The heir of lust crossed her arms and smirked. Aries continued. The 8 candidates who endure to the end will receive bonus points. If you perform well in the second test, you'll gain access to the armory. Adele rejoiced. The armory, so lucky. Thank heaven's eye lasted to the end. But he felt the murderous gaze of envy from everyone else. Aries announced, now I will explain the second test. Renee listened attentively. Aries said in the second test, you'll demonstrate your abilities. Specifically, you'll show us the talents and weapons to fight humans. Your class assignments may depend on this test. Remember that. Adele thought he meant they'd be assigned classes based on weapons and talent. He wondered what kind of humans they'd face. Aries raised his hand to cast a spell. The exercises for the second test and the humans you'll face are here. A small blue light appeared, swirling fiercely, forming a gigantic vortex. A figure emerged, wearing a tiger head on the chest, wielding a long, sharp sword. Everyone was astonished, including Adele. Wait, isn't that the strongest hero of the 6 great houses? Ninny Cell. The resolute face of a legend. Adele was surprised. Why is that human here? What a coincidence. But Renee remained calm and asked, do you know who that is? He thought to himself, of course I know. That was Ninny Cell, head of the Cell clan, closely connected to the protagonist in the original work. Not only close, his bloodline was predetermined from birth as the father of the protagonist, the Sword Saint, who founded the most powerful clan purely by talent. The 2 nearby boys whispered, that's the Sword Saint. Weren't they trying to eliminate us from the start? Adele looked around, thinking others knew him too. Well, he had defeated quite a few demon clans after all. Instructor Aries explained casually, of course we don't expect you to withstand the Sword Saint's full power. He will use at most 10% of his strength. Everyone listened. Renee turned to him. 10% isn't too easy, is it? Adele smiled, not at all. Even weakened a monster is still a monster. He eyed the Sword Saint with unease. Even 10% of his power could destroy a whole city. I wonder how this intake will survive such a brutal test. An idea occurred to him. There must be certain standards to pass. If possible, I'd like to use an information scroll, but we don't have much money, and the number of uses is limited. The instructor continued to announce, at your current level you cannot face him alone, so we will form teams of 4. To be fair, the top 8 from the first test will be placed separately, the rest assigned randomly. Adele pondered, the top 8 surely include heirs of the 7 deadly sins and me. Well, guess I'm being favored. Renee was watched by admiring glances from the male students, but she paid no attention. Adele recalled those looks. I'm used to them now. Conversely, he received unfriendly stares, as if saying he got lucky in the draw while the others were trapped. A small hand touched him. Renee whispered, pass and come back safely. Adele smiled, yes, I wish you success too, Miss Renee. An announcement rang out. I will now call the names, starting with Group 1. Adele's group was announced. Group 33, leader Adele, members Kina, Chris, Sanchez. He approached his team, thinking I don't recognize these names. Aren't they minor characters without much significance in the original? Adele gently introduced himself. I'm Adele. Nice to meet you all. The white-haired guy cheerfully. Hi, I'm Chris. This is Kina. The blonde girl waved hello. The remaining one was annoyed. Chris introduced, and that's Sanchez. Sanchez looked at Adele and sneered. A half-demon as team leader. An insult to my clan. Adele gritted his teeth helplessly. Even anonymous nobodies looked down on him, insulting his clan, thinking he's one of the heirs of the 7 deadly sins, no doubt. He turned to the other 2. Well, let's just do our best anyway. He took the initiative. First, we need to assign roles. Share the types of weapons or abilities you use. Start with you, Chris. Chris demonstrated his ability. My skill is mana transformation. I can create a triangular prism that becomes armor or a sword. He demonstrated flexibly. It doesn't have high destructive power, but it's very versatile. Adele was pleased. Not bad at all. You're in. Next is Kina. Kina excitedly, I'm not suited for fighting. I'm more of a support type. Adele asked, what kind of support? She crossed her hands to cast. I pray to the demon god to increase allies' speed. Magic appeared. Kina panted, huff so, feel lighter. Adele nonchalant, yeah, I think so. Kina angrily, you're so bad. Adele improvised, ha, I'm joking, don't be upset. But he thought, it's better than nothing, though so weak I can hardly feel it. Honestly, I don't know how she passed the first test. He turned to Sanchez. Finally, what about you? Sanchez demonstrated, proudly boasting. My ability is hardening. Adele smiled. Oh, perfect for the frontline. Sanchez barked. Now it's your turn. With a whoosh, Adele vanished and appeared right beside Sanchez, taking him by surprise. Adele introduced teleportation. That's my ability. He held his sword lightly, seeing that Sanchez turned pale. Kina and Chris applauded. Oh, wonderful. Teleportation is really amazing. Adele laughed, haha, thanks for the compliment. But he thought still, who knows what variables might occur. I won't reveal all the details of my skill yet. Adele assigned roles. Simple, Chris and Sanchez hold defense in front. I'll be in the middle. Kina supports from the rear. Everyone okay with that? Kina agreed. Sounds good. Sanchez had no objections. An announcement rang out. We will begin the second test. Each group prepare. Adele turned. Finally it started. The instructor called Group 1 to step forward. Adele watched intently. Despite facing the Sword Saint, their eyes still burned with fighting spirit. The Sword Saint swung his blade with just one move. Group 1 was flung in all directions. One member struck in the stomach, rolled to the ground screaming. Adele froze. I didn't even see him move. Is that really only 10% of his power? The instructor called next, Group 2. Like Group 1, Group 2 took the hit. Seeing that, everyone grew worried. Group 3, Group 4 step up. Two members of Group 4 approached the instructor and said, "It's useless, we're sure to lose." Aries was silent for a moment, then said, "All right, you two may skip the test." The other two continued. One replied, "Yes, we'll try." Adele sensed they really continued. "I see. The condition to pass the second test is probably that." Chris was surprised. What, they don't have to do the test? Adele smiled, "Of course not." The remaining two members of Group 4 prepared. The instructor called the group to begin. Adele watched, thinking those two can't handle Nini Cell. Watch a bit more again. Just one strike from the Sword Saint sent both flying. One person screamed in pain. Adele helpless. If he used true sword chi, they'd have been cut in half. Chris panicked. Can we really defeat a monster like that? Sanchez still brash humph. Are you really afraid of a mere human? Adele saw Sanchez smile, but he could hear his legs trembling from here. Still just one strike from the Sword Saint. Group 5 was defeated, lying scattered. Group 9, the situation grew tenser. Group 10 stepped up. They begged to withdraw. Renee watched without emotion. Group 20 then Group 30 were called up. Step forward, Adele thought. Counting to Group 35, teams had already withdrawn. Not a single team managed an effective strike on the Sword Saint. The next group formed ranks and focused on fighting. A battle against an unbeatable opponent with no allowance to leave midway. One student used a sword to block one of the Sword Saint's blows. Chris was astonished while he blocked it. Adele was silent. As it went on, the matches lasted longer, and their skills improved over those before. He glanced at the Sword Saint and said, "I get it. That's the real condition to pass the second test." Sanchez arrogantly shouted, "It's almost our turn." Chris replied, "Yeah, I'm shaking." Adele said, "I've figured out how to pass the second test." Sanchez was surprised. "What do you mean?" Adele smiled. "The criterion is that even if you lose to overwhelming force, you must get back up and fight to the end. Judging by how the instructors treat those who quit, and the Sword Saint's power, I'm sure of it." Sanchez wondered, but Instructor Aries called next, Group 33. Adele drew his sword and smiled. "Let's try to defeat the Sword Saint. With our strength, we can do it." Sanchez hesitated. What? Kina and Chris excited. "Sure, let's try it. Yeah, losing is fine." Adele grinned inwardly. "So what if I'm only half demon? With the villain's greatest talent, I can win." The team took their positions and shouted, "Come on, let's begin." He thought, unlike the protagonist, I don't have much information on Nini Cell, because it wasn't recorded earlier. What should I do now? Then he reassured his teammates, "Don't worry, hold your positions and fight." Chris and Sanchez trusted him. "All right, I know." The Sword Saint attacked. Adele shouted, "He's coming." The Sword Saint swung his blade light. Chris's shield shattered instantly. Chris was blasted into the air by the residual force of the attack. Kina stepped forward, "Let me handle it." Meanwhile, Adele thought to himself, he needed to lessen the impact when he fell. Adele anxiously called out to the front. Sanchez stayed in position. He replied, I know. The Sword Saint struck again. Sanchez stood firm to take the blow and said, "I'm holding." Adele patted his shoulder in praise. "Well done." He noticed that just before the second slash, there was an opening. But he thought the opening was too blatant. His instincts warned against risking it. He sensed, could he be setting a trap? Does he have an AI inside? The second attack was about to land. Get into position. Chris tried to cast a shield, muttering, "Damn." Adele felt something was wrong. Chris had reached his limit. Sanchez's hands were beginning to crack. Adele stayed calm. "One strike and it's like this. Not good. Hold on a bit longer." The Sword Saint's next blow came. Sanchez began to crack and was about to lose his hold. Is it even stronger than before? Sanchez shouted at Adele, "What are you waiting for? At this rate we'll die." Adele replied, "Hold on a little longer." Sanchez cursed furiously, "You crazy bastard." Adele calculated, "We're the only team to block the second strike. Is that what he's trying to do?" The Sword Saint silently observed the group. Adele realized something. Meanwhile, Chris collapsed from exhaustion, causing Kina to shake him anxiously and call, "Chris, Chris." Adele hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" He said to the trembling Chris, "I know it's hard, but trust me one more time." Sanchez called out, "What are you doing, Adele? He's about to attack." Chris asked, "You have a plan, right?" Adele nodded, "Yeah." He suddenly shifted into that demonic form from before. "I'll stab my sword down his throat." Chris and Kina were stunned by his face. The sword saint prepared to strike. Sanchez shouted, "He's coming." Adele stood behind Sanchez and said, "This time you have to hold without Chris's barrier." Sanchez panicked. What do you mean?" The sword saint launched an attack. Sanchez couldn't withstand it and was blasted away. Adele leapt up and cast Swap 2, teleporting opposite the sword saint. As he prepared to strike again, Swap 2 designated. Adele jumped up and swapped his sword. Standing before the sword saint, he unleashed Die Ninny Cell. Adele rushed in like lightning. Instructor Ares frowned irritably and watched closely. Renee couldn't help but follow with her eyes. The sword saint's knee slammed straight into Adele's chest. Luckily, the barrier stopped it. A spray of red blood spurted onto the floor. Adele endured the pain. "You bastard. I have to push through once more." He dodged the blow and continued to unleash his shadow trait. A black vortex enveloped the inside. Adele thought without Chris's barrier I would have exploded. The position swap failed, but at least I trapped. Ahead was the sword saint's back in pitch black space, not a speck of light. Adele frowned, "But I have shadow fangs. In this space they're stronger than any weapon." Standing behind the sword saint, he thought, "I'll defeat him with everything I've got." The sword saint suddenly sensed something and turned back toward Adele, surprising him. At blistering speed, he lunged forward with a raised fist. Adele thought, "This guy really is a monster." He spread his arm. An eye flashed red. Adele smiled. The sword in his hand suddenly appeared in a different position, behind the sword saint. Adele raised his hand in front of him. "This time the one lured into the trap was you, sword saint." Not just one, countless swords appeared in the space. Adele clenched his fist. Shadow fangs activated. Dark sword storm. A barrage of blades shot forward, repeatedly stabbing the sword saint. Everyone outside focused on the vortex. Chris worried, "What the hell is happening in there?" Instructor Ares was unconcerned. "Looks like it's about to end." The vortex gradually dissipated, standing there as if nothing had happened. When the vortex fully dissipated, the sword saint fell to the floor, while Adele remained standing. Everyone was utterly astonished. Noticing his satisfied expression, Adele thought, "This silent atmosphere, I did it." The orange-haired guy looked on, exclaiming, "How fascinating." Chris and Kina ran over joyfully. Chris praised, "That was truly amazing." Kina asked, "How did you do that?" Adele smiled. "It was just thanks to everyone coordinating well." He turned to Kina. "What about Sanchez?" She replied. "He's a bit shocked, but the instructors are helping him recover." Adele raised his sword. "Well then, that's good." He approached the sword saint. "So shall we finish this then?" Chris and Kina blinked. "Finish? Isn't it already over?" The sword saint's leg suddenly twitched. Chris exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" Adele turned his head. "Well, don't we need to make sure he's truly defeated?" Instructor Ares stared intently. A seductive figure remarked, For a half-demon, you're not bad." The man beside her said, "But compared to me she has nothing special." She laughed. "Yes, of course. He was born inferior. No matter what his true nature will be revealed." Renee, full of killing intent, stared at her. The woman was flustered. "What the hell is that? Who is that?" Recognizing the horns of the Bears clan, she trembled. "Why is she looking at me like that? It's terrifying." Those nearby whispered, "Indeed the heir of the 7 great sins." They had stepped into a threatening duel. No one knew who would win. Her fanatics cheered. "Of course it's her. That brat isn't even worth a side dish," she thought. "Maybe she's not that weak." Adele suddenly realized, "Wait, isn't that Renee? Why is she radiating such killing intent?" Instructor Ares stepped forward and called Adele. He approached and stared. Adele smiled. "Yes, is there something?" Ares said sternly, "You really don't know." Adele nonchalantly, "Yes, I don't." Ares turned and walked away. "From now on I'll be keeping an eye on you." Adele breathed a sigh of relief. "What, I thought I'd be praised or something. Seems I'll have to watch Renee instead." She's about to fight another student. Renee brimmed with killing intent toward her opponent. Adele was surprised. Whoa, they're still going. He wondered who the girl opposite Renee was. Blue eyes, long hair, a single oni horn on her forehead. She was of the Lust clan Laurel Pro. But why would she want to fight Renee here? "I've been focused on human affairs, so I'm clueless about the demon world." Prone suddenly spotted Adele watching. She shouted toward him, "Hey, half-demon." Adele jumped. Why did she address me all of a sudden?" Prone yelled, "Become my slave." Renee, overflowing with killing intent, charged forward. She leapt up, drew the sword from her back, aiming at Prone. Prone frowned at Renee, alarmed, not yet able to react. She shouted in fear, "Are you crazy?" Sensing the students' conflict, Instructor Aries timely shouted, "Stop." Renee looked up. Aries declared that at Satan, all pointless disputes are strictly forbidden. Prone luckily parried Renee's strike. Aries continued, "Settle personal grudges outside." Adele exhaled, lucky nothing happened before the 7 deadly sins enrollment ceremony. Renee sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Unconcerned, Prone trembled, thinking her mind must truly be disturbed. Adele wiped sweat, stepped forward. "Milady, are you all right?" Renee stared and only nodded, because her group's turn was next. Then she rummaged through her things as if to take something out. Adele was embarrassed when Renee produced a handkerchief and gently wiped his sweat, saying, "Well done." Prone was astonished. "Wow, what's your relationship? Are you dating a half-demon?" Adele beamed. "After getting through it, I'm being treated better now." He gently thanked her, "Milady Renee." Renee looked at him. "You hide your power, don't you, to appear weaker?" Adele was surprised. An announcement sounded. Group 34 stepped forward. Renee turned. "I have to go. I won't tell anyone." Adele was silent, thinking he had used all his strength to get through it. Do I really look that weak? Maybe she thinks I'm a sacrificial pawn of the clan. A voice rang from behind. "State your name." Adele startled me. She nodded. "Yes, you." Adele replied, "My name is Adele." Prone pondered. Adele, not a bad name. He wondered why she had called him O. Prone's thought, "You cut in on me earlier." She crossed her arms seriously. "Abandon that low-born bears and serve me." Prone calmly, "Witness my irresistible allure. I will take you and crush that girl's nose." Adele turned away, uninterested. "Sorry, but it's my lady's turn now, maybe next time." Prone stunned. "Wait, it's not effective." Adele delighted. "Finally I get to see the full strength of Renee." Her group looked quite strong. How powerful is she after all, he thought. I'm eager to see the other children of the 7 deadly sins. The Sword Saint and Renee radiated killing intent toward each other. Adele and the others were amazed. What a tense confrontation, even more astonishing than expected. Renee stamped her foot, her group calm, without a hint of tension. The orange-haired guy laughed loudly. "She's pretty amusing too." Renee stepped toward the Sword Saint. Adele panicked. Is she really walking straight at him? What is she thinking? Renee stared at the Sword Saint. Their killing auras exploded, silence waiting. Renee erupted, and so did the Sword Saint. In a blink both struck. Renee slashed across the Sword Saint's body. Everyone was stunned at the sight. Not only did his sword break in two, his arm fell to the ground as well. Renee turned and walked away. The students' roaring cheers echoed. Instructor Aries pleased. Not bad." Everyone chanted, "Renee, Renee." Adele stunned. "No way, did I see that wrong? Did she win that easily?" He realized, so that's why Ninny Cell didn't attack Renee when she came. He had recognized her power level. Prone stood beside her, commenting, "Renee, it's a shame I didn't see her mocked by the Sword Saint, but at least if she wants to face me, she must have that capability." Adele amazed, "You mean if all the children of the 7 deadly sins gathered, they could defeat the Sword Saint?" Prone replied, "Nonsense. Currently no one can defeat the Sword Saint. Maybe if the previous Demon King were alive, perhaps." Adele asked further, "But what if the kid's skills exceed 10% of the Sword Saint's power?" Prone reacted strongly. "Are you mocking me? Anyone with eyes can see that pathetic imposter's name is even weaker than 10% of the Sword Saint's power." Adele looked dumbfounded at the fake Sword Saint. "So I struggled against an imposter less than a tenth as strong as the real one. I may be the creator of this world, but I know nothing about the demon realm." He smiled, yet this anticipation swelled in his chest. Let's see how things unfold. An announcement rang out. Next is Group 35. Only the 7 deadly sins remain. The test became easy for them, perhaps due to Renee's trial impact. The other kids also defeated the Sword Saint. Group 40 passed. The orange-haired guy laughed loudly. Too easy. Next was a girl. The matches were so one-sided, it was hard to tell the power gap among the children of the 7 deadly sins. Adele thought, "Even so I know who the 2 strongest are, so no worry." Instructor Aries announced, "The entrance test is over. Everyone gather before the lectern." The students listened. "We announced the results of the second test. All who participated in combat passed regardless of win or loss." Adele thought, "Just as I predicted, those who quit failed." Renee indifferent, in contrast to everyone celebrating. Aries continued, "Congratulations to those who passed. From now on you are officially members of Satan and official interns." He warned, causing students to worry, "But don't get excited yet. The path of hell awaits, so difficult you'll want to give up." At last, Aries loudly said, "Those who passed gather for the enrollment ceremony in 2 days." Prone smugly looked at the instructor. Aries said, "The 8 who defeated the Sword Saint, remain where you are." Renee turned, "Why does he want us to stay?" Adele smiled, "Don't you think he's rewarding us with the armory he mentioned in the first test?" Aries descended the steps, approached. You all passed excellently. As promised, I will give you a chance to enter the armory. The orange-haired guy excitedly raised his hand. I have a question. Ares agreed. Speak, intern Balt. He asked plainly, can we carry multiple weapons? Satan's weapons sound super useful. Adele observed, indeed the son of Lycan Baltan. His greed and curiosity know no bounds. He had his moments in my novel. Ares frowned. No, using multiple weapons makes it hard to focus. You may only choose one. He instructed, since we have little time, I won't take more questions. Follow me. I'll lead you to the armory. Ares raised his hand and lightly touched the wall ahead. He cast a barrier. The door flashed before the student's eyes. Baltan was extremely excited, while Adele was astonished. Now this is a Satan privilege. Whether you choose the best or the worst weapon is up to you. Adele watched skeptically. Is this really the armory? Why does the door look like the entrance to a dungeon? Instructor Ares beckoned toward it. Enter one by one in reverse order of the second test to be safe. Each person will be checked when they leave. Adele doubted. Wait, so I'm last. Can he do whatever he wants? The orange-haired guy was still excited. Great, I'm first. He stepped to the door, waved his hand. I'll pick the best one, haha. Instructor Ares scowled. Shut up and go in. Renee said softly, I'll choose an artifact since I already have a weapon. What about you? Adele smiled. I think I'll choose an artifact too. He suddenly paused, worried. Hold on. Does that mean everyone else will do the same? Will there be anything left when it's my turn? Renee looked puzzled. Instructor Ares called loudly. Who's next? Go in. The orange-haired guy went out, flaunting the crown on his head. Haha, isn't this so cool? Adele saw the two who had taken weapons as desired, a bit disappointed. Just as expected, everyone left with artifacts. Then I'd better pick armor. Renee reminded lightly. It's your turn. Adele looked at Renee in admiration. I see you chose a bracelet. May I ask what its attributes are? She cheerfully said, you'll know when you're inside. There's a description. Adele surprised. A description. Renee smiled. Yes, but some items have no description. Adele nodded. I understand, he thought to himself. Some have no description. Does that mean they're worthless? I don't think so since they're kept very carefully. Adele stepped past Instructor Ares. He thought they must have something special. Ares said, you're the last. He scowled coldly. If you want to ask something, ask. Adele broke into a sweat. He awkwardly asked, may I ask what it means when an item has no description? Ares replied, it means we haven't determined exactly what it is. Adele excited, so they haven't found its owner, or what abilities it has. Ares nodded, exactly. If you're lucky, you might get an item with amazing abilities, but if unlucky, you could suffer a lifelong curse. Adele froze. Ares urged, we don't have much time, go in. Adele stepped in with interest. Maybe going last is good or bad depending on luck. The door opened, Adele stepped in. Looking around, the inside was fairly bright and tidy. Hope nothing jumps out. He saw the door on the other side flash. Must be over there. He entered the room, where many items were stored. Adele glanced at a red sword. Wow, this is crazy. Then he stood before a long spear. This spear looked unique. Let's check the description. Twin Serpent Spear. A spear used by an unnamed demon to hunt soul serpent. The vengeful spirits of the slain serpents dwell within. When a certain mana is channeled, the forms of two serpents will appear. Adele pondered. The description sounds important, but the ability isn't great. I already have daggers, so I don't need this much. He moved on to the next weapon, Stellar Crystal, a crystal orb soaked in starlight once used by a skilled astrologer. Channel some mana, and you borrow the star's light to illuminate around you. Adele turned, not very compatible. I can use dark element as a torch, so skip it. Suddenly he noticed something odd. Adele was drawn in. Why is this empty? Not sure what item was here. He bent down to read the description. The Great King's Crown of the Victor grants the wearer extraordinary regeneration and stamina, belonging to its owner until they die. Adele frowned. This is what Baltan wore on his head, that greedy bastard. He sighed helplessly. I removed binding items in the novel, unexpectedly finding one here. Adele looked around. Most good artifacts had been taken. Only empty boxes remained. Serpent chains, nothing luxurious left. The war standard of a demon general, the emblem of noble grandeur. Bare haze, nothing at all. He stopped to think. The 7 deadly sins took most of the good stuff. What should I do? He turned to the lone sword, thinking most armor and weapons weren't very good. Seems there's no other choice. But what if this is a cursed relic? Adele thought of something. Right. I can use that method. He took paper and pen. I need to save gold, but I'll use it now. He wrote, tell me about the broken sword, without a description in the armory. You must pay for this information. Payment by a relic tier treasure, or 100 gold coins. He remembered, wait, an old item in a box has no description. Tell me about the unnamed grimoire next to it. Payment at least 50 gold coins. Adele broke into a sweat, understood 50 gold because it specified the cost. I just need to pick the most expensive one. He calculated there are 7 undescribed boxes in this row. I'll ask in order. He wrote a blue-eyed hawk without description. Tell me about the hawk-shaped blackstone. Payment at least 1 gold coin. Adele smiled. If it's only 1 gold, then show me its description. The description is it swaps the owner's fortune with others' misfortune. He was shocked. Whoa, definitely not choosing this. Next, he wrote the next item. Payment at least 100 gold. Payment at least 50 gold. Adele panted, holding the paper. He approached the next box, hesitant. None were particularly good, only 2 left. He wrote, request a strange weapon to be described. This is an artifact of at least mythic rank. Payment at least 300 gold coins. Adele delighted. Whoa, mythic rank, so lucky. This is better than the artifacts others took. I'll take this one. Suddenly, a strange feeling made him free. Adele turned to the neighboring box. It was glowing. What is this strange feeling? As if someone was watching him. Inside the box was an elaborate necklace. Adele thought, right, there's one last item. He wrote, tell me about this unnamed necklace. Suddenly the paper floated, glowing. Adele startled. What the? The paper read, you must sacrifice a god. The light flashed brighter. Adele astonished. Is this a legendary item? Adele was endlessly amazed. I thought my life was over, yet unexpectedly luck smiled on me. Staring at the floating paper, he carefully considered. Wait, it's too early to rejoice. Which god should I sacrifice? Right now, I don't even have a minor god, let alone a demon god. Adele stared intently at the necklace in the box. What exactly is this necklace? He tried to test it. Perhaps he should channel a bit of mana into it. But there was no response. The necklace remained still. Adele wondered, damn, so frustrated. I wish I knew its abilities. It only says sacrifice a god and nothing more. Not giving up, he continued writing on the paper. Maybe try a few tricks. Tell me which god is related to the unnamed necklace in the basement. The paper still read, sacrifice a god. Adele puzzled, it's useless. He hugged the box, regretful. Even if he rephrased the question, he'd likely get the same answer. Should he give up? No hesitation, he opened the box, confidently took the necklace. No, I'm sure about it. After putting it on, he confirmed it was far more valuable than any ordinary artifact. His instinct told him so. He checked the info. Race, demi-fiend, attribute, chaos, talent. Second transposition, traits, intrigue, focus, dark killing intent, mana control, proud eye, mana 1297. Pondering, the status window was dim, just as I thought. Nobody's interested in this. I can study it slowly. Instructor Aries was surprised to see what Adele took. What is that necklace? Adele awkwardly said it's one of the items without a description. Aries surprised. You chose an artifact without knowing its function or origin, so you must know something about it. Adele smiled. No, I know absolutely nothing. Aries frowned, saying nothing made Adele sweat. He made that face again. Why does he hate me so much? Aries turned. Fine, I'll trust you. As an instructor of Satan, I must trust my student. He addressed everyone. Now take good care of the artifacts you chose. In times of danger, they might even be a spare life. The students echoed, yes, sir. Adele looked at the students, lamenting. Everyone here except me are future leaders of the demon realm. They'll receive endless investment and support. He felt insecure. I wish I had a bit of that. Can I really hold on at Satan? The armory gate vanished. Aries said, all right, dismissed. We'll meet again at the matriculation ceremony. Adele approached Renee. Shall we head back to the dormitory, miss? Renee nodded, yes. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. It was the orange-haired guy. Haha, sorry. I was a bit rude when we first met. Team leader of Group 33. Adele turned to Balton. He raised his hand excitedly. Nice to meet you, I'm Balton. Your fighting style is really impressive. Adele politely responded. Nice to meet you too, Balton. I'm Adele. He thought this came unexpectedly. It's good he approached first. But the smile didn't last. Adele felt uncomfortable as Balton squeezed his hand hard. Adele gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Damn this bastard. What the hell did he suddenly do? It seemed Balton's true nature was showing now. Adele knew Balton didn't care for the weak, only interested in the strong, driven by envy and greed. A belligerent type. He had once pushed the protagonist in the human realm to the brink of death, but spared him after recognizing potential and arranged a rematch. Balton pretended, what's wrong, you look struggling. Adele forced a smile. Nothing, there are stronger people around. Why are you looking for me? He cast magic. Balton's sword lit up. Transposition 2. Target set. Suddenly Adele stood right behind Balton and said, stop it, okay, the test just ended. Everyone is tired. His hand trembling, damn my hand. Balton laughed loudly, haha, I didn't expect this. He turned, full of provocative killing intent. If you're strong then fight me right here until one of us dies. Adele panicked, he's gone mad. What a lunatic. I told you I don't intend to fight. Renee shouted, stop. She widened her eyes, challenging Balton. If you want to fight my guard, you must fight me. The three of them scuffled. Bolton stopped. He laughed haha and said, I love fighting, but taking on both of you is a bit much. I don't want to get hurt before enrollment. He turned back and smiled threateningly at Adele. Well, there will certainly be many chances. See you. Adele was uneasy. He said he didn't want to get hurt before enrollment, but wanted to fight to the death. Truly a lunatic. He looked at Bolton, witnessing firsthand that he couldn't predict the man. Bolton raised his sword, wondering when he had drawn it. Renee called, let's go. Adele turned and smiled. Yes, Miss Renee. He thought it had only been one day, but felt like several had passed. He began to look forward to life at safety. The next morning, Adele woke up full of excitement. Standing at the window, he kept exclaiming, perhaps due to yesterday's exertion, but today he felt unusually refreshed. In front of the mirror, he inspected himself, his body much improved. He was definitely getting stronger. He happily held the clothes, trying on the Satan uniform they had sent. They knew where we were and sent it directly, quite thoughtful. Adele put on the uniform. Oh, it's more comfortable than I thought. He admired it. They said we wear the uniform for 3 years, but at least it's practical. He thought of Renee. I gave the uniform to Renee. I wonder how she looks in it. Should I take a look? Adele knocked on her door. Miss Renee, I'd like to ask if you need anything before we go out. The door cracked open. She said, come in. Renee wore the uniform, standing shyly in the sunlight. Adele admired in surprise. You look beautiful. Renee blushed, embarrassed. Ahem, where are you going? Adele saw her ears redden too, thought, embarrassed, huh? I didn't expect her to look so cute. He smiled. Today is a rare day off, so I'm going to stroll around the city a bit. He bowed. You should rest too, Miss Renee. I'll take my leave first. As he turned to leave, Renee spoke up. Wait. She was shy and couldn't meet his gaze. You have something to do, right? Adele wondered, excuse me, something I need to do. Renee looked at him, blushing. Adele turned back to look at Renee, thinking to himself, wait, did I forget something? He suddenly remembered the guard. Adele awkwardly, oh right, I have to protect you. I forgot after getting too excited about the idea of having time off alone. Renee turned. I'll go with you. Let me change. Wait a moment. She still blushed. How long do you intend to stare? Adele realized. Oh, of course, I'll wait outside. He stood outside the door, crying silently. My day off. The city was crowded and bustling, people trading and buying in flurries. The city was clean. Hard to believe a war had taken place 10 years ago. Adele looked around, thinking that while reconstruction continued in the suburbs of the capital, it seemed humans won the war but couldn't fully occupy the capital. Renee tugged his sleeve lightly, calling Adele. She headed toward a street vendor. Let's eat that. Adele understood she meant street food. The golden skewers sizzled with fat on the charcoal grill. He stepped forward to ask the vendor, what skewers are these? The man answered, seasoned venison skewers with vegetable. Adele wondered if they were like chicken skewers. He said, give me 2 skewers, thanks. Renee brought a skewer to her mouth. Both of them tasted carefully. Adele asked, it's good, do you think it's good? Renee nodded, it's really good. He stared at her, thinking, who knew reserved Renee would show that expression? Maybe she's gradually opening up. They passed a fountain in the city, chatting animatedly. Adele was enjoying it. It's been a long time since a real break. Maybe this is the last time I'll be this idle. They both stopped before a giant statue in the middle of the city. Adele looked up. Who is she? He pointed at the statue and asked Renee. Renee replied, you really don't know. That's the first demon lord. Adele exclaimed, oh, the first demon lord. Thinking back, she does somewhat resemble Diana. He thought there wouldn't be many chances to see the first demon lord up close. He said, let's get closer to take a better look. Suddenly the statue's 2 eyes flashed. The necklace on Adele also glowed. He grabbed the necklace in surprise. What is this? The necklace is glowing. A beam of light traveled from the statue to the necklace. Adele held tight, astonished. A gem on the necklace turned gray. He blurted, what the hell is happening? Renee called, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly take the artifact out to look at? Still shaken, Adele stared at the statue, wondering, did I see it wrong? I'm sure I saw light from the statue and the necklace's color changed. He turned to Renee. She didn't understand what happened. Adele thought to himself, as expected, only I saw it. The statue returned to normal. Adele thought, I only received a vague answer like sacrifice a god, but now I've discovered something important in the least expected place. He realized this necklace is definitely linked to the first demon lord. If he investigated everything related, he would trace a clue. Renee called, what are you standing there for? Let's go back. Adele replied, yes, Miss Renee. But he still thought, now I'm really curious about the nature of this necklace. The next morning at the academy, the two arrived after the day off. Adele gently urged, hurry up, Miss Renee. The matriculation ceremony is about to begin. She replied, okay. In the great hall, the principal stood on the podium to welcome the new students. The principal and instructors sat ready in the auditorium with about 100 freshmen. Adele thought, just a normal matriculation ceremony. Two students below commented, "Can't believe that child is the principal. That kid is a monster who overwhelms us just by presence." One praised, "Still, she's cute." Adele smirked inwardly, "Cute my foot." He looked at the principal, marveling, "She's covered in tattoos. Body like a child, you call that cute?" Suddenly, the principal's gaze stared down. The students flinched in fear. The principal emanated murderous intent. Adele thought, "I mean, she's really adorable. Can she read thoughts?" Instructor Aries was stern. Everyone fell silent. The matriculation ceremony begins now. Renee and Adele stood together in uniform. The principal's routine speech was ending. The atmosphere quieted. The instructor said, "You must obey Satan's rule." He continued, "The principal's speech is over. Now we begin the oath ceremony for the top and runner-up students." The two standout students were invited onto the stage. "The top student and the runner-up, please come forward." Adele watched quietly. As expected, those two took the spots. Renee remained unfazed. He thought the only reason she enrolled was to avenge her mother. Perhaps she didn't care about competition. As for me, no matter what others say, I must focus on what needs to be done. Suddenly, Adele felt a finger pointing straight at Bolton. He was still targeting Adele. He sighed, "That scary name again. What's wrong with this stalk?" Adele tried to stay calm. "Don't react. Ignore him. Stay composed. Don't get drawn in." A girl stepped forward. "The top student, please come forward." A beautiful figure walked with cold composure. The male students gaped, including Adele, truly blessed by the gods, the daughter of the demon king Diana. Now she takes the top student spot. Who can stop? The two students stood before the principal and swore, "I solemnly vow, we who are admitted to Satan will erase the shame and pledge to rebuild the demon realm." Her oath echoed. The auditorium's atmosphere shifted. Adele touched the dark mark on his neck, feeling the anger of those who lost homes and families to humans. He thought if anyone discovered he bore Arson blood, just the thought was terrifying. A horrific scene appeared, Adele being brutally tortured. In the worst case, he would be tortured forever. The ceremony ended. Instructor Aries shouted, "The matriculation ceremony of Satan ends here. Students, check the notice board at the back to find your assigned classes, and then proceed to your classroom." Adele smiled brightly. "Let's go, Miss Renee." She nodded, "Uh-huh." The students studied the notice board intently. Adele looked at the information board and said, "Let's see. I'm in class a while Renee is." He felt a pang of regret. What a pity. He announced, "You're in class C, Miss Renee. Honestly, I don't want us to be separated." Renee frowned, dropped that smile. She spun angrily, "You're still my guardian, so you'd better stay until I call." Adele replied, "Of course, Miss Renee." He felt wonderfully pleased. It seemed he could relax a bit now. Suddenly, he brushed against another student. The boy's gaze was glaring. Gritting his teeth, "Do you want to die? You bastard like that Cerberus." Adele was taken aback. "Wait a moment, this guy is..." Adele recognized the person before him. From the greedy family, son of Varus, Samuel. If memory serves, he was quite strong among the 7 deadly sins. "He bumped into me and still picks a fight. How ridiculous. But today I'd better avoid trouble." Adele brushed off his hand and smiled faintly. I didn't notice, sorry." Samuel snapped irritably, "Get lost. Consider yourself lucky because today is matriculation day." Adele thought, why are the offspring of the 7 deadly sins like this? Hope Samuel isn't in my class. Surely Bolton isn't in class at 2, right? A sound of a fist hitting the table rang out. Idea shouted, "So you don't trust me?" Aries replied calmly, "That's not the issue. That child is too dangerous. I speak from experience. Let me handle it, and it will be better." Idea refused to accept. "They are students assigned to me. Instructor of class, you cannot override me." The principal cut in, "Enough. Sit down." The instructors sat down resentfully. The principal asked Instructor Aries, "What is your reason for requesting to change the class you oversee?" Aries replied, "I intend to handle that student myself. I've faced countless brats like him on the battlefield. He was born a killer. He could point a blade at an ally at any moment. We must restrain him now." Another instructor spoke up, "Aren't you being overcautious about a half-demon? He's significantly weaker than the offspring of the 7 deadly sins." Aries countered, "No, power isn't determined solely by might. His willingness to attempt bold moves, and his composure rival those of the 7 deadly sins." The two instructors looked at each other in silence. Aries continued, "That's why I want to be in charge of class. We need to be cautious with." Idea shouted, "Wait, so you don't trust me?" The principal sighed at the bickering. "I'm sorry if this upsets you, Aries. When will you stop treating her like a child?" The principal exuded killing intent. "Enough." The room fell silent. She said, "I understand your concerns, Instructor Aries, but the classes are already assigned. Changing them now would do more harm than good. Aries did not argue. I understand. However, caution never hurts. The principal told the instructors to pay special attention to that child. Idea brightened noticeably. The principal ended. Now the meeting is over. Instructors, proceed to your classes to welcome the students. In class 1, Adele disappointed. Why am I so unlucky? Prone moved to Adele's desk. Relieved it's not Diana or Bolton. She wondered, did you follow me all the way here? Adele explained. The class assignment was random. Prone gleefully, oh ho, wonderful. I grant you the privilege of being my slave. Adele thought, here we go again. Samuel spoke up, hey you two. Shut up, I'll kill you both. Prone flew into a rage. What did you say, brat of that name? Samuel replied, what brat of mine, I'll kill you. Adele reassured himself. I'll get along fine, right? The door swung open. Everyone fell silent. They looked toward the door. The instructor entered. You lot are noisy. Don't plan on fighting on the first day. Idea clapped excitedly. Welcome. I'm the instructor in charge of class. Remember my name, Idea, your senior, known as the Legion of Misfortune. Adele was puzzled by the title. Murmurs went around. Legion of Misfortune. The one who single-handedly killed 10,000 enemies at the Pollux River. Wasn't it 30,000? Adele smirked. Having such a strong person as my instructor might increase my chances of survival. Idea said, that concludes my introduction. I'll outline how the classes progress. Idea wrote on the board, hunting methods. I'll teach you this. We don't hunt animals, we hunt beasts. Samuel gritted his teeth. A bold student asked, what do we hunt? Idea answered, one of the reasons you are here, humans. The class went into an uproar. Idea continued, I only teach hunting methods. Magic and weapons are taught by other instructors. Prone thought to herself, she has a fairly pretty face for an instructor. Idea said, I also handle basic physical training. Adele froze, his weakness. Idea concluded, now we begin the first lesson. Assemble at the training ground. At the training ground, Adele exclaimed, wow, this area is huge, 4 to 5 times larger than a normal field. Is it for weapons or magic? Everyone still didn't know what they'd learn. Idea spoke, enough, focus. Don't take your eyes off this. A black rift grew larger. Suddenly a squad of soldiers stepped out, holding weapons and standing ready for orders. Everyone was terrified. She smiled, they're not real people. Just illusions I created with magic. She gleefully touched a soldier's face. Oh, I created the Holy Sword during the entrance exam. A replica at about 1/10 the power of the Holy Sword. Adele thought, she's a monster. Satan is formidable, but the Royal Academy is even more so. Idea said, a simple task. Get past these people and reach me. Who wants to start? She fixed her hypnotic tone on him. What's your name? Why not try stabbing my neck like you did with the Holy Sword? Adele fearfully recalled Instructor Aries' warning. Now the instructor had noticed. Adele asked hesitantly, I'm not supposed to fight you directly, right? Idea hinted, the key point is that among those soldiers there's a leader who is the source of their mental power. When the leader falls, the soldiers collapse like domino. If the leader is strong, they are strong too. I'll play the leader. Adele confidently drew his sword. Got it. Sun Tzu's tactics. To break an army, first capture the commander. Taking out the leader among the troops is too easy. He smirked, of course you can't defeat me. So if you touch my hand or weapon, it's considered a pass, right? Idea signaled the start. The soldiers attacked. Adele activated Swap 2. In a second, he was behind Idea, pressing his sword to her throat. Is that a pass, instructor? His breath hot against her nape. Idea. He thought dozens of meters separated us before, but now distance is nothing. At first I only moved a few meters. This is a breakthrough. Now I can destroy an enemy base easily. Adele took pride in his ability. Idea laughed. Now I see why I was told to watch you. She pushed his sword away. You're through. Go back to your place. Adele replied, yes, I understand. He wondered whether it was hostility or curiosity that excited them. Which part of me provoked them? They haven't realized who I am, right? Sheathed his sword. He couldn't stop thinking. Idea said, now you see what the students do. Those who fail will have extra lessons. The remark made the class more fearful. The soldiers continued to attack. Adele observed they performed the basics very well, as expected of the demon race. Ordinary humans lack power, so it's understandable. But they only took down a few when the instructor directly controlled them. The soldiers switched weapons and targeted the student. A student screamed, ow, that must hurt. He leaped up, I'll jump over all of you. But the soldiers switched to bows and fired directly. He fell with a cry, everyone helpless. Adele thought Swap 2 was too strong. With this skill he could aim for top of the class. He confidently grasped his goal. The next student, Samuel, stepped forward. Samuel stepped up to Adele, barking coldly, move aside. Adele thought, it's Samuel's turn. Let's see if his arrogant nature matches up. Samuel emitted a blue light around his body. Adele awaited. He gathered magic and released it. The power affected the entire training ground, causing Adele to be impacted. Samuel swept away the soldiers in an instant. Adele was astonished. Is this magic? The unique ability of greed, a bizarre skill. It devours everything. He thought he'd let him take the top spot for now. Idea flicked her hand lightly, and Samuel's magic dissipated. She said, well, understandable. A teacher will never be defeated by a student. You blew everything away except me. Impressive, enough to shock me for a second. But sadly, you missed. Samuel froze for a moment. Idea snapped her fingers. A troop of soldiers appeared instantly. She said, I told you if you don't kill the leader, the soldiers will always find a replacement. No matter how many you kill, they'll be like this. At least 200 soldiers marched in. Idea praised, your magic is quite strong for a first year. Samuel's hands trembled. Angrily, he stepped back to his place, face full of discontent, but accepting the result. Passing by, he glanced at Adele. Adele thought his confident face had made him angry. Adele said, Samuel, overconfidence is why you fail. If you'd focused on the objective like me, you would have passed easily. Prone laughed loudly, ha ha. Finally, it's my turn. Adele thought, Prone of the 7 deadly sins. Wonder how she'll get through. Students murmured. Prone pointed at the soldiers. You miserable lackeys. How dare you block my path? She chuckled ho-ho, but remained standing without moving. Everyone wondered what she was doing. Prone turned pale with fear. What should I do? Adele thought, as expected, Prone, child of lust, doesn't fight directly. She controls minions like a queen bee. Without minions, she can do nothing. Prone remained terrified and motionless. Adele thought she needed to do something. Suddenly, Prone turned her head with pleading eyes. Help me. My slave. Adele was surprised by her action. He was flustered. Slave, people around whispered. Did she just call him a slave? Adele stared at Prone, thinking nonstop, that's a crazy thing to say. Oh, what is she thinking to say that? Prone turned back and shouted, hurry and help me. Idea wore a stern expression and ordered 2 subordinates to step forward. Prone fearfully stepped backward. Screaming help, Adele realized she had no defensive ability. Could it be she couldn't bolster herself? But a thought flashed, impossible, maybe she has a special reason. On the other side, Prone endured a barrage of blows. Helplessly crying, Adele saved me. Another source of energy drew Adele's attention. He turned around, saw a girl treating a young man's wounds. He said, thanks a lot. She replied, it's nothing, I'm glad you're not badly hurt. Adele was surprised, healing magic. But that is a power used only by humans. So this child must be a half-demon. Unexpected to be in the same class as someone with rare healing talent. I don't remember her name, but I need to connect with her. Should I approach now? Idea raised her voice. Student Prone asked for your help. Now that the test is over, helping her up would be good. Adele replied immediately. Oh, understood, I'm coming. In truth, he scolded Prone in his head. She picked the wrong moment and ruined my chance. Seeing Prone's shabby appearance, he teased. You useless Prone, she cried, ouch, it hurts. Adele tore off the disguise. Please stand up, it's over. Prone sat up, tears overflowing, her body covered in wounds, sniffling. You saw everything. He feigned innocence. What are you talking about? Prone shouted angrily. Don't pretend, you slave. Adele replied. Well, I find you weaker than a slave. Prone flew into rage, wishing to rip him apart. Are you mocking me? Idea commanded, all right, clean up. Everyone focus. The result was as predicted. Idea said, you did well in the first lesson. Experiences like this are important to know your place. Mistakes help you support each other and coordinate perfectly in battle. Samuel ground his teeth, frowning in anger. Adele thought, hearing the explanation, at the Human Royal Academy. Students are sorted by ability, but at Satan classes are random, so coordination is key. Her Idea emphasized this. Idea spoke loudly, and regarding the only one who beat student Adele, he heard and proudly replied, yes. Her deep eyes full of expectation. I look forward to your progress. Adele replied without hesitation. Thank you. I'll strive to learn. Around him were looks of jealousy and envy. Class ended. Idea turned and returned to the desk for the next lesson. Adele hesitated, thinking. She praised me, right? But why did her tone seem hostile? She always looks for chances to provoke, trying to make herself Prone's slave. Can I build a faction here? The clock struck 10. After Idea's lesson, the following classes proceeded. A teacher in neat uniform stood on the podium. Pleased to meet you, students. I am the teacher in charge of theoretical education. We will study the history of the demon world and human weaknesses. The demon race revolves around the first demon lord. Their body structure is similar to humans. Adele pondered, hit there, and it hurts the same for demons. The teacher announced, next we have a test on today's material. If you don't want to repeat the lesson, memorize it. Adele folded his book. Exhausted, he slumped over the desk. Seriously. It's no different from school before, discouraged at the very start. Seeing everyone laughing and talking happily, he felt dejected, as if separated and alone. Now he had no friends either. Just like before, he shed tears. But he suddenly noticed the girl with healing ability. Cheered up, he thought, that's right, there's that girl. He stepped forward. This time I'll start a conversation. He greeted, nice to meet you, I'm Adele. The looks around him made him uneasy. Wait, why is everyone looking over here? The girl seemed not to notice, absent-mindedly. Yes, nice to meet you. Adele thought when two half-demons do something, it definitely attracts attention. She is uncomfortable. I should leave the conversation for another time. Feeling disrespected, he greeted, I'll talk to you another time then. She flustered, okay, goodbye then. He walked while consoling himself. Maybe I should go to the restroom to replenish mana, or something about being lonely. Before he touched the door, Samuel threw the door wide open. Adele complained, I'm unlucky. Terribly timed. Samuel saw him angrily, so it's you again. Adele didn't want trouble. I was just about to go as well. You go first, I'll go after. But Samuel brushed past. Insulting, you lowly creature, disgusting. Adele couldn't let it go, struck back. Your family must be wonderful, huh? The question angered Samuel. He turned, power erupting, gritting his teeth. What did you say? Adele continued, I mean that to produce talking trash like you. Insults poured out, filthy, petty. Samuel ground his teeth, roared, I'll tear you to 100 pieces. Adele's gaze took on a deadly look, a cruel plot forming. Unlike Balton, this one showed pure hatred. If he blocks the plan, better eliminate him now. Power between them surged, ready to fight to the death, looking at Samuel's hand full of sharp spikes. Adele thought, crazy, if I use magic, no one would mind if I blew his arm off. Suddenly a teacher appeared. Stop right there. Class is about to begin. Both of you take your seats. Like a bucket of cold water dousing the flames, both were surprised. Adele thought, when did he get here? The fighting flame died out. Both Adele and Samuel were surprised. When did he arrive? They simultaneously withdrew their fierce auras, but signs of the confrontation were temporarily set aside. Nevertheless, tension still hung in the air. Adele knew Samuel wouldn't give up easily, at least not yet. The newly appeared teacher was introduced as magic instructor Roble. Adele immediately paid attention to his sudden appearance and calm demeanor, which made him wary, but he told himself that someone entrusted to teach at Satan Academy must be a master. If so, learning magic from him would be an opportunity not to be underestimated. In this world, magic is not an innate gift, but a skill that can be trained, even academic in nature. Robolt emphasized that to learn magic effectively, one must understand attributes. He explained the 4 basic elements: earth, water, wind, fire as the foundation of all magic. Combined with darkness and light, 6 attributes in total make up the current magic system. Robolt added that most people possess only one attribute. Adele wondered whether his mixed heritage made him an exception. He pondered the 2 bloodlines within him. On his father's side, the Bear family was famed for the darkness attribute, but on his mother's side, the Arson family, he was completely in the dark. It had never been made clear. After the introduction, Robolt announced the lesson would center on identifying mana attributes. He instructed students to place their hands on a special orb one by one, which changed color according to mana attributes. Students queued up to step forward in order. Adele chose to stand back and observe. Each person placed their hand, and the orb changed color. Robolt announced red for fire, blue for water, green for wind, brown for earth. The process went quickly without issue. When it was Adele's turn, before Adele could step up, Robolt called his name direct, which startled him. Adele was astonished. How did he know his name? On guard, he slowly stepped forward and placed his hand on the orb. Immediately an odd color appeared. Half black, half gray, the whole class fell silent. Robolt's face changed. He stared at the orb in shock. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, he explained black represented darkness often seen in high-level demons. But gray was extremely rare, almost never seen. Adele tilted his head. Doesn't the teacher know what that color is? Robolt shook his head. No, I know it, only surprised by how rare it is. He continued, gray symbolizes chaos, magic that does not follow natural laws, and even breaks the world's fundamental principles. Adele stood motionless, his mind shaken. The word chaos echoed in his thought. As the creator of this world in the original novel, he had never imagined this attribute. Now he himself carried something that hadn't existed in the original manuscript. Magic that defied natural order could also be the key to his special abilities. But for now, Adele focused on the darkness, which he was certain he could control. While lost in thought, he sensed eyes watching him from behind. Turning around, he saw Prone standing behind him. She stood still, clearly using stealth techniques but was detected. Her face showed surprise. She hadn't expected Adele to notice. But in a blink, her expression shifted to coldness and anger. Prone snapped, "Hey, what the hell were you thinking?" The question cut like a knife, causing Adele to falter. He feigned ignorance. "What do you mean?" But she wasn't easily fooled. Her gaze was sharp, without a trace of trust. She accused Adele of deliberately provoking Samuel. Adele defended himself. "I just couldn't stand being bullied," she snorted, mocking. Her gaze narrowed like a blade. "The person you provoked is no minor figure. He belongs to the Acceleration's 7 deadly sins." Adele retorted, "Outsiders can't intervene in Satan Academy, so they're not worth worrying about." He intended to end it, but she grew more annoyed. She sighed, speaking as to an ignorant child. "Clearly you don't understand anything." She was about to say that boy's family actually, but stopped mid-sentence, leaving it hanging with meaning. Turning to leave, she left one line, "Anyway, be careful from now on." Adele watched her figure fade, his head spinning. What was she about to say? Could Samuel's family be notorious for brutal revenge? Her tone wasn't merely threatening but dangerous, complexities far beyond personal grudge. Adele shook his head, pushing the thought aside. The last class was about to start. He needed to focus. The swordsmanship instructor entered. His face scowled as if the whole world owed him. Without greeting, he scolded, "Normally at this level you lot don't deserve to sit here." He was harsh. During previous training, even when basic practice only activated 10%, then 5%, all groups except the first 8 were wiped out. Words that cut at the student's pride. Adele thought, "He's intentionally provoking." The instructor declared coldly, "From today I teach how to hold a sword, so that when you die you at least take one opponent to the grave." The lesson began with running on the field, real physical torture. He explained the foundation of swordsmanship is physical fitness. Technique may be good, but with endurance, strength multiplies 2 or 3 times. Training was brutal. Before long, students were panting, their legs burning after each lap. "How many laps until it's over?" "It's the 20th lap already," groans echoed. Some tried to cheat using magic, but not undetected by the instructor. He shouted, "Push-up punishment," then ordered them to run again from the start. No one dared argue. The nightmare continued. Adele smirked inwardly. Rich kids always find ways to cheat. He recalled when he first transmigrated into this body, causing chaos without cheap tricks. Finally, the instructor announced the final lap, lap 50. Whoever completes 50 laps may return to the dorm. Those who don't must stay for extra training. Adele breathed out. Today's psychological strain had worn down his body. He was exhausted. He just wanted to get to his room and throw himself on the bed to sleep. On the way back to the dorm, Adele froze. His whole body tensed as someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. Turning around, his heart pounding, ready to react. Seeing the person in front of him clearly, Adele's eyes widened, stunned. What is she doing here? He was bewildered. Turning around in a state of panic, seeing Miss Renee made him wonder what she was doing here at this time. With chestnut hair tinged with red and a gentle smile, Adele greeted her with a smile, then asked lightly, "Are you on your way back to the dorm?" "It's the first day of classes. How do you find it?" But Renee said nothing. That silence made Adele uneasy. Was someone in class bothering her? And that earlier scene was indeed easy to misinterpret. Finally, Renee only said coldly, "You still lack training." Then unexpectedly suggested, "Do some light exercises to loosen up." "Train with me." Adele was completely surprised by the invitation. Nevertheless, Renee's face had a hint of eagerness as she asked further, "You'll help me, won't you?" Adele fell silent, his expression unclear whether reluctant or consenting. Finally, he let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself that this girl truly never seems to get tired. Seeing a nearby training area for students, Renee pointed toward it. "Hurry over there, you'll still make it on time." Adele nodded lightly, while thinking that training with a descendant of the 7 deadly sins would be tiring but certainly beneficial. They entered a spacious building together. Adele glanced around, then blurted out, "It's really big." Inside, the training equipment was fully equipped, and other students were diligently practicing. Adele nodded. With these facilities, his physical fitness would definitely improve considerably. Seeing a large barbell piled with heavy plates, he asked, "Let's start with this one," then suggested she try first, watching the clearly substantial weight as he spoke. With some confidence mixed with pride, he reassured Renee, "I've trained for years, this is nothing." Then he stepped up, bending into position to lift the barbell. Veins in his neck bulging, facial muscles tensing, he strained with all his might to lift the bar, letting out a hoarse groan. Miss Renee stood with her arms crossed, watching coldly. Finally, she let out a curt comment, "Too weak, don't push it, be careful not to tear something." Adele gritted his teeth in silence, cursing inwardly this damned body. After so many years of confinement, his current fitness really couldn't withstand such pressure. He collapsed onto both hands, panting, sweat dripping onto the floor. Without the slightest concern for his struggle, Renee walked over as if nothing, bent down to grab the barbell and casually said, "This kind." Then with a light hop she lifted the barbell up from above her head with no difficulty. Adele gaped in astonishment. What the hell? Such strength was truly incomparable. He realized that even using his full raw power he might not catch up to her. He needed to train more seriously. A determined smile quietly formed on Adele's lips. 2 hours passed under the harsh afternoon sun. Finally he approached Renee, who was still lifting weights at this point. "It's late, we should stop." Renee set the barbell down with a solid thud. Not objecting, she only nodded, then said, "Okay." Adele gently said, "I'll escort you to the dorm gate." She didn't refuse, simply walked silently beside him. Along the way he observed quietly, thinking to himself that she had clearly been training a lot lately, curious about Renee's current condition. When she briefly turned into the changing room, Adele quickly activated a special skill. A blue glowing interface appeared before his hand displaying Renee's status information. The display showed: Half-demon race, chaotic alignment, transposition talent level 2, traits curious and easily immersed, high killing intent, darkness attribute, mana control, arrogant gaze. Adele looked at the info panel filled with indescribable feelings of surprise and interest. Someone like her was certainly not simple. Renee's mana stat on the interface rose from 1297 to 1321. Adele noticed all other stats barely changed. Only mana increased by exactly 24 points. He mused that despite Renee's nightly persistence training mana control, her growth rate remained frustratingly slow. Indeed, this was the slowest development phase. He sighed inwardly and briefly considered buying some potion or something to help accelerate her cultivation. But before he could think further, Renee's voice came from behind. "I'm done changing." Adele turned, slightly surprised by her quickness. Renee frowned at him. "What are you doing?" Adele regained his composure and smiled lightly. "Ah, it's nothing. Shall we head back?" After training, he escorted Renee to the women's dormitory gate. He said goodbye, "Rest well." Renee nodded slightly. He did the same, "Good night," then she went inside. Adele watched her go, letting out a heavy sigh. His body felt about to fall apart from exhaustion. From the start of the day it had indeed been overwhelming. He decided to return to the men's dorm to rest. Climbing the grand staircase of the luxurious building, recalling the instructions to turn right after going up the stairs, he pulled out his admission letter to confirm the room. Room 407. Adele muttered, his gaze swept the fourth-floor hallway, then quickly found his room. Standing at the door, he wondered who his roommate would be. Secretly hopping it would be someone skilled and pleasant, maybe even an ally. This could be the first male friend I make in the demon world. The thought made him a bit excited. Taking a breath, he pushed the door, smiling friendly. "Hello, nice to meet you," his voice caught, the smile freezing as his eyes met the person lounging on the bed. Samuel was casually sucking a lollipop. Samuel looked up, surprise shifting to disgust. His green eyes narrowed with killing intent. Both shouted in unison, "What the hell? Why are you here?" Adele nearly collapsed into the doorframe, clutching his forehead, tapping his hand nervously. He couldn't believe that among hundreds of students he'd been assigned this roommate. Samuel was no less enraged. He bit the candy hard until it shattered, clearly not pleased. The two adversaries exchanged looks, the air thick with hostility as if a spark could ignite a brawl. From the bed Samuel curled his lip in contempt. "Filthy hybrid scum." Adele remained near the door, teeth clenched, wrestling with whether to make the bastard leave immediately. But he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, exhaling heavily, then walked to the desk, intending to set his things down. Samuel sprang up, fists clenched, shouted, "Want to fight right now?" Adele laughed scornfully, shook his head. "Are you crazy? Fight here in the dormitory," he said sarcastically, then calmly turned away. "I'm just stepping out for a bit." Samuel didn't reply, only stared with murderous eyes. As his hand touched the doorknob, Adele casually threw out, "Enjoy your rest," then decisively stepped out. The door shut with a dry click. Inside, Samuel ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn unlucky bastard." Outside on the campus grounds, Adele sighed again. He had hoped to relax, yet he had to share a room with that guy, truly no peace. He decided to take a walk and return after Samuel fell asleep. Walking slowly along the tree-lined paths of Satan Academy, he thought about Samuel's strange hatred. He's not a descendant of wrath, yet always like he's ready to erupt. He shook his head irritably, truly baffling, but a thought flashed. Wait, Samuel is a descendant of gluttony, so his anger might be instinctual, like I have a chaotic inclination. Adele recalled the concept of intrinsic alignment that Master Robolt had mentioned. What exactly is chaos? Is it a mana attribute or something deep? He intended to query the magic resource info to look it up, but shook his head. If it knew anything about chaos, it would have said when teaching skills. Buying extra seals would just be a waste of money. Frustrated by the lack of information, Adele sought a quiet spot to practice his mana purification skill. He wandered into a small grove near the east field. Under the blazing evening sky, his gaze unconsciously rose to a tree. A small bird perched on a high branch, Adele muttered, a sparrow. But on closer look he shook his head, not exactly a sparrow. After all, there were still birds here, how interesting. He thought that even within Satan Academy, grounds creatures from outside, the city could still fly in freely. Suddenly the bird's eyes flashed red, startling Adele. He quietly took note. Night fell. Adele gently opened the door to room 407. He exhaled in relief, seeing Samuel asleep, tucked under the blanket. Good, asleep means peace. Utterly exhausted, he couldn't be bothered to tidy up, tossed his bag aside, collapsed onto the bed, sighed, dead tired, could drop right now. Though his body was wrecked, he still thought he should practice mana a bit before sleep. Lying on his back on the pillow, Adele regulated his breathing and focused his mind. Mana flowed gently through his body, but his consciousness drifted towards sleep. Suddenly a pitch-black figure loomed over the bed. It was Samuel, his eyes glowing green, eerily staring at him as if trying to pierce his mind. Meanwhile, Adele knew nothing and slept soundly. Samuel's face was full of contempt. In his head he thought bitterly that even asleep that guy looked stupid and annoying. Irritation swelled as old memories flooded back. The sneers and insults Adele had hurled at him, even slandering his family. Samuel clenched his fist and swore inwardly that even if he was wrong, he would never apologize first. He exhaled in frustration. So many things to worry about, now having to waste time on this trashy name. Then an unexpected image appeared. Adele in class yesterday, exuding intense, almost terrifying presence. The other figures standing with him made Samuel's chest ache as if being squeezed. This feeling I've experienced before, but why appear now? Suddenly a stabbing pain tore through his rib. Samuel collapsed, groaning in pain. He clutched his stomach, eyes wide with horror. Damn it, has gluttony's binge begun again? Cold sweat poured out as he gritted his teeth and endured. The ravenous hunger spiraled out of control. His belly faintly pulsed with a murky green energy, nauseating like a toxin eating away inside. His body felt drained to the point of collapse. Just as Adele stirred in his sleep, mumbling something, Samuel turned, eyes full of irritation, starving with every passing moment yet forced to stare at that smug face until morning. He truly wanted to punch Adele's weary mouth. Samuel flopped onto the edge of the bed, groaning softly as the pain still tormented. Morning came. The clock tower bell rang to signal class time. Adele sat up, yawned softly, stretched. What time is it? Is it just morning? Sunlight poured through the large window. The clock ticked evenly in the quiet space. Adele looked out the window, his eyes brightening. It's the bird from yesterday. The small bird perched on the branch was identical to the one from the evening before. A faint, sharp smile spread across his face. In Satan, strict about foreign creatures, yet this still prowls around. He frowned, suspecting someone was watching him. The conclusion came reflexively, yet he remained calm. Adele stretched by the window as the wooden frame creaked slightly. In his mind, he considered that it might be Instructor Ares, the one who suspected him most. He scanned with mana to check. It wasn't an illusion, it was a real living creature. After a moment, he decided to try tamming it with food. He reached out and waved gently, cooing, "Come here." But glancing at the clock, Adele saw breakfast time was almost over. He muttered that Samuel had probably gone to eat. He must go too or starve. He left the window, still thinking about the strange bird and whoever stood behind it. Briefly flustered at not remembering where the mess hall was, he ended up late to class. A female instructor entered, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, class." Adele sat down and silently sighed. "I got lost finding the mess hall and missed breakfast." His stomach empty, he wondered if he could concentrate in class hungry like this. The instructor, a gray-haired woman with wavy hair, stepped onto the podium holding the attendance book seriously. Today during homeroom she has an important announcement. Is everyone present? Adele frowned suspiciously. What important announcement? The instructor continued. Today we will choose the class representative. The class buzzed with noise. Adele widened his eyes, thinking to himself, class representative. A pale blue-haired student raised a hand. Teacher, how is the class representative chosen? The instructor smiled enigmatically. At first I planned to let you vote, but on second thought I'll appoint one. The room fell silent for a beat. A horned female student sprang up, a pink aura glittering like a stage effect. An absolutely brilliant decision. Adele was startled, recognizing her as Prone, just like in the novel. He smiled faintly. With that personality, I certainly wouldn't be class rep. Prone turned down and declared boldly, "From now on let me lead this class. Serve me like your king." Adele silently nodded. Prone was a reasonable choice, though slightly lacking in intellect. Her charisma and coercive ability were unmatched. Another student spoke up. Why not let Adele be class rep? He seems pretty capable. Prone shot a contemptuous glance. Please, someone half-blood like him wanting to be class rep. The discussion grew lively. Someone asked, what about Samuel? Prone frowned and shrugged. He's too scary. Adele smiled slightly, feeling warmed. He hadn't expected his performance earlier to leave an impression. Being named like this felt good. Prone puffed her chest smugly. Whatever anyone says, I remain the clear choice. Come on, teacher, announce it. The instructor exhaled and said decisively, the class representative is not student Prone. Prone gaped, her blue eyes widening in shock. She shouted, what? The instructor smiled and looked toward the red-haired boy near the window. The class representative is Adele. Adele was stunned into silence. He looked around, his mind in knots. What, why me, a half-demon like me as class rep? Before his thoughts finished, the instructor's voice with eyes faintly glowing blue rang out. Adele, do your best to lead the class well. A student cheered excitedly. Go Adele, the class rep. Adele, still dazed, awkwardly replied, yes, he thought to himself, I haven't even had breakfast. The instructor nodded and announced she had to teach another class, leaving a few instructions. She said to prepare for the midterm exam. Lessons will focus on practical combat training. The whole class buzzed with whispers and students stirred. She continued, training will be divided into groups of 3. Form your groups before the end of the day. A pink-haired girl near Adele put her hand to her chin, appearing to think carefully. Adele closed his eyes and pondered the exam and practical combat. He deduced that if it's practical combat at Satan, the likelihood is high that it involves killing. Fighting here meant eliminating the enemy. The instructor ended the period with a reminder, student Prone. Prone looked up curiously. Yes. The teacher's voice was gentle, but her gaze full of authority. If you address me disrespectfully again, you will be given priority for remedial lessons. Understood. Prone flinched and froze, her arrogant smile deflated like a punctured balloon. With just one sentence, the instructor put her in her place. Adele watched and smiled slightly, thinking this teacher knows how to bring people down to earth. Before leaving class, she reminded the class rep to submit the group list in the final period and smiled, wishing everyone good studies. Adele was now officially the class rep. Watching her leave, he mused about practical combat. He stroked his chin, maybe use the puppet training like before, but shook his head and dismissed the thought. Based on the storyline, it's not yet the academy attacking humans. Current training is only preparation. Anyway, the priority was forming teams. Adele's gaze swept across the class. Stopped at the pink-haired girl near him. He smirked, almost finished choosing teammates. In the hallway outside the classroom, as the homeroom teacher departed, she walked into the view of 2 figures lying in wait. A tall man with spiky purple hair, a black cross tattoo on his neck, a cold face, murderous intent. He walked with heavy steps. In another room, instructor Idea was writing documents when the door was flung open. She looked up, calm-eyed. So you're here. The man Ares snarled angrily. What the hell are you thinking? Idea only smiled faintly. It's been a long time since I've seen your serious face. Worth it, isn't it? The light remark only inflamed Ares more. He snapped impatiently. I'm not here to listen to your idle talk. He slammed his hand on the table with a sharp crash. Why appoint that brat as class rep? Idea kept a steady tone. You already know about what happened this morning. She smiled. You really do have an information network all over Satan. Ares gritted his teeth, eyes like knives. You must understand the implications of letting him be class rep. Idea nodded without hesitation. Of course I understand. But Ares shouted, even temporarily handing control of Class A to him is like handing over the whole world. Are you insane? He slammed the table, shaking with anger. Grit your teeth. It's not too late. Replace him now or else. He left the threat hanging, blatant intimidation. Idea did not flinch from his blade-like gaze. She looked back calmly yet firmly. She didn't need to shout. Her steadiness said it all. Ares buried his head, raking his hair in despair. My God, this is enough to drive me mad. Idea continued calmly. I like that student, she explained. He has outstanding ability, but isn't arrogant like those descendants of the 7 sins. Moreover, his status is guaranteed by the bear's family, clear identity, and back. But Ares was unconvinced. He pressed, clear status doesn't mean trustworthiness. You should know that better than anyone. He added, the most dangerous sword is the blind one. Idea sighed softly, arms crossed. I will take care of my class myself. Don't interfere anymore, though I'm a new instructor. I trust my eye for choosing people. Ares slammed his hand on the table in anger, but gave no reply, quietly left the room, leaving a fuming Idea alone. As she disappeared, he spat a curse. Damn. He growled inwardly with regret. I should have taken that class. Leaving someone so dangerous to her was a mistake. A fleeting memory surfaced. A half-blood who left an unforgettable wound in a brutal battle. He thought the aura Adele gave off yesterday was too similar to that person. The probability that he is a descendant may be low, but it's too coincidental to ignore. I haven't clarified what he wants. Just then, a small bird landed on Ares's shoulder, chirping. He turned his head, eyes cold, still nothing unusual so far. But do not take your eyes off him for even a second, understood? Elsewhere, seemingly the library, a group of students chatted noisily. A pale purple-haired boy with pointed ears smiled. Beside him, someone with a dark neck tattoo, and a blonde student with small horns looked friendly. The atmosphere was mundane and warm like student friendships. None of them knew they were being closely watched with every movement. In class during break, everyone bustled to form groups. Adele sat still observing the lively scene. He smiled slightly, half joking, half sad. I'm class rep, and still no one invited me to a group. Maybe it's because my face looks suspicious. Just then a student stepped forward hesitantly. Hey, do you want to form a group with me? Samuel, sitting nearby with another student, glanced over and said coldly, just don't drag me down. The other student turned to thank Samuel and introduce his friend. Adele watched them both and sighed inwardly. Even he got invited, yet I'm still sitting here like the odd one out. Adele sighed in resignation, accepting the truth. If he kept waiting to be invited, he'd never get a team. A snake good at twisting wrists, he stood up determinedly. His gaze landed on the pink-haired girl he had noticed before. He stepped forward and said simply, "Hi." The girl startled slightly, a small surprised sound escaping her. Adele said calmly, "I just scanned your mana. Sorry if I startled you, but I noticed your mana level is quite good and you have healing skills, very suitable for forming a team." He smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Adele. We've met before, remember?" Then asked, "Have you found a team yet?" The girl, flustered, replied softly, "Not yet, I don't have one." Adele immediately nodded. "Great, then tell me your name." After a brief hesitation, she answered softly, "Luna." Adele smiled lightly, such a cute name. He tilted his head and invited directly, "So join my team. It's beneficial to work with the class rep." Luna widened her eyes, embarrassed. "This is a bit sudden." Adele kept the initiative, leaning in to lower his voice as if whispering. "There isn't much time left before the final period to submit the group list." He added softly and tactfully, "Besides, we're both half demons. We'll coordinate well together." Luna made a small, astonished sound. Adele concluded, "Just say yes and we're a team from now on." She didn't reply, but he treated her silence as consent, nodding, "Good decision." At that moment, Prone, the horned girl at the next desk, spoke mockingly, "What's so brilliant about that decision?" Adele turned his head and inwardly groaned. Her again. Prone laughed loudly with a sly look. "So you still don't have a team?" She tossed her hair and declared proudly, "Fine. I will generously allow you to join. From now on, serve under my banner." Adele replied flatly, "Luna and I just formed a team. Could you return to your seat, please?" Prone answered, "Don't be ridiculous. I heard everything from behind." Meanwhile, Luna blushed, swept into this mess. Prone remained unmoved and proclaimed forcefully, "No matter what, I will not recognize you as class rep. The one who should truly lead is me." Adele thought to just refuse outright, but Prone clung like a leech. Finally, Adele conceded, "Fine, you can join. The condition is you are team leader." But in his mind, he planned that every decision of hers must be approved by him first. After all, she is a descendant of the 7 sins. Better to keep her close to monitor. Prone, unaware of his calculations, beamed radiantly. "Trust the leader and follow me," confident and proud. Just as Adele predicted, he nodded slightly, thinking to himself that he was still leading her. A week later, sitting at the table, Adele stared at the glowing green status board. Mana increased from 1321 to 1332. "At least it's a slight increase," he noted, but he muttered, "It's still not enough. Must find a way to get water elixirs soon." Mana was manageable, but he still didn't understand what the chaos attribute meant. Hopefully, this week's magic class would have clues. A weary aura emanated from him. Thinking of other matters, Kralativ, the small dragon-shaped relic, sleeping quietly in its box, recently unstable, it seemed he had to carry it with him. Adele sighed. Everything was getting messier. Mana unstable, chaos uncontrolled, and now an artifact. But he felt one relief: Samuel unusually quiet. He glanced at his roommate, who only snorted vaguely unreadable. Despite mounting worries, Adele held a thin thread of optimism that things would get better. The next morning, the clock tower bell rang to signal class. The instructor entered with a bright smile. "Good morning, everyone." Adele glanced at her, thinking she looked unusually happy today. There must be good news. Idea clapped her hands. "Today's lesson is a bit special. We're going outside for practical combat training." Adele raised an eyebrow. "Finally, it's time for practical combat." Idea explained, "We are leaving Satan for an area called Oregon." Adele's eyes widened. He remembered clearly. In the storyline, Oregon is a prison where humans fought between humans and demons. No one returns. We are heading to a detention camp. He thought. Idea continued brightly, We will travel by interdimensional spaceship. Follow me. Students buzzed excitedly. Going out. Sounds fun, not a holiday but a trip. Adele glanced around, sighed. His expression darkened. Everyone is excited just thinking going out to learn is fun. If they knew what Oregon was, they'd be stunned. More importantly, the thing waiting in Oregon is what matters for training. A special opportunity the original novel's protagonist was supposed to discover. If I go first, I could get to it first. But he worried whether he could find it without revealing himself to so many eyes. He knew the Oregon guards were not ordinary. While pondering, Prone appeared, smiling teasingly. What's up? Why is your face frozen like a statue? She giggled, tilted her head casually. First time training outdoors. Excited, aren't you? Adele nodded, Prone surprised. Huh, you worry too. She glanced at his gloomy look, thinking you seem dark yet still get nervous. She puffed her chest proudly. Don't forget your super captain is here. Just follow me and it's fine. Adele sighed inwardly. She really never tires. But he smirked, thinking, let's see if she stays so confident when we get to Oregon. Still, he admitted her noise made him feel lighter. The interdimensional ship sped along, its wheels throwing sparks of magic through the gloomy space. Sitting in the cabin, Adele looked through the foggy window. The purple-hued scenery drifted coldly past. Before him, Oregon loomed as a huge cold fortress, standing like a scar across the world. Adele clenched his fist, his gaze sharp. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whatever happens, I must seize it. The locomotive roared, sparks flew from the wheels as it thundered into the station, while an announcement sounded, "Passengers, we have arrived at Oregon. Please disembark safely." The voice echoed through the carriages. Adele and the other students disembarked, standing before a massive structure, majestic under the ridged purple sky. Idea told the group, "All right, everyone, we have arrived. Please follow me closely. This is the human detention camp Oregon," she declared, her eyes scanning the anxious faces. Observing the cage-like reinforced structures, a student remarked on the tense atmosphere, while another expressed unease, asking if they were really training here because he had a bad feeling about the place. Idea, with a prominent expression and confident smile, confirmed, "Yes, this is your training site, Oregon," she added reassuringly. "No battles are expected, so don't worry too much." Though Renee's eyes reflected something contrary, Adele remained silently skeptical, knowing full well what might happen. It would be a sick pleasure if he ever saw it, a sarcastic thought he kept to himself. As they approached, 3 stern-faced guards in dark uniforms with red armbands blocked their way. One of them asked, "Are you from Satan?" his tone curt and suspicious. Idea replied calmly, "Yes, here is our permit." She presented the documents while Adele noted inwardly that the guard seemed high-level. The pressure radiating from him was no joke, a definite power. The guard checked the permit and ordered, verified, "Please follow me." His tone left no room for questions. Another man, perhaps a guide or lower-ranking guard, signaled, "Okay, this way." He gestured them into the darkness. The students followed, stepping through oppressive dark corridor. A giant centipede scuttled across the floor unnoticed. But desperate cries from the invisible cells rang out, "Please save me. I don't want to die." A choked voice, followed by another, "Please release me." Words filled with despair. Prone looked around uncertainly, while another worriedly asked, "What is this place?" Her voice trembled. Another student pinched his nose, complaining it smelled strange. His companion added that it felt like something was about to jump out, his eyes wide with fear. Adele watched their reactions with a faint smile, thinking it seemed they were finally reacting. A grim satisfaction touched his mind. Samuel then coldly told them, "Don't gather in front of me. Move on," his tone icy. Adele quietly noted Samuel seemed unshaken and concluded he truly was strange. As he continued leading the group deeper into the frightening facility, the students proceeded further into the grotesque. Adele reacted to an invisible stimulus with a look of surprise. But then Idea announced to all the students, "We have finally arrived at the training site." Her voice cut through the tense silence. They stood looking down at a vast multi-tiered prison complex, the atmosphere purple and full of despair. Adele noticed shocked expressions on his classmates' faces, saying grimly, "This is the true nature of Oregon, hell," the words hanging like a shroud. Images flashed of the prisoners, gaunt and bloodied behind bars. Their forms hardly resembled humans anymore. Idea confidently stepped forward to explain, "As you can see, this is the prison for humans who attacked the demon kingdom. Each person here has killed at least one demon. Hardened criminals, some even pregnant women or children," she said in a cold tone. She gestured toward a gaunt chained prisoner before them, continuing with a smirk, "You are probably curious about your training. Look closely, everyone." Her eyes flashed with anticipation. Black energy swirled around her as she approached the panicked prisoner. He emitted choked sounds of utter terror. Grasping his face, she commanded, "Now swallow your silence and it will be over quickly." As a glowing blue orb appeared in her hand, trembling with malevolent energy. The students watched in horror, Luna covered her mouth as the prisoner emitted muffled cries of pain. Suddenly, the prisoner screamed as his head began to swell and convulse violently, spraying onto the stone floor with a revolting sound that echoed in the sudden silence. Adele flinched, emitting a gagging sound under his breath. Idea, wearing a smug expression, explained the assignment simply. All you have to do is kill a human in your own way. Simple, right? She asked, her gaze sweeping over the pale faces. Some students immediately vomited, the sight and sound too much to bear. However, Adele remained oddly calm, his expression hidden as he thought. Even after witnessing such brutal death, he strangely felt unaffected, perhaps because he had synchronized Adele. With a cold awareness, he reaffirmed his resolve. No matter how much worse things get, his goals will not change. He will survive to the end, fix this world's damned ending, and fulfill Adele's wish. This silent vow bolstered his composure. Idea then turned to the class rep. She asked, any final words, her tone taunting. Adele, as class rep, stepped up to a cell where a gaunt prisoner, chained and curled up, he held a glowing dagger that looked sinister. Adele was silent for a moment before asking calmly, any last words before it's over, his voice devoid of emotion. The prisoner, eyes blazing with hatred, spat defiantly. The only thing I regret is not being able to kill more of you demons. We humans will wipe out every demon, he shouted with determined voice. Adele, expression unfeeling and smeared with blood from the previous execution, stabbed the dagger into the prisoner without a word, thinking to himself that killing him after hearing that made him even more satisfied. A dark thought flashed through his mind. Adele turned and asked, is that enough? Idea clapped slowly and commented, perfect. Her lips curved into a satisfied smile. Then she told the remaining students, now as your class rep, please enter a cell and begin training, her voice ringing with authority. However, she quickly added, demi-human students, please stand to the side a bit, her sharp gaze fixed on them. The pink-haired girl Luna and another male student visibly distressed by this sudden discrimination. Idea ordered, please stand over here, signaling to a specific area. Adele observed only the demi-humans were separated. So there are more than just him and Luna in this class, but Luna looked truly unwell, he noted with detached concern. Idea then revealed with a cruel smile that the students here had specific prisoners to kill. Her words dripping malice, she gestured toward a row of gaunt figures kneeling below. Adele immediately realized, his expression stiffening, these prisoners were half demons, a fact that sent a chill down his spine. Idea continued, her voice cruel, you need to prove something, that you are different from these traitors, she hissed, her eyes merciless. One of the male demi-human students, his face twisted with anger and perhaps fear, suddenly shouted, you don't know how much we've suffered because of you, and violently kicked one of the demi-human prisoners with brutal force. Another joined in shouting, why do you deserve to live, just die, his voice breaking with a mix of rage and frenzy. Adele watched the horrific scene unfold, his expression grim as he thought, so it's begun, the air growing heavier. A cold shriek echoed through the prison, underscoring the harsh reality of the training. As other demi-human students attacked the prisoners brutally, Samuel's eyes glowed with a strange blue light. He unleashed a terrifying blue shadow entity and ordered it to devour them, his voice resonating with dark power. The entity lunged at a panicked prisoner. His screams were cut off abruptly. Luna, the pink-haired girl, cried out in pain, clutching her head as tears streamed down her face. Overwhelmed by the brutality, Adele watched Samuel's actions, thinking to himself that Samuel didn't need to kill them like that with his magic, wondering whether he was eager to tear humans apart or if this was a show. Luna continued to sob, clearly devastated by the surrounding violence. Adele noted Luna was completely broken. If Idea noticed her like this, it would be very bad. A practical concern arose. Prone stepped up to Idea and said to her, as long as she kills using her own ability, she's okay, right? Seeking clarity on the test parameters, Idea confirmed, yes, that's right, technically. A faint, nearly imperceptible smile appeared on her lips. With a steady gaze, Prone said simply, understood. Then Prone ordered a human, you are now bound to me. Kill the human beside you, her voice absolute and without warmth. Prone did not hesitate to reach toward a gaunt, panicked prisoner, her eyes glowing with a frightening pink light as her power took hold. The prisoner screamed and another cried out, don't do it, their pleas lost in the oppressive atmosphere. Prone remained emotionless as the prisoner choked, life draining away. After a while, Prone asked, finished, her voice even. Idea replied, yes, move on, we can correct weakness over time, her assessment clinical. Adele observed Prone and snorted inwardly, that Prone seemed not to lack hatred for humans, but she was softer than he expected. A surprising observation. Idea then turned her attention to the last demi-human cadet and said to her, now only one remains, Cadet Luna, her voice as cold as ice. Luna gasped, face pale and tearful, still trembling uncontrollably. Idea with a cruel smile ordered, prove who you are. her voice sharp as a blade. Adele looked grim, thinking that if Luna could not complete this training, the consequences would be severe. Luna, eyes wide with fear, whispered, "No, she can't do it. Please let me out of here." Her plea a fragile sound before such brutality. Luna fell to her knees, voice full of despair as she wailed pitifully. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented that she had come here to avenge her mother for a man not even worthy of being called a father, who had lived a life of hell. She could do nothing, her hands clenched uselessly, as if mocking her own helplessness. Adele stepped forward and gently asked, "Are you okay?" Luna looked up, startled by his sudden presence, and asked uncertainly, "Adele." Adele smiled reassuringly and said, "Please wait a moment. I will help you, Luna, with your training." Turning toward a bound prisoner, Adele declared with calm determination, "Now begin." Luna stared, eyes wide and shocked, breath catching in disbelief. Adele then handed Luna a sinister-looking dagger. As he handed it to her, he explained that though fear was natural, she had to do this. Luna trembled with fear, holding the dagger, her hand shaking uncontrollably. Adele gently placed his hand over hers, urging her to relax, softly reassuring, "If you keep moving forward like this, you will be fine." Luna gritted her teeth, face twisted by intense inner conflict. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to find resolve. Adele gently patted her head and offered a simple, comforting word, "Well done." Then with a knowing smile he murmured, "That was almost bad." Elsewhere, Idea stood with arms crossed, expression stern as she stated clearly what would happen to a demi-human who could not kill a human, at best expulsion. At worst something far worse. She approached Adele and Luna, her tone sharp and disapproving. "I don't understand what you're thinking." The class rep silent while Luna looked on worried. Idea continued, "You don't expect her to pass after that, do you?" However, Adele smiled confidently and declared, "Cadet Luna passes." Idea's expression twisted in disbelief. She snapped, "What did you say?" Adele calmly explained, "She clearly said that if we kill a human with our ability we pass. Cadet Luna is the only healer in all of Satan. I'm helping her because I recognize the value of that talent." Idea sneered, a dry laugh. "Ah, unbelievable. So by that logic you mean you wouldn't help a student without talent?" Adele affirmed coldly, "Of course. If they have no talent, I will leave them behind." A subtly calculating smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. Idea's expression hardened. She coldly remarked that he only remembered what he wanted to remember, but she would be sure to remember those words. Then she announced she would go check the others and ordered them both to wait there. As Idea walked away, Adele exhaled in relief and thought to himself, crisis averted. He considered himself lucky his answer pleased Idea. If it had been Ares, Luna would have had no chance. Turning to Luna, who was still recovering, he gently said, "Miss Luna, it seems you passed safe." Luna looked up hopeful and asked, "Really?" Adele nodded reassuringly. Luna flooded with relief, whispering softly, "I understand, thank God." Before collapsing forward fainting, Adele gently caught her and said simply, "It's okay, rest." Then as Luna slept soundly leaning against the wall, Adele stood nearby, a look of determination appearing on his face. Now he thought the real game was beginning, confident because he knew every nook of Oregon and believed he still had time. Observing the patrolling guards, he noted inwardly, predicting the security was very tight. He concluded that to find the opportunity he sought, he needed to go underground. Adele resolved to his purpose and decided to cloak himself in darkness. As black energy swirled around him, he watched with satisfaction. "Oh, it works. I've definitely improved." Confident that the darkness would let him sneak in undetected, he focused on reaching the entrance to the underground tunnel. Moving stealthily through dim corridor, he suddenly froze as a stern-faced guard spun around, his gaze sweeping the area. Adele wondered to himself, "Have I been noticed?" The guard paused, but eventually turned away, seemingly unaware of Adele's presence. Adele exhaled in relief, inwardly impressed by the guard's keen instincts. He sensed a subtle difference, surely a guard from Oregon. Realizing he needed to move quickly, Adele proceeded and soon found his target. "Found it," he whispered. The only empty cell on the first floor had a passage inside. Activating his ability, swap place, move, he teleported into the cell in a quick streak of shadow. Upon landing inside, he immediately recognized a pressure mechanism on the floor. Just as he predicted, hovering in the air before the floor collapsed, he wondered how to go down safe. Recalling the depths reached by protagonists in the novel, he timed it precisely, 12 legs. Just as he neared the bottom, he reactivated his ability, swap place, move, and landed smoothly on his feet as the sound of something breaking through the ground echoed in the dark. He had reached the sewers, next would be. Adele muttered as black energy swirled around him, black poisonous slime. Suddenly, 3 terrifying black poisonous slimes with glowing purple eyes emerged from the darkness. He knew their poison was lethal on contact. Quickly strategizing, He thought in that case, I'll target the slime cores from a distance. With a sharp, focused motion, he unleashed his ability. Dark fangs, black blades drew across. Several blades of dark energy sliced through the slimes, striking their cores with precision. Knowing their weakness made dealing with the black poisonous slimes easy. Standing at the edge of a murky dark pool, he muttered, "Now I just need to dive into this water." Immediately, Adele plunged into the water, sinking deep into the unknown. As he dove, he recalled that according to the novel's protagonist, the final resting place of the great evil was said to be here. But he wondered about this great evil. I never wrote anything like that. He remembered this was where a demon who led a century-old uprising had been sealed. So great evil meant a demon even the demon king could not handle. He wondered, well, I'll find out when I get there. Surfacing from the water, drenched and gasping, Adele looked around and wondered, is this the place? In front of him hung a gruesome white skeleton, chained to the wall. He quickly realized a heart was beating in its chest. The heart inside the white skeleton. Perhaps it held an opportunity. I'm about to get it. Reaching out with silent confidence, his finger moved closer. However, as he closed his eyes to focus, the heart suddenly began beating erratically, glowing with a fierce red light. Alarm surged as his eyes widened. Wait, the heart. He stammered in his mind. Without warning, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, throwing him off balance. Staggering, he thought inwardly, this is insane. The moment shifted from opportunity to chaos, and Adele realized whatever came next would not be easy. For a few brief seconds, the skeleton before Adele seemed to come alive. Its whole body was suddenly pulled into the air, hanging menacingly. Behind it, a radiant golden sigil appeared, shining like the sun. Adele could only stare, stunned. He couldn't believe this was really happening. And that sigil, it looked exactly like his family's tattoo at the nape of his neck. Wait, could the traitor of the demon kingdom have something to do with your family? The skeleton, as if running out of time, began to speak hurriedly, its voice echoing directly into Adele's mind. Child of the Arson house, listen carefully to what I say. If you can hear my thoughts, it means we now bear the same burden. Chaos was born from me. Do not let yourself be swallowed by that chaos. Chaos is what warps the natural order of the world. If you lose yourself chasing its meaning, you will end up like me. With that final warning, the skeleton slowly disintegrated, dispersing into the air as gray dust. The message delivered, its existence vanished. All that remained was the heart and dust. Silence once more. Adele reached out and grabbed it, holding it in his hand and examining it closely. He could feel inside it, a will burning with a fierce desire to destroy. It was surely a final wish passed down from his ancestors. The heart shattered and crumbled in his palm. Curious to see what he had gained from it, Adele quickly opened his status window. His eyes lit up when the words appeared. Soul transfer, a new skill. He couldn't help but shout, soul manipulation skill. Finally, there's this. I've waited too long, let's try it now. Without hesitation, he pulled out his trusty dagger and tried to move it by will alone. Clang, the dagger hit the floor with a piercing metal sound, not moving at all. Adele blinked, then knelt to pick it up. It's not that I lack ability. Certainly, I'm not yet proficient with this skill. I need more practice. But anyway, I've made tremendous progress. I have a clue about the chaos and unlocked a new skill. That's a big win. He looked around. There was nothing else useful here. Better to return before someone notices I'm missing. Without further delay, he dashed back to the rendezvous point. Unfortunately for him, Prone had noticed. As soon as she saw him return, the proud white-haired girl stepped forward and demanded, "Where did you sneak off to?" Taken aback, Adele gave an awkward smile. "I just went for a little walk, to stretch my legs." Prone didn't believe it for a second, really. "You expect me to believe you went for a walk alone in a place like this?" Unfazed, Adele just waved his hand. "What can I say? The sight of a person locked behind bars is pretty impressive." His indifferent attitude only made Prone angrier. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where did you sneak off to?" But Adele had started looking around, clearly fed up with the questioning. Wondering where he had gone, he muttered. Just then Luna appeared nearby, her voice calm as she greeted them. Adele turned to her with a smile. "Ah, Luna, did you sleep well?" The girl nodded slightly. "Yeah, I slept very well." Seeing her so calm, Adele breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. You slept so soundly I was worried someone might carry you off without you noticing." Turning back to Luna, she didn't forget Adele's earlier help. In a soft voice she murmured, Thanks for helping me. Without you, I'd probably..." Before she could finish, Adele flashed his usual polite smile and cut her off. "Don't worry, no need to thank me." It sounded casual, even charming. But behind that friendly mask his thoughts told a different story. "Now Luna owes me. Just need to find the right moment to use that favor. A little advantage never hurts." Not long after, their roaming instructor finally returned. Idea was still full of energy, clapping and calling, "Okay, everyone, gather up." Lucky for you, this time no one gave up. "I can see a little fire in your eyes now, but don't get complacent. We still have much to do, now let's head back. The students collectively sighed in relief. Some even smiled. Adele more than anyone was glad to leave that gloomy prison, finally escaping the hell where time seemed to stand still. Time passed quickly as they returned to class. A week later, things had more or less stabilized. The students who had trembled after being forced to take a life were calmer now. Some even joked around a little. As for himself, Adele had been secretly practicing the new skill, soul transfer, and fittingly, the teachers kept reminding them about the midterm exam. He glanced around the room. In the novel, the first-year students from Satan actually attacked the Royal Academy during the midterms. That meant something big was likely coming, perhaps an attack on the human kingdom. His eyes narrowed. How many of them would survive? That was the real question, and honestly worth pondering. Just then something caught his attention. Luna was secretly watching him from across the room. But the moment their eyes met, she flinched and quickly looked away. That reaction did not escape Adele's notice. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. What's going on? What's up with her that makes her look like that? Unable to contain his curiosity, Adele stepped over and gently tapped her shoulder. The sudden touch made her jump. Adele, you startled me, Luna exclaimed, spinning around. Adele looked at her calmly, almost mischievous. You didn't answer, so I thought I'd sneak a bit closer. You look strange. Is something wrong? His words hit a sensitive spot. Luna instantly panicked, waving her hands to deny it. No, it's nothing. But that reaction only made Adele more suspicious. Really, he asked, his voice full of doubt. Luna nodded so vigorously it was almost cartoonish. It's true, I swear. Seconds passed. Adele sighed inwardly. She's definitely hiding something. But instead of pressuring her, he gave her an out. Want to have lunch together? Luna blinked in surprise. Lunch? Adele nodded. Unless you have other plans. Her face quickly broke into a relieved smile. No, let's have lunch together, she replied eagerly. That made Adele nod with satisfaction. I'll wait at the cafeteria entrance at noon. Her reaction, especially the warmth in her eyes, put him at ease. She looked more comfortable, a bit fragile but approachable. She was no longer afraid of him. It seemed he had scored points with her. By lunchtime, Adele waited outside the cafeteria, but Luna didn't show up. He checked the time again, frowning. Lunch break was nearly over. Where did she go? He sighed. I don't usually eat alone, but it seems there's no other choice. Might as well go back to the dorm and keep training. Disappointed, he turned to leave, but after only a few steps he froze. Two familiar figures were approaching from the other side of the path, Renee and Diana. Oh no, his mind nearly stopped working. Not now. Without hesitation, Adele activated his swap skill and vanished in a flash of energy just before being seen. Almost Renee halted, instincts warning her. She squinted to scan the area. Diana had walked a few steps ahead, then recognized something and turned back. Diana, is something wrong, Renee? From Renee's side, she glanced over the area one last time, found nothing suspicious, and turned to Diana. I thought I just saw my escort. Must have been my imagination. Meanwhile, a few bushes away, Adele was crouched low, heart pounding. Why are they here? His thoughts scrambled. This pair is the worst scenario. I've heard enough in Oregon. If they discover I'm a descendant of the Arson house, I'm dead for sure. His mind rewound memories. I'm not just a minor character in this story. I'm central to the fall of the Demon Kingdom. Moreover, I killed the Demon King, both him and his wife. If that truth gets out, I'm finished. Adele bit his lip and slowly crawled backward out of the area. Only when he was far enough did he breathe a sigh of relief. That was almost too risky. He looked around the small wood behind the cafeteria and smirked. This place isn't bad, much better than the cramped dorm room. Maybe I'll turn this into a new training spot. Just as he was about to begin, a steel cry shattered the silence, high, desperate, and heartbreakingly familiar. Adele's head snapped up. That voice was Luna. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the sound, and when he reached a small clearing, the sight before him chilled his blood. Luna stood there, face soaked with tears, voice trembling. Please stop, stop. Witnessing the young girl being bullied by a crowd made Adele's blood boil to a dangerous degree. She turned to him with a flicker of hope, trying to hold herself together. Adele sized up the thugs and realized they were classmates. He almost had a full grasp of the unfolding situation. With a voice edged with barely concealed anger, he demanded the thugs return to class. They're definitely bullying Luna. After all, everyone here is also a half-demon. The leader of the thugs had from the start resisted and refused to accept Adele's authority. As class president, these guys had no backbone, thinking they couldn't handle a 3-against-1 situation. But they were quickly proven wrong. With pure mana brimming with killing intent, Adele grabbed one thug and choked him without touching him. The two remaining panicked, sensing the terrible hostility radiating from the class president. These fools dared to defy him, and at the slightest taste of killing intent, found themselves paralyzed. He dropped the other to the ground, looking down at the pitiful worm. Unexpectedly, Adele realized he had underestimated a thug standing on the sideline. The one with a spiderweb mark on his cheek showed no fear, instead calmly analyzing each of his movements. After teaching one of them a lesson, Adele advised the thugs to stop embarrassing themselves and run away. He warned them one last time when they kept barking, one chance to shut up. It's still lunchtime, and he didn't want to see their entrails before the meal. Nonchalantly leaving, the three idiots retreated with their tails between their legs. The boy with the spiderweb tattoo remained calm and watched Adele cautiously. Such composure was unusual for a student. Besides Luna, Classa might have another rough gem. As the thugs left, Luna ran to her rescuer and expressed sincere gratitude. Because she had been held up too long, their lunch date had to be postponed. Class was about to start, so they needed to hurry back. Adele had heard they would practice real combat magic today, so he didn't want to be late. Day by day, Luna felt closer to her fox-eyed boy. A few minutes later, teacher Robolt entered the class and excitedly announced they would begin practical magic training. Today would focus on two techniques, invisibility and silence. These two techniques should not fall into the hands of perverts. Coincidentally, they were also Adele's forte. The purpose of learning these two techniques was simple: how to deal with someone stronger than you on the battlefield. Sometimes the only way is assassination. For some people, these shady methods are not an option but a necessity. Currently no student in class could defeat a human hero in a straight fight. To begin, Robolt demonstrated invisibility magic. He carefully explained how to cyclically heat their demon tattoos and gradually release mana. Even with low mana purity, they had to spread a thin, even layer of mana across the body. If done wrong, it would fail. After performing every step perfectly, the teacher seemed to vanish without a trace. That was probably why no one noticed when Robolt entered, while Adele was fighting Samuel. The teacher reappeared where he had vanished and assigned the students to wrap mana around their bodies. First, they had to close their eyes and focus fully on handling mana with precision and difficulty. This step took time, so patience was required. Even if someone accidentally succeeded, after a few tries, the caster could still see their body. Each student tried their best to concentrate all their willpower and control mana for the task. Robolt estimated it might take more than a day for one of these kids to achieve some success. One standout student was prone. She had deep lineage and good control, unsurprising for a child of the 7 deadly sins. More impressively, Samuel, the boy known for his arrogance, demonstrated astonishing control. His body had begun to fade. He must have innate talent for this technique. For ordinary students, a week of practice was the threshold to sense the complexity of invisibility. Prone and Samuel were at genius level. While busy praising the rich kids, Robolt noticed a notable student was absent from the class, the boy with the chaotic attribute that Ares had warned him about. Looking at Adele's seat, his physical form had completely disappeared. He remembered the boy sitting there when the lecture began. While the teacher was mentally startled, Adele easily maintained invisibility without much effort, thanks to the latent talent of his body. Invisibility magic was too easy to master. He was even thinking about how to incorporate the chaotic attribute into it. The invisibility and assassination skills covered today were not enough to deal with truly powerful foes. He needed a more lethal method. Returning to the dorm, Adele was stopped by teacher Robolt in the hallway. He only wanted to know whether Adele had practiced magic before enrolling at SAT. Seeing no harm in it, Adele admitted he was new to formal magic study, but could always use his innate talent. Realizing he was holding a generational talent, Robolt invited Adele to stop by his laboratory regularly. He praised his outstanding potential in magic and the untapped possibilities of his rare chaotic attribute. Adele might be very talented at assassination, but exploring other directions wouldn't hurt, since he already had plans for today. He promised to visit Robolt's lab another time. This would help his school life if he continued to maintain the guise of a magic prodigy. Sitting in the dorm, Adele needed to handle one thing before midterms began. To do so, he required a technique far beyond simple invisibility. Samuel was absent. It was the perfect time to practice. If events matched those in his novel, there must be a human spy hiding within the demon kingdom. He could not be discovered by that person. Adele had to find and kill them at all costs. A high-level spy would be very difficult to deal with, so mastering a trump card was key. Beyond simple invisibility, he intended to exist and not exist at the same time. With the perfect combination of compatible attributes and his grasp of basic invisibility magic, he succeeded after only a few attempts. The technique worked so well that he could no longer see himself. As his existence and presence dissolved, Adele felt an ominous premonition. Perhaps he had overdone the non-existence aspect of the technique, and now he was struggling to breathe. His body felt strange, and his instincts warned him to dispel this dangerous spell. When he tried to disperse the monorit, he discovered he could not forcibly shut it off. He needed to do it right then, otherwise he would truly vanish from existence forever. Concentrating all his strength to regain control of the mana, he managed to dispel the modified invisibility after many efforts. In that state, his sense of time and all his senses became blurred. It was truly a terrifying feeling to lose control. Furthermore, his mana was severely depleted, making it difficult to stop this erasure technique. If not controlled in time, he could have been swallowed into complete nothingness. This experience made him understand why the ancestors warned about being consumed by the power of chaos. Even so, he could not give up such a promising trump card. A completely new technique combining a famous spell with the chaotic attribute would be a deadly weapon in his hands. He called it absolute invisibility. Suddenly, while panting from exhaustion, his annoying roommate burst in and kicked him hard. Samuel shouted angrily, but Adele could not understand a single word he said. In retrospect, he couldn't hear his own voice either. The worst-case scenario crept into his mind. Had he lost his hearing after things settled in the dorm and his hearing returned? Adele decided to continue practicing the new technique in the outskirts of Satan. This time he controlled absolute invisibility better. Fortunately, this time the backlash took his sight instead of his hearing. Now he was certain using absolute invisibility demanded the price of 1 or 2 senses. He had experimented and refined this spell for a week, enduring the loss of hearing, taste, touch, and now sight. Luckily, the drawback only lasted about 2 hours each time. The bad part was he couldn't choose or predict which sense would go. Currently, the technique was only safe for about 3 seconds. In other words, it was almost useless. A high-risk, low-reward technique was worthless. Perhaps Adele could unleash the technique if he guaranteed a killing blow. Besides practicing absolute invisibility, he also tried combining the chaotic attribute with other traits but failed. The most direct way to get stronger now was to train swordsmanship and mana. Without sight, he was stuck in the woods for 2 hours seeing nothing. Since he had come here early, he wasn't worried about being late for class. Class was managed by the strict teacher Aries. After regaining his sight, Adele was forced to line up and run as if his life depended on it. Weeks had passed and the lessons were all physical training instead of learning how to use sword. After a brutal physical session, Aries ordered the students to assemble. As class president, Adele was used to relaying the teacher's orders to his classmates. Of course, this always irritated the muscular guy, still seething because he had been appointed to the important role. After clearing his throat, Aries announced they would reduce physical training time to begin formal sword lessons. Adele was not the only student pleased to hear the running would be cut. Today's sword lesson would start with a demonstration. Drawing his sword, Aries signaled the class president to step up. Adele had no choice but to comply. Aries rudely asked whether he could channel mana into his blade. Adele honestly answered that he could. Aries sternly ordered him to pour his all into a mana blade and attack. To make it fair, the teacher would not use mana and would rely on raw strength. Knowing this man's hateful nature, he surely wanted to stage an embarrassing scene for Adele. Before attacking, Adele confirmed Aries would only use a sword. With that condition, he drew his trusty dagger. Though allowed to use mana, using his innate trait might be overkill. He wanted to probe the teacher's skill. From the start, he noticed Aries' stance had no openings to exploit. In the human world, he would be at a high expert rank, but in the demon realm, swordsmanship was judged mainly by the amount of mana infused into the weapon. Mortal rank meant nothing here. Infusing mana into a weapon was not easy. Adele knew the teacher was underestimating his ability, wounding his pride a little. If so, he only needed to exceed expectations, rushing like an arrow. Adele aimed for the right carotid artery to kill. Of course, the opening strike was not easy. Aries easily avoided it by changing his angle. The second part of the attack began as he spun the hilt, circling back with a swift follow-up strike. Confident he could inflict a killing blow, Aries stared at him and mocked his unrefined technique. The teacher flexed his bulky muscles and caught the dagger without raising his sword to block. Then a brutal counterattack to the spine sent Adele crashing to the floor. The classmates witnessed Aries using excessive force in a simple demonstration. Adele's fall left a large crater on the training ground. He coughed and gasped, his lungs collapsing from the brutal counterattack. Without stopping, Aries raised his sword, seemingly aiming at the student's neck with murderous intent. Adele sensed death approaching. From the crowd, Luna anxiously called his name, with one hand hoisting the heavy blade above his head. Ares brought it down in a powerful blow, meant to wreak destruction. The impact shattered the training floor. Even Samuel realized this was too violent for a sword lesson. If that stubborn brat felt it was too much, then clearly something was wrong. Luckily, Adele had time to infuse mana into his body and roll out of the blast zone. Thanks to quick reflexes, he shoved the sword aside at the last moment to survive that brutality. If he had been a fraction slower or earlier, he would have been cleaved in two. Ares felt a disturbance in his blade. Adele rose and confronted the burly man for attempting to kill a student for no reason. Ares nonchalantly pulled the dagger from his chest and calmly denied the accusation. He threw Adele's blade to the ground and ordered him back in line. Shut up. Then the bastard of a teacher asked the class president how it felt to fight someone of his caliber head-on. Adele didn't mince words, asserting that what happened was the tactic of the weak. Explaining further, he had been allowed to use mana, but the opponent had self-imposed limits. He inferred that Ares wanted to show the class that the only way for the weak to beat the strong was to be willing to sacrifice themselves to deal damage. By Adele's reckoning, Ares could have easily avoided his final strike, but the man deliberately took the blade as if it had been planned from the start. Surprisingly, Ares acknowledged that he had given the correct answer. He wanted to ingrain in the students' minds that the human world was full of terrifyingly powerful individuals, nearly impossible to defeat without risk. Demons must lure these powerful beings into complacency, and when necessary boldly expose a weakness to seize a chance for a surprise attack. What he taught was not the noble art of swordsmanship. In the real world and real wars such things didn't exist. Ares would not teach pretty swordplay, only what led to victory. From now on they would not be limited to swords. This was a weapons class. He implied that death didn't matter as long as victory was achieved. Ares was planting this idea for the midterms. Now the Royal Human School's teachers would certainly be on high alert. The human spy must have already probed the current situation in Satan. In the novel, Satan students would fall like grass, while the Royal School's pupils remained unscathed. Ares might suspect Adele is the spy. To clear his name, he had to find the traitor first. After the ostentatious demonstration, Ares dismissed the student. While the others returned to class in an orderly fashion, Adele stood still. Ares looked at him with irritation and asked if he intended to rebel over what happened. Adele smiled to deny such a foolish thought. But when Ares turned his back, his covert hostility flared up. He could not rely on someone who suspected him of being a spy. Ares also despised the cruel, killer expression Adele had shown from day one. He could not contain it. The killer instinct had fully merged with his person. It was necessary to attain enough authority and status to suppress the power of the 7 deadly sins. However, if Ares kept crossing the line like he did on the training ground, Adele would do everything to make that muscular brute pay. While plotting revenge on the teacher, Luna stepped forward and sensed a trickle of killing intent from him. Adele apologized for startling her again. It wasn't intentional this time. She had come to make up for the lunch they had planned before. Perhaps today was the right day. Adele happily agreed, lighting up Luna's face. In the dining hall, they ordered lavish dishes befitting nobility. It had been a long time since he ate anything so luxurious, even for lunch. With the table piled with delicacies, Luna worried that leaving food would invite punishment from the glutton god. As they were about to eat, the thugs who had been taught a lesson walked in. They noticed Adele and Luna, but before they could cause trouble, Adele smiled and waved, convincing the 3 idiots not to get involved. Unlike the other 2, the spider boy remained drawn to Adele. He took the chance to ask Luna what had happened with those 3. She admitted other half-demons had been bullying her. She didn't know why, only that they had started taunting her at some point. She blamed herself for being weak and lacking any special physical ability. Perhaps she didn't realize the true value of her healing ability. Luna added that those 3 never hit her, only cursed when passing by and occasionally took her money. Hearing about the poor situation she endured, Adele advised Luna to stay close to him from now on. Luna insisted she didn't need protection, only to prove she wasn't betraying demons, but that was all the more reason for them to stick together, since Adele wanted to investigate. He asked Luna what she knew about the boy with the spiderweb tattoo. According to Luna, his name was Kyle. Hearing the name, Adele's memory recalled a character named Kyle from the novel. Adele probed further. He knew Kyle was a pureborn demon, yet associated with the half-demons. In Luna's eyes, the boy was particularly terrifying. He looked at her as if she were a repulsive insect. Isn't that how they used to look at humans in Oregon? Kyle immediately jumped to the top of his spy suspect list. He briefly considered requesting the dossier to confirm, but that might be a waste of money. To avoid more headaches, it was better to check himself. After all, he already had a lot of data related to this spot. Adele rose and approached the three idiots' table and greeted them politely. They immediately reacted with a mix of fear and hostility, while Kyle remained indifferent. Incidentally, Adele mentioned hearing about a first-year girl at the royal school. Kyle stayed seated, focused on his meal. Adele added that the girl was a half-demon with one living relative, a brother. At that moment, he felt Kyle blazing in his seat. To provoke a reaction from the suspect, Adele mentioned the name Ray in a venomous tone. In that instant, Kyle must have realized his cover was blown, and that it was a much bigger problem than he anticipated. Things were about to go way too far. The blue-haired guy, eyes flashing with ferocity, stepped forward, his firm hand gripping Adele's shoulder, shouting in fury, "Can't you piss off somewhere else?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than, with an ice-cold look, Adele tightened his tie, yanked hard, and slammed him straight onto the wooden table where Kyle was sitting. The impact sounded like thunder, cracking the tabletop and sending splinters flying. The blue-haired guy collapsed, dazed and spinning, his vision blurred from the blow, blood seeping from a gash on his forehead. Before he could collect himself, Adele twisted his wrist with practiced skill, eyes as sharp as a blade, and spoke in a low, threatening tone. Turns out that guy really was. On the floor, the blue-haired guy clutched his head, blood streaming between his fingers as he screamed in pain, his voice trembling with fear and humiliation. After Adele's words, Kyle kept his boiling anger in check and slowly stood up. His eyes were steely gray, deep like a storm held back, betraying not a shred of feeling. Without a word, Kyle quietly turned and walked away, his tall silhouette stretching down the dim hallway. Seeing that, Adele silently confirmed it to himself, a faint smile flickering. Gotcha. The three of them left and regrouped in a shabby restroom, the weak light of a flickering fluorescent tube overhead. The blue-haired guy's face still streaked with blood, angrily rinsing his wound under cold water, his hands shaking with fury. Suddenly, he slammed his fist against the wall. The bang echoed in the cramped space as he growled through clenched teeth, "Damn it, it's that half-blood bastard again." Then he turned to Kyle, eyes sparking, and shouted, "Will you get revenge or not?" Kyle remained thoughtful and said nothing, his cold gaze staring into space as if plotting something deep and secret. Seeing the silence, the blue-haired guy grew red with rage and stepped closer, his voice hardening. Why aren't you answering?" Kyle still didn't speak, his face as motionless as a stone statue. Furious to the point of frenzy, the blue-haired guy lunged forward, yelling, "You're the unreliable one, you traitorous wannabe, yet you're the one talking to them. Now you planning to ditch us." He grabbed Kyle's neck and screamed, "You cowardly bastard." But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Kyle, like an enraged beast, spun with terrifying speed, seized the blue-haired guy's head and smashed it hard into the brick wall. The dry thud rang out, followed by the blue-haired guy's cries of agony. Not stopping there, Kyle's face twisted with fury. He continued bashing his head against the wall in steady beats like the pulse of a wrecking machine. The wall began to crack, debris raining onto the floor. The blonde stood nearby, pale as death, watching the scene in horror. Finally, when the wall was smeared with blood, Kyle stopped, still clutching the blue-haired guy's head. His voice was low and lethal. "Pesky vermin, you're getting annoying." The blonde stammered, trembling, "Hey Kyle, what are you doing?" At that moment, Kyle seemed like a different person. His eyes glowed blood red. He ground his teeth at the blonde, who crumpled to the floor in fear. Kyle growled, cold as ice, "Before I wipe you all out, get out of my sight." The two hurriedly helped each other, staggering away from the restroom, leaving Kyle standing alone in the quiet space. He walked to the faucet and washed his face. The cold water helped him regain some sobriety. Looking into the mirror, his face reflected faintly. Kyle murmured to himself, how could he possibly know? The illusion that reduces awareness and the camouflage spell still functioned perfect. Cast by the best sorcerer, moreover, being a half-demon, the chance of his identity being exposed was extremely low. Could it be that he was also a spy sent by humans? But no, the bear's family had secured his identity. A haunting question arose in Kyle's mind. "Adele, who exactly are you, and how do you know about my sister?" His eyes grew fierce, deadly thoughts rising. He cursed silently. It would be best to kill him before he reveals his identity. Night fell. In the dormitory shrouded in darkness, Kyle placed several weapons on an old wooden table, the light from an oil lamp glinting off the sharp blades. He checked each item, his fingers lightly gliding over the metal surface to ensure perfect sharpness, silently calculating that to kill him he must be thoroughly prepared. First, he needed to send the information he had gathered. His identity seemed to have been discovered by Adele. Just as he was about to write a letter, the door suddenly swung open, Adele barging in with a loud push, causing Kyle to startle and turn around. Adele, looking exhausted as if having just run a marathon, sighed softly, "Ha ha, that was nearly late. Kyle's sharp eyes questioned, "How did you find this place?" Adele adjusted his outfit and smiled comfortably. "Tonight is truly beautiful." As Adele stepped closer, Kyle hesitated not at all, and flung the pen he was holding fiercely toward him, shouting, "Damn your head, if it weren't for you, tonight would have been peaceful." The pen flew swiftly, but Adele easily dodged and caught it, his tone still calm. "Too difficult, huh?" Immediately after, a sudden explosion sounded behind Adele, startling him. A brilliant yellow energy beam shot forward like lightning. Adele quickly dodged, realizing Kyle had taken the initiative to attack. He smiled mockingly. "Dual element energy orb magic, huh? Not even bothering to hide your identity now. If you are using magic, you must be a half-demon, and your current form is fake." Kyle did not deny it, replying coldly, "Yes, even this secret place you found, so you have understood everything already." Adele smiled, his eyes sparkling, "Probably so." Kyle angrily unleashed several more magical strikes at Adele, shouting loudly, "How do you know about Ray?" With astonishing agility, Adele spun to dodge each attack. While running, he thought, even in this situation, he was still worried about his younger sister first, which was understandable. Kyle was not acting out of concern for humanity, but for a younger sister with a peculiar constitution, whose magical energy was concentrated in her heart with reserves beyond endurance to cure a terminal illness. He had allied with humanity. And faced with Adele's defensive dodging, Kyle continued to unleash fierce magical attacks, yelling, "Answer me quickly." Adele did not resist, he only dodged. But a thought flickered in his mind. Why not dig out the truth completely? A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He adjusted his clothes and calmly said, "How would I know? How could I possibly know? I haven't even met your sister." And that pitiful smile of hers, just before she cries, is beautiful, so beautiful I want to crush it. Hearing this, Kyle trembled with anger. His eyes were bloodshot, lips tightly pressed, the energy inside him erupting like a volcano about to blow. He could no longer hold back and growled, "You damn bastard." Adele remained composed and replied, "To be precise, you should say spy. That bastard Cerberus fits better." The insult was like pouring oil on the fire. Kyle clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "Shut up." He stretched both hands forward, gathering into a massive magical orb surrounded by blinding light, and shouted, "I will extract all the information you know before I kill you." Noticing that the opponent was losing control just as predicted, Adele smiled inwardly. He had walked right into the trap. He turned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Go ahead, try if you can." Kyle immediately hurled the magic orb toward him at a terrifying speed, but Adele was not caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, he used a position-swapping skill, causing the energy orb and his position to exchange places. The wall behind where he had just stood trembled from a violent explosion, shrouded in dense smoke and dust. Kyle was stunned by the opponent's ability, muttering to himself, "So you can teleport instantaneously. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe." Adele smiled in response. "Almost right, you've investigated me so thoroughly, so you must already know everything, don't you?" Kyle gradually regained his composure and said, "So that means you've known my identity all along, right?" Adele nodded. "That understanding should suffice, I suppose." Kyle's cold glare drew closer, his voice dropping. "Understood." In this situation, Adele thought to himself that finally he realized there was no chance of winning. But contrary to his thoughts, Kyle gritted his teeth as a massive surge of magical power erupted around. Countless yellow magic orbs appeared, enveloped by flashing lightning bolts that shook the very space. This sudden action startled Adele, and his eyes flashed with vigilance against the opponent's terrifying power. Seeing countless glowing energy orbs swirling around Kyle, Adele murmured inwardly, "Third circle level multi-magic. At least 20 strikes, much easier than I thought." A slight smile curved on his lips, so easy it was almost unbelievable. On Kyle's side, he maintained intense focus, his sharp eyes locked firmly on the target. The magical orbs he had just created hovered, glowing like tiny stars. Without hesitation, he swung his hand, commanding them to dart straight towards Adele, shouting fiercely, "Die." The magical orbs screamed as they cut through the wind, aiming directly at Adele's body. But just as they were about to hit, Adele silently activated his position-swapping skill. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished, replaced by a sphere of energy appearing in the original spot. Kyle's attacking orbs lost their target and crashed into the stone wall behind, causing a blinding explosion that shook the entire space. Seeing Adele suddenly rush forward, Kyle smiled with satisfaction, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. "I've been waiting for you to use this move for a long time," he shouted loudly. But before he could savor the moment of victory, Adele used the position swap again. In an instant, his body appeared right behind Kyle, as fast as a ghost. Kyle froze, turned his head in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. How did he link them together? Before he could finish the sentence, a dense wave of dark magic burst from Adele, enveloping the entire surrounding space. The darkness was like a living curtain, swallowing the light and making the scene suffocatingly mysterious. Looking at the scene before him, Kyle stammered, his voice trembling. This is. Adele cut him off, his voice cold and low. Get some sleep. Before Kyle could react, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike to the back of his opponent's neck. Kyle collapsed instantly, unconscious, his body limp as it fell to the cold ground. Adele exhaled deeply, murmuring softly, "Finally, I've got him." He glanced around, scanning the items Kyle had prepared earlier, unable to help but marvel. So much preparation just to kill me. His gaze settled on Kyle's unconscious body, and a thought suddenly flickered through his mind. Should I just kill him now? But he immediately dismissed that idea. No, I need the information Kyle holds. If I kill him, Ray will become my enemy. Dealing with Kyle is easy, but Ray is a different story. In Adele's mind, the image of Ray was vivid. The girl who was once helped by the protagonist had now become a powerful pseudo-contractor, freed from a fatal illness. The dragon's heart had granted her tremendous strength, enough to control an enormous amount of mana, turning her into a great mage, no less than a legendary heroine. If Ray were to unleash her full power to avenge her brother, even Adele would find it hard to retreat unscathed. Their bond truly was that strong. He thought silently, his eyes briefly clouded with contemplation. Then he noticed a small device nearby that looked like a camera. HMPH, this transmitter only sends information one way, with no status updates. They probably still think Ray is suffering in pain. He turned to Kyle, his voice lowering. But that doesn't mean I'll let you go. If only there were a way to make him obey me, how great that would be. Just then, Kyle's body slightly stirred, a sign that he was gradually waking up. Adele watched, a cunning smile briefly crossing his face. I see, he thought to himself, so there is still a way. Kyle opened his eyes, waking up from unconsciousness, realizing he was unharmed. He scanned his whole body and then glared fiercely at Adele, shouting loud, "What are you plotting?" Adele raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. "Plotting? I don't understand what you mean." Kyle growled angrily. "I mean, why didn't you just kill me but let me wake up?" Adele smiled, his tone gentle but tinged with danger. "Ah, indeed I was waiting. But do you think I was just standing by doing nothing?" Finishing his words, he took out a small dragon from inside his sleeve. Its entire body emitted a dense dark magical aura, making the surrounding air feel thick and heavy. Seeing the dragon, Kyle was stunned, his whole body trembling as he stammered, "What is that? What the hell is that?" Adele smiled coldly. "So you recognize it now." Kyle panicked, his voice trembling. You can also control the poisonous parasite." Adele nodded in confirmation. "That's right." He raised the small dragon and continued. "This parasite is called the twin poison. Just a slight trigger is enough to kill the host, but it only works properly when inside the bodies of two people." Kyle jumped up, eyes full of panic. "Twin poison, what the hell have you done to me?" Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Kyle jerked back, shouting loudly, "Wait, don't tell me." Adele nodded, his tone calm but cold. "Just as you think, the last one is inside Ray." Hearing this, Kyle's whole body trembled with anger. Adele continued leisurely. "Her body is truly fascinating. Her mana sensitivity is so high that even my heart can hardly bear it, which makes the parasite implantation much easier." These words made Kyle shake violently, unable to utter a word. His body turned to stone. Adele went on, her voice gentle but full of authority. "Although her condition is very dangerous, it is not incurable." Kyle seemed to snap out of it and hurriedly spoke. "So," Adele interrupted him, "if it were me, I could cure her." Kyle narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Someone like you can do what even the great national archmages cannot." Adele smiled, raising a finger. A stream of dark mana burst from the fingertip, awakening the little dragon. It opened its eyes, devouring that mana like a starving beast. Adele slowly explained. "The Bear's clan's parasites feed on the host's mana. Ray's heart cannot withstand the overwhelming mana, but the parasite absorbs it. Knowing so much about Ray, do you think I have no way to make you submit?" Watching the little dragon fall asleep after enjoying the meal, Kyle felt his whole body go limp. A thought gradually became clear in his mind. It turns out this parasite was actually saving my sister. He looked up at Adele, his voice trembling. "So what do you want from me? You can't say so much and then just leave us alone unless you clearly want something from me." Adele stepped closer, a thick aura of killing intent radiating from him. He sat down and stared directly into Kyle's eyes, his voice cold and deep. "I really like your attitude. But don't forget your life, and your sisters are in my hands." Under heavy pressure, Kyle gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling slightly, and finally nodded. "Understood." Adele smiled with satisfaction and stood up. "I want two things." Kyle frowned. "Two things." Adele glanced at the communication orb beside him. "First, send false information to the Royal Academy, using that device. Say that Satan is plotting an attack on the candidates of the 35th hero. Kyle was puzzled. You plan to attack another 5, right? I can't accept that. Adele reassured him. I understand your concern. And of course you worry because Ray is studying at the Royal Academy. Don't worry, if you cooperate, I will ensure Ray's safe. Hearing this, Kyle clenched his hand tightly, trembling. He nodded. All right, I will send the false message as you said. What is the second request? Adele replied immediately, leave this place. Kyle was stunned, his body turning to stone. He looked up. You want me to leave Satan? Adele nodded. Yes, there's something I need you to do outside. Regularly gather and report all rumors about the hidden regions in the demon realm to me. Upon this condition, Kyle immediately agreed. All right, I will give you what you want. Feeling that everything was going smoothly, Adele silently rejoiced. It was even easier than he thought. Just a little deception, and when the fake news was exposed, Kyle would be discarded. Plus, taking advantage of his spying skills was really convenient. But just then, Kyle cut through his thoughts, speaking in a low voice. I have one condition. Adele was startled and thought to himself, what, even now he dares to make a condition? He calmly asked, what's the condition? Kyle gritted his teeth, his tone resolute. Write a pact of gods and demons. If you don't agree, just kill me and my sister, I don't care. Adele was stunned, thinking to himself, a pact of gods and demons. Under the name of magic, a pact set up creates an inviolable bond. Whoever dares to break a vow sworn under the name of God or demon must pay with their life. Adele looked Kyle straight in the eyes and thought to himself, it's risky, but this is the surest way to restrain him. Seeing Adele deep in thought, Kyle frowned suspiciously. What are you planning to do? Adele smiled coldly and replied, fine, I accept. In his mind, a plan gradually formed. If I cleverly slip a small trick into the pact, breaking the vow won't be too hard. He turned to Kyle, his voice steady. Only a Grandmaster-level mage can create such an item. Do you have any left? Kyle shrugged and snapped, none left. Hearing that, Adele burst out laughing, his eyes flashing with mockery. Ha ha, aren't you a bit too confident? Kyle stared at him challengingly. For someone like you, getting that thing can't be too hard, right? Faced with Kyle's arrogant attitude, Adele slightly clenched his teeth and muttered under his breath. I knew it in the end, I still have to do it myself, he thought silently. Of course, someone must possess it, the question is who. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's right, maybe Lecturer Robolt will have it. Putting the thought aside, Adele immediately spoke up. All right, I'll try to get one today. He extended his hand, his tone resolute. Meet me here at dawn tomorrow. Kyle hesitated for a few seconds, his eyes filled with doubt, then also reached out his hand to seal the deal, after which the two went their separate ways. Adele had just taken a few steps when the corner of his mouth lifted into a slight smile. Looks like I've just found a useful dog. Meanwhile, Kyle clenched his teeth tightly, cursing silently to himself. Damn it. After walking a bit, an uneasy feeling suddenly rose within Adele. Even if he deceived them with false information about Kyle, he still wasn't sure he could do well in the midterm exam. No matter what is done at Imperial University, the chance of success is almost zero. He clenched his fists tightly, telling himself that nevertheless, he must try at all costs. The scene shifted to Lecturer Robolt's office. At this moment, Robolt was still immersed in his research, his eyes focused intently on the pile of documents before him. Suddenly, a noise from outside startled. Adele stepped in, offering a friendly smile. Good morning, Professor. His unexpected appearance left Robolt amazed. He stood up abruptly and approached, his tone cheerful. You really came as we agreed. Adele nodded in reply. Of course, a promise must be kept. Robolt warmly invited him. Sit down, would you like some tea? Adele nodded. Yes, thank you, sir. While waiting for Robolt to brew the tea, Adele glanced around the room. The shelves were filled with documents, magical tools glittering with mana, and ancient ritual symbols on the walls. He wasn't just interested in books, but rituals as well. This truly was a mage professor's laboratory, Adele thought silently in admiration. Just a few minutes later, Robolt brought out a steaming pot of tea. As he poured the tea, he spoke, "Thank you for coming." Adele replied politely, "No, I'm the one who should thank you for your warm hospitality." Then he went straight to the point, "But may I ask, why exactly do you need me?" Robolt's expression suddenly turned serious. He pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice. "This is a rather significant matter." Hearing this, Adele quietly pondered, "So it's not a trivial issue. Perhaps I should try probing him a little." He spoke cautiously, "Are you afraid I might reveal it to others?" Robolt immediately denied it. "No, not for that reason. It's just that this isn't something easily shared." Adele smiled and made a proposal. "Then if you wish, I can sign a demon god pact." Hearing this, Robolt was startled. He answered, his voice tinged with excitement. "Oh, if you're willing to do that, of course, I'll tell you." Adele thought to himself, so he really does have it. Robolt waved his hand to summon a contract sheet, enveloped by a deep red magical aura that sparkled like blood. He brought it before him. Looking at the contract, Adele was surprised. Was it really that easy? The contract clearly stated that Robolt's research documents must not be disclosed, and that support for the research must continue until significant results were achieved. In exchange, he would receive a salary, with terms spelled out clearly. Adele turned to Robolt and asked, "Did you prepare this in advance?" Robolt scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha." Adele continued, "Okay, can we adjust a clause to be fairer? If during the research process I find it beyond my capabilities, I can stop supporting and return all the salary I've received." Robolt nodded. "Reasonable. So how do you want to be compensated?" Adele responded immediately. "I want a Demon God's Oath Pact and 3 premium mana potions." Hearing the request, Robolt stroked his chin, pondering. Adele thought to himself, premium mana potions can fully restore mana upon drinking, an essential item for him right now. After a while of thinking, Robolt amended the clause on the contract and handed it to Adele. "Understood. That's cheaper than even a vial of elixir. You just need to sign." Adele held the contract and asked, "I just need to sign my name here, right?" Robolt nodded. "That's right." Before signing, Adele curiously asked why he chose me. "Surely there are many students better than me." Robolt replied calmly, "Actually, I've asked many second and third year students for help, but most weren't any help. Oh, I even invited Samuel from the first year, but he flatly refused, saying it was troublesome." Adele smiled quietly, typical Samuel. After signing, he handed the contract to Robolt. It was done. In his heart, he thought, "I will soon have to use an alias without the name Arson in it." Immediately, the contract vanished, transforming into a deep red magical energy that shot straight into Adele's heart. The pact was established. He felt a new power surging through his body and exclaimed, "So this is how the Demon God's Oath is sealed." Robolt stood up and took a book from the shelf, then turned around. "It's done. Now let's begin right away." As he reached for the bookshelf suddenly shifted, revealing a secret tunnel. Adele murmured in surprise, "I didn't expect a place like this to exist," wondering if Principal Satan or the other lecturers knew about it. Seeing his hesitation, Robolt turned back, urging, "Go in, this is the place." Adele followed, observing the surroundings and marveling. A secret laboratory underground, huh? Robolt pointed to a book on the table. "This is the book I'm currently researching." Adele looked puzzled. "This book?" Robolt nodded. "Yes, it's considered an artifact." Adele muttered, "An old book, it really looks like an ancient manuscript." He stepped forward and opened the book, but found that the inside contained no writing at all. He looked up and asked, "What is this?" Robolt nodded and continued, "That's right, as you can see, most of the pages are completely blank, but there is writing on the last page." Adele asked further, "Where did you get this book?" Robolt replied, "I happened to find it in an abandoned house in the western desert, lying among a pile of fine sand." Adele frowned. An abandoned house in the middle of the desert, based on the large nearby oasis. "I guess there was once a village there." Adele nodded. "So besides the book in the ruins, the whole village disappeared without a trace." Robolt confirmed, "That's also the only conclusion I can draw for now." Adele exclaimed, "Interesting. Let me see the writing on the last page." Robolt's face instantly brightened, and he responded immediately, "Of course. That's exactly why I invited you here." He flipped to the last page, where strange characters appeared on the page, resembling an ancient language. Looking at the cryptic writing, Adele said, "So there really is writing." Robolt continued, "Yes, but I have absolutely no way to decode it. Do you understand what it says?" Adele stared intently at the winding characters and thought to himself, "There's no way I could recognize this strange script." Robolt interrupted his thoughts. "Now you understand why even the other top students gave up." Adele asked, "Has there been any progress in the research so far?" Robolt shook his head. "No, still no leads." Adele proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps the clue lies where the book was found. Robolt replied that strangely, he had visited several nearby villages, but no one knew anything about the ruins or this book. Seeing the case at an impasse, Adele frowned slightly, thinking to himself that trying to find an answer without any clues was really difficult. What if they returned empty-handed? He reached out and touched the page, feeling to see if there was anything unusual. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy emanated from the book. Adele was startled, thinking to himself, "What is this? Why is my necklace reacting?" At the same time, the lines of text on the page began to change strangely, as if they were coming to life. Looking at the squiggly lines before him, Adele marveled inwardly. Are the letters moving? Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? But no, the ancient scripts on the page truly began to move, twisting like magical snakes, rearranging themselves into characters he could read. The first line appeared clearly and coldly. "The breaker of the laws, the price paid is brutal destruction. Everything will continually perish until this world comes to an end." Adele pondered quietly, his gaze fixed on the page. He could read it, but understood nothing. He He reached to touch the necklace around his neck, sensing the strange energy vibrating. The pendant's reaction surely had something to do with demons or gods. Seeing Adele deep in thought, Robolt spoke up curiously. Is something wrong? Adele looked up calmly and replied, I have decoded the inscription. Robolt was startled and exclaimed, What? Adele explained slowly, This sentence talks about breaking the law, but I can't clearly explain the rest yet. Robolt looked at the book, his eyes shining brightly. An excited tone, indeed, the syllables match perfectly. It is indeed related to the chaos attribute, a rare attribute, very worthy of study. He suddenly turned to a hurried tone, wanting to know more. We need to conduct further research. But for now, this is an extraordinary discovery. Adele raised an eyebrow and replied lightly, Is that so? Robolt nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I think we need to continue searching for artifacts and ancient texts in other lands. He paused, looked at the students. That will be enough for now. Adele intended to ask permission to leave, but Robolt suddenly spoke up. The payment will be transferred right now. Adele replied, Right now. Robolt smiled. That's right. Please wait a moment. Adele thought to himself, if it were a divine demonic contract, that would be understandable, but mana recovery potions require time to brew. Meanwhile, Robolt rummaged through things, mumbling, Let's see, where did I put it? Hearing this, Adele suddenly froze. A thought flashed. Wait a minute. If Robolt continues researching other ancient texts and artifacts. He reached out and touched the necklace. The 3 gems on it were glowing a bright blood red. The influence of the ancient texts has turned these 3 treasured gems red. If the entire necklace were soaked in blood, what would happen? Even he did not know. He pondered silently. If it had nothing to do with demons or gods, it was best to keep it close. Although he was familiar with Robolt, the man was not entirely trustworthy yet. After a moment of searching, Robolt exclaimed, Found it. He turned back and handed a mana vial to Adele, smiling warmly. Adele accepted it, still deep in thought that it would be safer to keep it on. Robolt then took out a small bag. Here it is. I've put all the payment into this bag, so it's easier for you to carry. Adele nodded as he took the bag, thanking him sincerely. Robolt stepped forward politely. No, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to read those texts. I hope to cooperate with you again in the future. Adele smiled. I will help as much as I can. Robolt suddenly became serious and warned. Please don't tell anyone else about my research. Adele's expression soured slightly. He muttered to himself, That depends on the exorcist's decision as well. Robolt was startled. No, are you planning to break the contract? Adele stepped closer, exuding a strong aura of menace. He looked Robolt straight in the eyes and said coldly, It seems this research hasn't been approved by the headmaster, right? If all procedures were followed and Satan had given consent, there'd be no need to sign a secrecy contract. Robolt's uneasy demeanor confirmed Adele's suspicion. Adele smiled, shifting to a gentler tone. If this research gets discovered, I'd probably be expelled. But since we're in this together, I'll do my best to help you. All you need is some more mana recovery potions. Robolt broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, I understood. He hurriedly grabbed a few more mana potions, his voice trembling, saying that this is all he has left now. Looking at the number of mana potions, Adele thought silently, not bad. He accepted the payment, turned around to leave, thanking and taking his leave. Just as he was about to step out, Robolt called after him, And that contract, what do you plan to use it for? Adele stopped, turned his head with a sly smile, to save a slave. The scene shifted to the dormitory, exactly at Adele's appointed time. He stepped into the room, where Kyle was already waiting. The master looked at him coldly and said, You're here. Adele replied calmly, It's been a long time since we last met. Kyle frowned. What the hell is that? You've brought the contract already. Adele took out a contract and held it forth. Of course, now we might as well write the contract. Kyle took the contract and exclaimed, I didn't expect this to be true. You actually got it today. Adele smirked. You told me to find it, so what are you saying now? If you want to change your mind, it won't work with me. If you go back on your word, be prepared to face the consequences. Read the contents carefully before signing. Kyle glanced over the contract, which clearly stated that Kyle would not be harmed by Adele nor his sister. Ray's illness would never relapse again. Kyle would prioritize Adele's commands. However, Adele would never issue any orders that endangered Kyle's life. After reading, the contract immediately dissolved, transforming into a blazing red energy that shot straight into Kyle's heart. Seeing the familiar scene, Adele smiled warmly. The contract was now complete. He took a small piece of paper out of his shirt, continuing, This is the first order. Kyle nodded, understanding. We'll send false information. Insert the paper into this slot, and it will start sending. Watching Kyle's professional actions, Adele thought to himself, using it like that, how interesting. Right, to open a gate big enough for someone to pass through requires enormous resources and mana. Kyle continued, This automatically reloads each month and can be used once. Send messages to make them think we are dead and will no longer target us. Sooner or later, we will become worthless anyway. Adele stepped forward with a faint smile. Dead. This is a mutually beneficial agreement after all. Kyle sighed with a weary tone. Do as you wish. He continued, now there is one more order. From today, you will leave Satan. Go gather all news about the demon realm from outside, whether it's secret realms, stories about the high-level demon clans, or hidden artifact histories. For now, find the nearest secret realm location and information about any clans that have escaped punishment. Send reports every half-month. Kyle nodded, understood. Seeing his professional attitude, Adele was pleased inwardly. Probably because of his experience as a spy, his ability to receive and grasp orders was very quick. Kyle suddenly reached out his hand. Adele was surprised and also extended his hand in return. Thinking to himself, Kyle actually initiated a handshake. He spoke, looking forward to your upcoming achievements. But contrary to expectations, Kyle slapped his hand away and shouted, achievements my foot. Give me money. You need money to gather intelligence. Adele forced a smile and scratched his head. Ah, right, it's the money. I forgot there isn't much. What should I do? He quickly took out a piece of paper and said, just mention my name and give this to them. The Bears family will help you, but absolutely do not open it to look. Kyle took the paper and nodded, understood. Today I will depart immediately. I will submit my withdrawal form and leave Satan. Adele praised him, quick and agile. Kyle didn't care, walked away coldly, snorting. Living with scum like them is really disgusting. The scene switched to the next day in the classroom. Adele sat pensively in the middle of the class. Since yesterday, Kyle had completely disappeared from Satan. Rumors of him submitting a withdrawal form spread quickly, causing his name to be mentioned quite a lot due to the commotion in the dining hall. Even Luna suspected herself, which was understandable. She suddenly lost control while eating. He thought further, the issue was with Instructor Aries, who surely had noticed something but would not interfere with. Only a few days remained until the midterm exams, and if they changed class president now, it would surely cause a lot of chaos. Idea entered, placed her hand on the desk, her voice ringing out, pleased to meet everyone. She continued, in 3 days the midterm exams will begin. There are 4 subjects: weapon skills, magic, understanding humanity, and practical exercise. Among them, the most important subject is practical exercises. The practical exam on the last day will involve an attack on the Human Royal Academy. Idea's words stirred the whole class. Everyone was surprised. Only Adele remained calm, thinking silently, at last, it has begun. He thought to himself, finally arriving at this place. Now, the main plot of the original story will officially begin. The demons attack the Royal Academy, while the humans put all their effort into stopping them. Amidst this chaos, countless villains will reveal themselves, and fierce clashes will erupt. Contrary to everyone's worries, the girl prone stood up, hands on her hips, happily declaring that the top spot in the midterm exam would be hers. In response to her arrogant declaration, a student below nodded in agreement and cheered, saying that anything was possible if it was her. Another shouted loudly with an excited tone, kill the class president, eliminate them all. She laughed loudly and continued, ha ha, kneel before me. Hearing this, Adele clenched his teeth slightly, thinking to himself, is it really necessary to kill? It seems the whole class has been brainwashed. The 2 students below began to whisper and discuss. One spoke with worry, asking if the invasion of humanity was truly about to happen. The other replied with a grating voice, saying, given all we have endured, we must avenge this grievance. Confused thoughts surged through Adele's mind. The demons who lost their loved ones were fiercely seeking revenge against humans. This might be better than trembling in fear like this. He furrowed his brow and continued thinking. If everything unfolds as in the novel, Class A will be wiped out during the midterm exam, but there is still hope. I have changed countless original plot details up to now. I bribed Kyle to leak false information to the Royal Academy and kept Luna from being expelled. Destroying the Royal Academy is impossible, but at least I can save the entire class, preventing their complete demise. If I manage that, I will receive the highest praise as a truly exemplary class president, and Ares's trust will be the accompanying reward, opening more opportunities to access Satan's armory again. A smile spread across his lips. The goal for this exam was to survive and achieve a high score. He resolutely decided, in a determined tone, to go all in as if betting his very life. Back at the dormitory, Renee stood before him, speaking coldly. It had been a long time since they last met. In response to this somewhat brusque remark, Adele slightly furrowed his brows and replied, yes, miss, it feels like months have passed, as if it has been many months since we last met. He thought to himself that she was very angry. Her face darkened, radiating intense hostility. She continued, in a sharp tone, perhaps because you've been avoiding me. Under this heavy pressure, Adele slightly stooped. He thought to himself that they had been using the excuse of training together to evade each other, and now, suddenly being summoned before the midterm exam, he understood why she was so angry. But despite that, he glanced sideways. At this moment, Diana was sitting with her legs crossed, looking straight at him. He thought to himself, why do you two always go everywhere together? Surprised by Adele's astonished look, Diana smiled and spoke up. Hello, I'm Diana. Adele didn't reply immediately, still lost in his thoughts. They say the more you try to avoid bad karmic ties, the tighter they cling. I really don't know what to do. Noticing he was silent and thoughtful, Diana tilted her head teasingly. No greeting back, then I'd be very sad. He snapped out of his thoughts, hurriedly put his hand over his chest, bowed in greeting. I'm Adele, honored to meet someone of noble lineage like you, miss. She smiled in response. Yes, nice to meet you. Renee immediately cut into the conversation, her tone cold, skipped the greetings. Explain to me why you have been avoiding me all this time and now suddenly demand a fight. Adele stepped closer, speaking softly, because I feel guilty. She questioned suspiciously, guilty of what? He wiped his tears lightly, sobbing, I am your defender, and I failed to protect you. That has tormented me all this time. Facing Adele's genuine expression, Renee, embarrassed and angry, shouted, Can you stop crying like a little pup? He continued, his voice trembling, You don't understand how I feel. Renee was cold, her whole body slightly trembling with anger. Adele thought to himself, damn it, do I really need to use this method? Then he took out a mana vial and said, actually, to make amends, I brought you a gift, my lady. Seeing the vial in Adele's hand, Diana came over to peek curiously and asked, What is this, a mana vial? Adele nodded in response, yes, I had to work very hard to get it. Diana smiled and turned to say, I heard that after the war they became much rarer. Renee, you should take it and forgive him. Seeing her speak up for him, Adele thought silently, repaying anger with kindness, thank you, Diana. But Renee immediately brushed Diana's hand away and responded indifferently, no thanks, I don't need these things. This time Adele thought to himself, she really is angry with me. He began his charm offensive, opening up. Actually, I was bullied by other trainees because I am a half-demon, so I've been trying to keep my distance to avoid causing you trouble, Lady Renee. He immediately knelt down on one knee, his voice sincere, if that hurt you. I sincerely apologize, sorry, my lady. He thought to himself, I've said everything I could, hope this will work. Diana stood beside him, arms crossed, adding, he really cares about you, he's a very good protector. Hearing these words, Renee pondered for a moment, then the corners of her lips softly curved into a gentle smile. She stepped forward and spoke, I won't accept it. Seeing that she was less angry, Adele put his hand into his shirt and smiled as he continued, haha, you mean you accept the mana basin now? She still kept an indifferent attitude, turning her face away and continued, I said I'm not hurt at all. Those words left Adele speechless, not knowing how to respond. Diana stepped up to rescue him once again, cheerfully saying, that's great, it seems everything is fine now. Renee glanced sideways and coldly replied, don't talk to me. Diana pointed at her eyes and laughed loudly, haha, I'm telling you, Renee is just a bit too rigid. If she could fix that, it would be absolutely wonderful. Seeing Diana's warm attitude, Adele thought to himself, I didn't expect Diana to have this side as well. Then the group proceeded to the training room. Renee held a sword in her hand and said, then let's have a sparring match, it's been a while after all. Adele nodded and replied, all right. Diana stepped closer and whispered into Renee's ear, Renee, show him your new technique. But these words accidentally reached Adele's ears. He thought to himself, a new technique, so she must have learned something while we were apart. At that moment, a dense dark aura radiated from her. Her eyes narrowed, her voice full of killing intent. Watch carefully. She tightened her grip on the sword, mana bursting forth outward. It increased steadily, and her eyes suddenly gleamed bright. The space around her mysteriously solidified. Facing this intense killing aura, Adele slightly furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that such a fierce killing intent was truly astonishing. The sword in Renee's hand suddenly turned jet black, emitting a dense aura of dark energy. Adele was terrified, thinking that the demonic power gathering in each sword was turning it black. Could it be a dark sword? A form of sword aura that only master knights of humanity could achieve. Usually, channeling magical power into a weapon or body can activate skills. But with a dark sword, the magic must be refined as thin as a sheet of paper. Yet he could do it, truly the descendant of the seven-shaped great sin. She gripped the sword tightly for a long moment, then relaxed her hands, causing the dark aura to gradually dissipate and returning the sword to its normal state. Seeing this, Adele stepped forward and spoke, wondering if it was not yet perfected. Renee nodded in reply, yes, I still have to concentrate with all my focus to the utmost limit. Adele tightened his short sword in hand and smiled, then let's have a match and see how it goes. The girl happily nodded, all right then. He thought to himself, curious about the power of the dark sword, but for now he'd try using a regular knife first. With that thought, he rushed toward Renee, swinging his knife with great force. She immediately swung her sword to block the attack, their weapons clashing and sparking fiery bursts all around. Facing this powerful attack, Renee took a slight step back, her eyes flashing as she spun her sword to deliver a horizontal slap. Fortunately, Adele leaned back, dodging the slap. He stepped back, dropping to one knee, readying himself for the next strike. Thinking to himself with enhanced vision, I can see all of Renee's movements. This is doable. On the other side, Renee wielded the dark sword once again. Her eyes flashed, the blade turning pitch black and exuding a terrifying pressure. The dagger in Adele's hand suddenly shattered. He was startled, thinking silently, did she deploy the dark sword that quickly? The outcome was almost decided. Adele shyly scratched his head and said, "Amazing, a dark sword with such power." Renee replied confidently, "Of course." Diana stepped forward to add, "A noble lady stronger than even her own guards. That's not something you see every day." Renee is truly remarkable, isn't she? Faced with such praise, Renee quietly reflected without responding. Diana teased, "What's this? Are you blushing? That's not very Renee-like." Renee's expression suddenly changed. Diana's eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous intent as she spoke, but the more I look, the stranger it seemed. Something seemingly ordinary yet far from trivial. She glanced over Adele's body, causing him to flinch slightly, then looked at him with a meaningful smile. "What is this? I feel genuinely curious." Under the dreadful pressure she radiated, Adele shivered and broke out in a sweat as if bathed. The cold gaze of Diana as she approached him made his whole body tremble slightly. Looking into those sharp eyes, he thought silently. One of the powers Diana possessed was the ability of keen observation, capable of noticing even the tiniest fine hairs on the opponent's body. To be noticed so intently by someone destined to become a demon lord was truly overwhelming. How should I react now? Countless thoughts flooded Adele's mind, leaving him confused and unsure of what to do. He continued thinking, could she possibly become the greatest enemy? It would be best to keep some distance. Suddenly, a deep red murderous aura burst through his entire body, causing Diana to flinch briefly, a subtle, enigmatic smile curling on her lips. Looking at that confident smile, Adele thought to himself, most people would feel fear or alertness when sensing such a murderous aura, but this was a calmness only the strong possessed. Renee stepped forward, cutting through the tense atmosphere, and said, "Diana, are you curious about something?" To this question, Diana approached, pointed at Renee, and smiled. "Yes, because the swordsmanship Renee just displayed looks stranger the more I watch, so I'm just a bit curious." Renee looked at her with suspicion, but seemingly with some trust as well. Seeing this, Adele muttered inwardly, she's so easily deceived. Then he turned to Renee and said, "I also want to ask, how is such swordsmanship performed?" Holding the sword in her hand, Renee began to explain firmly. "First, you must grasp the secret, which feels like pouring energy fully into the sword itself." Adele nodded repeatedly. "Ah, so that's how it is," he thought to himself. "Ha ha, only geniuses would come up with something like that." He stepped forward and continued, "I still have to study for exams, so let's stop the contest here." Renee nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let's do that." Watching her back as she turned away, Adele asked, "Renee, how is your preparation for the midterm exam going?" She looked at him and smiled confidently. "Perfect." Faced with that confident look, Adele also smiled, thinking that the timing of the first midterm exam and the moment the main characters received that arrogant glance didn't align, which means Renee will survive this exam, but the chances are very high that my Class A students will all perish. Watching their backs as they walked away, he said, "Then good luck, miss." Renee turned back and waved. "Yeah, you be careful too." Diana glanced at Adele beside her and gave a slight smile, whispering, "See you later." This unexpected remark startled Adele. He thought to himself, looks like I'm being noticed again. Scene changes to the next day. The academy appears under the clear blue sky. Sun rays streamed through the window pane, and a little bird perched on the windowsill, pecking at tiny crumbs of bread. Adele looked at the bird and thought, finally the midterm exams start today. Aries worked me so hard he didn't even let me eat. I still have to take exams, so hurry up and eat quick. He was almost exhausted, his face pale, muttering to himself. The first subject is human knowledge, and despite studying all night, not a single word seemed to stick. Being the author but not understanding this subject, it's truly ridiculous. But he comforted himself. Back in school, he often studied selectively, so he probably managed to salvage a few points. When he sat down in class, Adele's expression turned blank. He cursed, realizing that as soon as he entered the classroom, he forgot everything he had studied. Luna approached him, clenched her fists tightly, and encouraged him, "Adele, you've done your best." His face looked like he hadn't finished speaking, but Adele interrupted, "It's not that bad. He then asked Luna if she was ready. She smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm a bit fuzzy, but it's probably not enough to fail." He turned to Prone and asked, "What about you?" Prone crossed his arms with a confident smile, saying, "Why bother with theoretical subjects? As long as I do well in the practical parts, that's enough." Hearing that, Adele thought to himself that to increase the chance of survival, even by just 1%, no part should be taken lightly. Prone laughed loudly. "Ho ho ho, after all, the top rank will belong to this young lady." At that moment, a teacher entered, speaking in a clear, strong voice. "Everyone, take your seats, arrange your notebooks, and put everything into your desk compartments. If anyone is caught cheating, they will be immediately expelled from the exam room." As the proctor finished speaking, the students below bowed their heads and began their exams. While working on the test, Adele muttered to himself that perhaps thanks to his interest and focus, cramming had surprisingly been effective, and the test was going smoothly. But then a question caught his eye, causing him to pause briefly. "What do you think about humanity?" "This question isn't graded," he mumbled, "but this isn't a multiple-choice question. It's an essay, and moreover, it has no points." What does it mean to ask what I think about humanity? If it were Adele, whose clan was destroyed by humans, the answer would be obvious. But since I created both humans and nobles, I am their father. How am I supposed to write the correct answer? Though feeling somewhat uneasy, he still knew the answer that Satan wanted. After much thought, he wrote 2 words on the paper: enemy. 45 minutes passed. The proctor announced, "Time, up, hand in your papers. The second period will be the weapon skills test." The scene switched to the training ground. Ares crossed his arms, his expression dark and very serious. He looked toward the students, his voice low. "Today you will compete in one-on-one battles, showing your true strength. Magic or weapons, whatever it is, give it your all in the fight. You must not avoid combat out of fear. I will call names in order. Step forward one by one." Faced with Ares' serious attitude, Adele sighed, thinking, the fighting spirit is intense, meaning to fight with all one's might, as if for real. Hearing these words, the 8 students below trembled with fear, especially Prone. Suddenly, a student was blasted flying backward, rolling several times on the ground, letting out a painful cry. Adele looked toward him and said pitifully, "Is this all you've got?" Witnessing the recent scene, he thought to himself that there was no mercy at all. No one could withstand even a few seconds without being knocked down. Even now, Ares was fighting with bare hands, and they still couldn't get close to him. Ares looked down and called the next person, "Samuel, come here." Hearing his name, Samuel calmly stepped forward. As soon as he stepped up, Ares said, "Fight with all your might." Samuel nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." After finishing, his whole body erupted with a surge of green mana. From within, countless bizarre-shaped monsters screamed, mixed with Samuel's cries. Immediately after, he launched numerous magical attacks straight at Ares. Facing these attacks, Ares tightened his grip on the lightning sword, mouth curling into a cold sneer. "This time I'll have to use some strength. I will respond seriously." A blazing red mana radiated from Ares' body, enveloping the sword and making it glow red. Seeing this, Adele shouted loudly in his mind, "The sword technique is different from Prone's. The red hue must be the fire element." In the center of the battle, Ares swung a few times, instantly cutting through Samuel's attack. Seeing his attacks easily countered, Samuel clenched his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." He muttered, "So strong, truly the Templar Ares." Even using that technique, he remained steady and unshaken. But then he clenched his fists tightly, faced the sky, shouted loudly, and his entire body burst forth with countless streams of dark mana surrounding him. Seeing that, Ares clenched his teeth, his facial muscles tensed, and spoke up. Restoring his previous state was fine too. But with just a single charge, the bizarre monsters created by Samuel were immediately cut into pieces by Ares. He lunged forward, pointing the blade in front of Samuel, causing him to flinch briefly. Before Samuel could react, Ares tightened his other fist and threw a straight punch into his chest. Samuel let out a painful cry. Kneeling down on both knees, clutching his stomach, his whole body trembling, he struggled to speak, clearing his throat. Ares coldly asked, "Are you still willing to continue?" Samuel's trembling hands slightly lifted to resist, gritting his teeth against the intense pain. From behind, a demon created from mana opened its mouth wide and charged straight at Ares. Just as Ares realized, it bit hard into his shoulder, causing a few droplets of blood to spatter. But this strike seemed to have no effect on him. He reached out and gave a slight pull, instantly tearing the monster in two, his expression turning cold. "My shoulder has been getting hurt a lot lately, huh?" An unexpected counterattack, a wise decision. At this moment, Samuel was breathing heavily, and after a few seconds fell face down onto the ground. Seeing this, Ares turned back and spoke out, "Quickly take Samuel out of the exam room." He looked toward the group of students, his voice stern, "Next one, come here." His gaze was extremely fierce as he looked directly at Adele and called out, "Come up here, Adele." As soon as Adele stepped forward, The dark red murderous aura surged out from Ares, making the whole space feel suffocating, and everyone was terrified. He looked directly at him, his voice deep and low, and began. Looking at him, Adele muttered inwardly, the murderous aura was truly terrifying. Even if he didn't kill him, the master intended to take at least an arm or a leg from him. Ares raised his sword forward and declared clearly, give it your all. Adele immediately responded, please wait a moment. Ares frowned, suspicious. What else do you want to prepare? Adele smiled confidently and said, I have something I want to see. Ares furrowed his brows, daring to make such a request to a test examiner. You want me to show you what? Adele made his proposal with determination. I want to see you envelop the blade with sword aura. From the start, Ares explained coldly, sword aura isn't something you can imitate just by looking. You have to truly grasp. Adele raised his hand and asserted, if you show me once, I believe I can feel it. Faced with this arrogant remark, Ares tightened his grip on the sword with both hands, his voice deepening. You've got some nerve. Fine, I'll show you once, watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of mana surged from the sword, gathering on the blade and radiating a brilliant red light. Watching this scene, Adele thought to himself, in just an instant, the red mana condensed and enveloped the blade, truly astonishing. Seeing Adele deep in thought, Ares asked in puzzlement, do you think you can do this? Adele clenched his fist, eyes full of determination. Thank you for showing me. He smiled confidently, thinking to himself that this wasn't something you could learn by using just your brain. At that moment, a large amount of purple mana surged from Adele's body and converged into the blade in his hand. Seeing this, Ares's expression darkened slightly. He clenched his teeth and coldly said, I admit you have talent, but that sword energy wave can only last for 5 seconds before dissipating. Adele was briefly startled and thought to himself, it's still a bit too much for me. It only lasts 5 seconds, but even so, it's worth trying. Immediately, he enveloped the blade again with sword energy, looked toward Ares with a smile and said, let's begin. Under his determined gaze, Ares replied happily, all right then, come at me. Below the arena floor, Samuel was being treated for his wounds by Luna. He looked up at Adele in the arena, thinking to himself, if he moves like that. Cutting back to the arena, the fierce clashes of sword energy caused the space to tremble, with energy radiating everywhere and creating a chaotic scene. Adele retreated backward, took a stance, then charged straight at Ares, attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a confident smile appeared on his lips. He thrust a sword straight towards Ares, but Ares easily raised his sword to block. The two swords clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Ares smiled and said, you cloak your sword with energy when you swing it. It feels like watching a performance. Adele smiled lightly, thanking him for the compliment. But immediately after, Ares swung his sword powerfully, knocking Adele back several steps. While he was still suspended in the air, Adele immediately used the position swapping skill. This time, the target was Ares's sword. In an instant, he appeared right in front of him. The blade, enveloped by sword aura, aimed straight at Ares's face. A powerful stab rushed forward, but with quick reflexes, Ares leaned backward, dodging the attack. Then he swung his leg to kick hard, sending Adele flying several meters backward. Adele thought to himself, the master just dropped his sword. Right then, he immediately unleashed the triple dark fang blade technique. 3 mana blades appeared around him, exuding a dense killing intent. At his command, the 3 blades shot straight toward Ares, but Ares remained unscathed. He gritted his teeth, thinking it was just a minor irritation. He tensed, creating a protective circle that blocked all 3 of Adele's attacks. Faced with such quick reflexes, Adele thought to himself, that massive body had unbelievably fast reflexes, plus a body shield. Even his dark blades couldn't hit him. That master really was a monster. Just as the thought ended, Ares clenched his fist tightly, raising his other hand, aiming to grab Adele's head to attack. When the fist was close to his face, Adele yelled loudly, I surrender. The unexpected words startled Ares. He wondered, what did he say? He angrily shouted, I already told you, you are not allowed to run away. Adele calmly explained that both his arms used to block the attacks were injured, and that he had completely run out of mana, unable to continue fighting. He gently brushed aside Ares' fist, thinking silently that getting injured before the combat test would only be a disadvantage. There was no need for him to act that way. Also, he surrendered just to annoy that teacher. Ares angrily put his hands on his hips, turned around and shouted, all right, go back to your seat. Adele smiled and thanked the teacher for understanding. He turned back angrily and shouted, stop talking nonsense. Next person, faced with Ares' furious attitude, Adele smiled inwardly, scared stiff and too afraid to speak. Following behind him as he stepped down, the students below buzzed with whispers, the class monitor collaborating with the examiner. After this, it would be impossible. Another added, even if half demonic, the class monitor is still the class monitor. These rumors were exactly as Adele had predicted. He smiled inwardly. Everything unfolded just as he planned. He had attracted attention with flashy moves, while Ares seemed unable to do anything. During the combat test, I have to be clearly the center of the entire class. If Prone led as in the original story, Class A would have been wiped out. After witnessing the recent fight, Samuel approached, clenched his fist tightly, and wondered, why did it end up like that? Adele turned back and replied, you recovered really fast, but what the heck are you talking about? Samuel shouted, I'm asking why. Adele adjusted his shirt and calmly explained, well, I ran out of mana and energy, so I had no choice but to surrender. Samuel interrupted angrily, that's not what I'm asking. The question is, why are you so strong? His arm clenched into a fist, trembling slightly with anger. Adele looked at him with a smile. Oh, maybe it's just innate. Samuel angrily asked back, is that all? Adele replied, do I need any other reason? Samuel sneered mockingly, ha, hard to believe that someone like you could be so strong. Adele responded calmly, aren't you also born into a well-off family and possess that greedy power? At this slightly provocative remark, Samuel's expression darkened. He coldly said, you little trash, watch your mouth. One day I'll break your teeth. As words left his mouth, a dense, murderous aura radiated from him. Seeing Samuel's darkened gaze, Adele was puzzled, but he remained silent. After a moment of staring at each other, Samuel angrily turned and left, snorting coldly, what trap? Watching his retreating back, Adele thought to himself, suddenly appearing out of nowhere to pick a fight, I worry he won't obey orders during the midterm exam. Prone stepped forward, cutting off his thoughts, and said, so what's going on? Why are you acting like this? Adele turned and replied, Samuel was the one who started it. She continued seriously, the issue isn't about that. It's true that Samuel treats you badly, but I don't understand why you keep provoking his family. Just because I mentioned his family and made a fuss, compared to how he looks down on me for being a half-demon. Hearing that, Prone gently closed his eyes and sighed. Turns out he really didn't know. She explained that Samuel is the head of the gluttonous clan. Watching Samuel's figure walk away, he murmured to himself, a first-year student who has just enrolled is already a clan head. As if understanding his thoughts, Prone spoke up to explain, just as you think, his clan was completely annihilated. Hearing this, Adele quietly murmured in his heart, so that's why. No wonder he reacts like that every time his clan is mentioned. She continued, during the Great War between humans and demons, all the bloodlines were wiped out by humanity. Only Samuel survived, becoming the clan head. Now you understand why I blame you. At that moment, Adele thought silently. Originally, I was also in the same situation of clan annihilation, but since I merged with him, I didn't truly feel the rage or sorrow. Samuel is different. He witnessed and experienced that tragic scene firsthand. He once thought that things like clan or family exterminations were just plot setups, but never expected the characters in his novel to become this vivid. Then he turned to her with a smile and said, from now on, I'll be more cautious. She nodded in response, do that, I'm off now. Watching her back as she walked away, he said, good luck on your exam. She laughed loudly. Ha ha, even a servant worries about. She looked back confidently and said, this is as easy as eating porridge. Just sit there and watch with your own eye. Looking at her back, Adele smiled, thinking to himself that he thought it was all just bragging, but it turns out there's a serious side too. But then distant noises suddenly made him flinch. Prone, come here quickly. Then from over there, loud cries rang out, wake up for me. Prone, please spare me. Faced with this scene, he frowned slightly, thinking that he should start preparing for the next test. The third test was stealth techniques and magic theory, which were his strong suits, so there was nothing to worry about. The magic theory part mostly covered familiar knowledge, so it wasn't difficult. As soon as the test was finished, the proctor announced, all right, everyone has worked hard. Please take a good rest before the practical exam begins. As soon as the words ended, he laid his head on the desk and sighed softly. Phew. Among all the tests, this was the easiest one. Maybe his magic score would be almost perfect. But the problem was the practical exam afterward. No matter how well he did in previous subjects, dying during practice would render everything meaningless. Could he do it? Just thinking about the practical made him feel nauseous. Then from a distance, a figure approached his desk, causing him to flinch. It was Prone. She crossed her arms and asked, did you do okay on the magic test? He replied, it was okay. How about you? She laughed loudly and asked back, haha, guess. Seeing her confident attitude, he thought to himself, it seems this girl's specialty is magic, so she must have done well on the exam. If he didn't indulge her a little, he'd probably be bothered all day long. He spoke up, she must have gotten a perfect score. Ending his thought, he continued, clearly, she just bombed the weapon proficiency test, yet for some reason, she still likes to brag. Hearing this, her expression suddenly changed, her face stiffening. She stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, What did you say, you bastard? Seeing her anger, he immediately explained, Hey, I just misspoke. I was just worried about the practical exam and said something careless. She lightly punched him in the face and yelled, Go to hell. Then from outside, an orange-haired young man walked in and said, Hello, Class A. Recognizing him as somewhat familiar, he thought quietly, Is that Balton? Just as he expected, Balton approached him and asked, Oh, you're well, huh? He replied warmly, Long time no see, Balton. He wondered silently, why did this guy suddenly come here? In response to his polite attitude, Balton smiled shyly and said, Ha ha, you remember me. I'm really touched then. But then his demeanor suddenly shifted. His eyes filled with menace as he said coldly, Looks like you've gotten much stronger. Faced with this somewhat threatening remark, Adele refused to show weakness. Purple magical auras radiated from him as he smiled and replied, Thank you for the compliment. Feeling that Adele's attitude was a bit firm, Balton sighed softly and spoke, Actually, I wanted to have a match once, but today I have other matters. This statement made him slightly startled. Then Prone turned to ask Balton, You're the descendant of jealousy, right? I remember you from the entrance exam. Haven't met you since that day, huh? Looking at the girl, Balton replied, And you are Prone, right? Hearing this, she smiled with amusement and responded, That's correct. Then he pointed toward the door and said, I have something to do, can you come with me? The girl angrily spoke up, How dare you order this young lady around? He replied, Ha ha, this time it's a meeting of the class presidents. The principal will also attend, so you have to be present. At this, Adele thought to himself, A meeting? Prone interrupted, But I am not the class president. Hearing this, Balton asked again, You're not the class president. She smiled, Yes, though the class president is indeed my subordinate. But this guy here is the real class president. Saying this, she looked toward Adele, who was still sitting quietly there. This statement made Balton momentarily startled. He glanced at him, puzzled, what? Then he changed his attitude completely, speaking with excitement, You're the class president. I really want to have a match right now, are you free? Faced with this eager attitude, Adele thought to himself, He's truly crazy. Then he replied, I have to attend the class president meeting. Let's leave it for later. Please lead the way ahead. Faced with this blunt refusal, Balton was slightly angry, turned around and said, Then let's go. And Prone, you should come along too. She curled her lips and replied, I am the class president's master. Of course I have to follow him. Balton walked ahead. Hearing this conversation, he laughed loudly. Haha, you all seem to have a lot of fun playing together. All right then, let's go now. Prone's face was cheerful, excited as if reaping a good harvest, quickly speaking up, Follow me and you stay in the back. Slightly frowning, Adele cursed silently inside, Oh God, what on earth is going on? Scene shifts to the hallway. Adele stepped up and asked, By the way, why did you call the class president's meeting? Balton answered while walking, Oh, it's to divide areas for the midterm exam. This time it's invading the human world, you all know that, right? He in the back replied, So that's it. Meaning the meeting is to determine which areas each class will attack. Hearing this, Balton turned back and praised, Very sharp indeed. No wonder you were chosen as class president. Even if you are a half-demon class president, it's still better than those big-headed dull types like some grape-shaped brains. As he finished speaking, he pushed open the door and the three of them entered the room. At that moment, Renee, Diana, and the other class presidents were present in the room. Seeing his appearance, Renee wondered inwardly, why is he here? Beside them were the class president of Class D, Gu War, and the class president of Class B, Arson. Balton was the class president of Class E. He looked toward the person sitting directly opposite and said, Everyone is here now, Principal. Seeing the three people enter, the principal said, Please come in quickly, class president of Class A, Adele. These words made Renee startle briefly, surprised to learn that Adele was the class president. Meanwhile, Arson put on a look of frustration, asking again, What, that guy is the class president? Gu War next to him snorted coldly without responding. He stepped forward, smiling brightly, and said, Yes, thank you for calling me. Diana was equally surprised and turned to tease Renee. What's with your defender being so fierce? These words made Renee's expression turn shy, and she didn't reply. Seeing that attitude, Adele thought to himself, So I never told Renee that I was the class president. Explaining it later will probably be difficult. Seeing everyone was gathered, the principal spoke up, If everyone is here, then let's begin now. Please take your seats. However, Gu War stepped forward, looked at Adele, and mocked, How ridiculous, a half-demon as class president. Then he glanced at Prone behind him and continued, And that fool back there, who bore the notorious title of the 7 deadly sins, has now been ousted from the class president's seat. Sitting and studying with these scummy people, even Cerberus passing by couldn't hold back laughter. Isn't that right? Arson, still with his head down on the table, added, Haha, not wrong at all. At these words, Prone trembled slightly with anger but remained silent. Adele maintained a calm demeanor, but thoughts began surfacing in his mind. What is this? What kind of atmosphere is this? This isn't a meeting, it's a trap. Gu War looked up and threatened, "You'd better get out of my sight immediately, you damned hybrid bastard." In response to this threat, Adele did not falter at all. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a heavy killing intent, silently scoffing inside, surrounded by enemies on all sides. At this moment, Adele was being overwhelmed by Gu War's massive body. He thought to himself, just following Bolton to the meeting room, and yet such a thing happens. Even the principal tacitly allowed this situation to occur. Could it be that they deliberately arranged this to test if he was qualified or not? If so, I must show some real strength. Seeing Adele just standing there without saying a word, Gu War angrily shouted, "Are your ears deaf?" Then he stepped forward, grabbed his head with his hand, and continued, "Talking won't do any good." But immediately, Adele used his hand to push his arm away, his hand wrapped tightly, gripping the blade firmly, aiming straight for Gu War's throat in an incredibly fast instant. As the blade approached, Gu War instantly used his enhanced physical strength to toss aside his strike. But at that moment, countless blades created by dark magic appeared in the air, ready to plunge down. Seeing this, Gu War's whole body flared up with anger, veins bulging across his face. He shouted loudly, "You damned half-demon." Then he unleashed a series of punches to block the blades rushing straight at him. As soon as he finished defending, Adele gave him no chance, immediately rushing in close. In an instant, Gu War shouted loudly, "I will smash your head." His hands clenched tightly, radiating tremendous physical strength, striking straight towards Adele. He was no less formidable. His hands gripped the blade firmly, his whole body emitting a dark aura that enveloped the space. With just one slash, he easily left a cut on Gu War's arm, much to Gu War's stunned surprise. Realizing the wound, Gu War clutched his arm tightly and let out a heartrending cry of pain. Watching their duel, Renee thought to herself, "Sword aura, Returning to the battle, Adele stepped closer, grabbed Gu War's angry face, held it firmly, and directed the blade straight towards the top of his head, causing him to tremble in fear. Just as the blade was mere millimeters from Gu War's eye, the principal behind them interrupted, saying, "That's enough. Stop now and all return to your seats." These words were like a lifeline to Gu War, who was trembling violently from what had just happened. Adele immediately changed his attitude completely, sheathed his blade and smiled, saying, "Are you satisfied now?" Gu War then collapsed to the ground, speechless. The principal looked at him, smiling, and said, "That's enough." Then she ordered Adele to sit next to Arson. He nodded in agreement. "Yes." Gu War looked at his wounded arm and cursed silently, "Damn it." Watching the play from outside, Bolton spoke up, "Oh, turns out he's stronger than I thought." Prone, standing beside him, smiled excitedly, "Ha, truly my slave." Renee was still lost in thought, yet another skill he didn't know about. Diana coldly turned and said, "Impressive, just as expected from Renee's bodyguard." Once everyone had settled into their seats, the principal spoke up, "All right, now that everything is settled, let's begin the meeting. The sole reason I summoned you all here is to assign the attack zones to each class leader for the practical combat exam in the human world." Adele replied, "I've heard a brief overview, but I want to know exactly how the areas are divided." Immediately, the principal summoned a cubic orb in his hands, looked toward him, and said, "It's better to see it directly than just hear about it." From the orb, a vast map appeared floating in midair. Looking at it, Renee wondered, "Is this a star map?" The principal replied, "Correct, but everyone knows this isn't an ordinary map, right?" Adele spoke up, "This is a continent map of the human world." The principal laughed, Yes. Actually, I hoped Class A would attack here, but it seems I underestimated the class leader." Looking at the marked location, Adele murmured in his heart, "That's the Royal Academy, isn't it?" The principal continued, "So I've decided to assign you an even tougher mission." These words made the corner of Adele's mouth twitch slightly. He thought to himself, attacking the Royal Academy was already the most dangerous mission in the human world, so how could they have assigned an even harder task? What was there that he didn't know yet? The principal continued, "According to information from one of our spies, one of the first-year classes in the human world will conduct an outdoor lesson to launch an attack on a secret realm." Realizing the principal's intention, Adele muttered in his heart, "So that's it. They only have to attack a first-year class far from the school, so they think it's easier to carry out. Although the first years are the weakest, the problem is." The principal continued, "Wouldn't it be better to have Class A attack the urban area instead of the Royal Academy?" At this suggestion, Prone suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. What's worth fighting for among those worthless kids? Our Class A should be the ones attacking the capital." These words left Adele speechless. But thoughts continued to arise in his mind. The spy still hadn't grasped the timing, yet the protagonist's group had already surpassed even the descendants of the seven-shaped Great Sin. Their true nature would be exposed in the Interclub tournament after the Royal Academy's midterm exams concluded. And in the class we have to attack, there is a member from the protagonist's group. His hands clenched tightly. If a battle broke out, except for Bolton's and Diana's classes, all the others would be annihilated. Which area would yield the best result? The area that our class must go to is. Prone continued speaking, saying our class A will. But just as he said this, Adele immediately interrupted, saying we will attack one of the first-year classes of the Royal Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, Prone looked at him angrily, shouting loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? We should head to the capital." In response, Guwar glanced over and snorted coldly, "Truly a bunch of weak half-demons. Just a few people and they're already so afraid they choose to retreat." At this taunt, Adele turned, his eyes cold as he replied, "You should have had one of your eyes gouged out earlier. Probably now you wouldn't even dare to look at." At this threat, Guwar suddenly stood up and shouted, "You bastard." Seeing the situation starting to descend into chaos, the headmaster spoke up to stop. Then she looked towards Adele and asked, "Why did you choose such an easy area? I thought you would say you wanted to attack the capital." He was still deep in thought at this moment. Maybe they didn't know, but that was the class of one of the main characters, and they were the most dangerous rivals. Still, he had to accept the risk and go there because there was a spirit medicine. Usually one of the main character's companions would drink it, but I have to seize it at all costs. Having just finished thinking, he spoke up, "The reason is because of my special ability." These words made the headmaster flinch briefly. "A special ability, huh?" He nodded and replied, "Yes. First of all, I am extremely skilled in assassination, but there's no reason to cause a commotion in a city full of people. In the capital, most areas are very crowded, so bringing along dozens of people to carry out an assassination is clearly very dangerous. Of course, killing all the witnesses would also solve that problem." In response to this bold idea, the principal smiled and said, "So that's it, even more than I expected. You understand both the geography of the human world and your own strength very well. In that case, there's no reason to stop you. Class A will be assigned to attack the first-year class of the Royal Academy." Hearing this decision, Adele spoke up, thanking the principal. Then he immediately stood up and said, "Then I'd like to go inform the fellow students." He thought to himself that it would be better to leave before the principal changed his mind. Then he turned to Prone and said, "Let's go." She was very surprised by this decision, but also slightly startled as she replied, yes." After the two of them left, the room suddenly became unusually silent. Arson crossed his arms and sarcastically said, "Impressive, huh? He's the defender from the Bears family, right? Didn't expect you to pick someone like." This remark was directed straight at Renee, making her too embarrassed to respond. She was still lost in thought. What Adele used just now was definitely sword chi, but until recently he hadn't even demonstrated sword chi, so how on earth did he do it? Her eyes darkened, growing heavy with emotion. Adele had always been good at hiding things. What exactly is going on? Why does this pain feel so sharp? Bolton leaned back in his chair, sighed softly. When competing in martial arts, he had only been slightly stronger, but now he has grown up so quick, which only made me want to fight him even more. Ha ha. The principal stepped over to the window, his gaze distant, thinking to himself that now he understood why Instructor Ares warned us to be careful with Adele. He had defeated one of the descendants of the 7 great sins just to prove his strength. He might have chosen a harder area, yet acted with extreme caution. His judgment and abilities both exceptional. Truly a valuable seedling not to be eliminated. Just because of Ares' warning, if properly guided, he could become a true hunting dog like those from the Arson family. But if he cannot be tamed, the only option left would be the same as with the 6 human clans. Walking down the corridor, Adele mumbled to himself that finally, tomorrow the real combat test begins, and he must prepare thoroughly. Scene shift to the next day in a great hall. Adele and the other students donned their battle gear and stepped inside. 2 guys behind spoke up, wondering if our class will kill the human hero. One replied, "My clan is the target of theirs. It's truly something to look forward to." Another next to him clenched his fist and raised it high, determined. "Let's show those inferior people the power of Class A." Looking at everyone's confidence, Adele thought to himself that they had sent false information claiming they would attack the 3rd-year dormitory, so the instructors from the Empire Academy would rush to the dorm area. Only one instructor would accompany the 1st-year class outside. If my prediction is correct, that instructor is a 5th circle mage. My goal is to hunt down and kill that person. Facing the protagonist's teammates is already difficult, so I must deal with that instructor first. Afterwards, I have to seize the spirit elixir from the secret base. As soon as everyone had gathered in full, Ares looked down and spoke. "The principal will now give a speech. Everyone be silent." The principal slowly stepped forward from the back, looked down below, and said clearly, "Students, the war has now officially begun. You will face the civilians who killed your parents. Your brothers and friends among the lives lost in Satan. No one can escape that pain. All of you have surely witnessed the destruction of precious bonds, and have only been able to hold your families' bodies and wail in grief. Those cowardly and despicable people even desecrated our corpses. But now it's our turn to go hunting humans. In response to the principal's impassioned declaration, the students below shouted in unison to boost morale. Looking at the scene before him, Adele thought to himself that this spectacle was like a frenzy. The principal's speech raised everyone's morale to its peak. As soon as he finished speaking, the principal extended his hand to bless all the students below. Seeing this action, Adele thought to himself that being able to bless so many people at once, the principal is truly a monster, and it would be very frightening to face him. Then she turned to the instructors and said, "Hey instructors, please lead your students forward." Idea, standing beside her, added, "We will board the ship now. Please move in an orderly manner." The ship immediately began to move. At this time, all the students of Class A were already on board. The ship's speaker announced, "This is the vessel heading to the Otherworld station. Passengers, please prepare for the upcoming impact." Idea stepped forward cheerfully and said, "We will arrive in about an hour. Please relax comfortably while waiting." Everyone began to relax, but at this moment, Adele's gaze became more intense than ever. He thought, Otherworld station, it must have cost hundreds of holy stones to teleport so many students. However, later in the storyline, more and more portals appeared connecting to the human world, and eventually the two worlds merged into one. Noticing his contemplation, Luna looked down and offered a piece of jerky, saying, "Adele, do you want to eat some? It's jerky made from spiritual deer, very delicious." Taking the meat, he said, "Thanks, I'll eat it now." Watching him eat eagerly, she asked, "Is it tasty?" He nodded and replied, "Yeah, it's very good." Then he muttered, "Now let's check the current situation." A system panel appeared before him, showing race, half-demon, good and evil, temperate, talent, position swapping. Traits, interesting, focus, killing intent, darkness, magic control, arrogant eyes, conception. Mana 1381. Looking at the mana stat, he muttered that his magic was still too weak, even though he trained before sleep every night. The results remained just like this. He must obtain that elixir. Maybe then his conception will become stronger. Seeing him continue to brood, Luna called out, asking what he was thinking about so intently. Suddenly, a surge of energy surrounded her body, causing her to flinch and scream, "What is this?" My body suddenly. At this moment, not only was she, but Adele too was enveloped in a wave of energy. He looked on and muttered, lifting Luna only a few centimeters, but that was enough for practical combat application. Experimentation is paramount. He must not be careless and must keep evolving, because in the future, it would be regarded as a transcendent ability, like a distinct domain, since it allows him to manipulate gravity. All right, this check is fine, but he was still worried that the Knights of the Continent might encounter someone who had once tried to kill him. In the storyline, Leon reported to his superiors that he had fallen into a ravine and died, but he did not actually fall, and had instead arrived in the demon world. Learning of the Arson family's betrayal, so it could only be presumed that he had died there. Of course, Principal Lucien would think so too through the spy network. But being cautious is never excessive. It's best to find a mask to cover your face. Suddenly, the train car shook violently, startling the other trainees briefly. An announcement came over the loudspeaker: "We are about to arrive." After just a few minutes, the train officially came to a stop. As soon as everyone stepped out, what struck their eyes was a huge mass of magical stone. Adele stepped closer and quietly exclaimed that it was all magical stones. Selling just one would provide enough gold to live on for a whole year. It was really a waste to spend so much on a one-time use teleportation gate. If they had waited a bit longer, the price would have been much lower. Seeing everyone had gathered sufficiently, Idea stepped forward and said, "All right, surely everyone knows where this place is now." Then she came closer, placed her hand on a nearby box, and continued, "Before departure, each person should take one item for themselves." Someone stepped up and handed him a mask. He looked at it and muttered, "Is this really a mask? Just in time, I was wondering where to find one." Idea took a mask and put it on, explaining that this mask was imbued with magic to reduce recognition ability. It would help them conceal their identities. Those who wear the masks could still recognize each other, so there's no need to worry too much. Then she looked at him and said, "Class leader, please try it on." He nodded and replied, "Yes." Then she turned to everyone and said, "Everyone else should try putting one on too." Having said that, he and the other trainees immediately put their masks on. The moment he put them on, his vision improved significantly, making him let out a slight "oh," seeing even better than usual. "I'm starting to like these already." Idea approached and asked, "So how is it? Can you see more clearly?" He replied, "Yes, it's more effective than you expected." Then she took out some bars and said, "Ha ha, and also take this." He looked at the wooden-like bars in front of him and asked, "What are these?" She answered, "They're emergency rations. Eat one per day so you won't need any other meals. But don't eat too many when you're on the battlefield. Their taste is like dirt mixed with insect guts." This statement made Adele flinch slightly. She stepped over and continued, "Anyway, just one per day is enough." "Got it," he nodded and replied, "Yes." But inwardly he cursed, "Ha ha, that taste is really horrible." After finishing the instructions, Idea said, "Now, before entering the gate, I will explain the exam procedures. First, in this test, the instructors will not accompany you." As soon as she finished speaking, the students below started murmuring and speculating, "Not accompanying us, that can't be. Then who will guide us?" She immediately reassured them, saying, "After all, this test is exclusively for the students, so we've assigned targets suited to your level. If instructors were involved, it wouldn't be a real test anymore. And besides, afterward, the instructors would have to prepare to reopen the gate to bring you back." She continued, "Therefore, from this moment on, all instructor authority will be transferred to the class leader, and all students must first follow the class leader's order." Then she stepped forward to pin a flower on his chest, explaining, "This is the Enzur flower, the symbol of Satan, representing the team leader. And take this map as well. I heard the principal say you know how to read maps." Then she turned her back and left, hoping it would help you. He nodded and said, "Thank you." As soon as everything was done, she said, "Now open the gate. Good luck to you all." As soon as her words ended, the pillar covered in magic stones radiated a huge energy. From behind, spatial gates began to gradually appear. Looking ahead, putting on his mask, Adele murmured to himself, "Everything is ready. To them this is a strange world, but to me this is hell. At all costs, I will survive and return." Right after, the entire class stepped through the gate together. As they stepped in, the other students seemed unable to bear the atmosphere here and held their noses. Seeing that, Adele thought to himself that because this is an alternate dimension, their bodies cannot adapt. Even I can't endure it for long. Suddenly, he saw a light on the other side, making him suspect in his heart that is the exit. Luckily, it seems we just need to go a little further. Then he urged the whole class, "Everyone, we're almost out. You can see the end of the path, hurry up." Suddenly, the gate behind them gradually started to close. Seeing that, Adele shouted loudly, "The gate is starting to close, run fast." Seeing that, the whole group rushed forward as fast as they could. In the end, only Adele and Luna remained at the back. Seeing this, he grabbed her hand and forcefully pushed her toward the opening gate. Fortunately, she managed to get outside the gate in time. Finally, Adele leapt out just before the gate closed. Outside, before everyone's eyes, was the clear, bright scene of the human world. In front of them stood the Imperial Sky Island Academy. The entire class was quite surprised by this. Adele couldn't hide his amazement as he thought, "So this is the Imperial Academy. Seeing it in person, it's indeed much more magnificent. Truly worthy of being the pinnacle of human magic and technology." The other students also exclaimed in awe, "What is this? That island is a school. How could an entire island float in the sky? Compared to it, Satan is just like a sandcastle." Prone, seeing this, also stammered, What on earth is that?" Adele didn't hesitate to explain to them, "As you can see, that's a school. Unlike Satan, this is a school for humanity." Prone replied, "Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it." Luna, standing beside him, asked anxiously, "Do we need to go inside?" Adele smiled and replied, "No need, and we can't either. That place is protected by a barrier so strong that even the dragon tribe cannot break through it." Hearing that, Prone shouted in astonishment, "Even the dragon tribe can't destroy it." Adele smiled, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I could use the teleportation skill to get in alone, but the main party would immediately punish me." Breaking away from his train of thought, he clapped his hands once and commanded, "All right, everyone, gather around." He held up the map and described the plan to everyone. "According to the map, if we go around the other side of the academy, the target location will appear. We have to move immediately. Let's get going." Cut to a forest scene. Everyone was marching through there. Suddenly, Adele realized something and thought to himself, "But in this forest, I've felt someone's gaze following us all along. Was it an enemy?" Behind him, Samuel was glaring at him angrily. Realizing this, he turned back and silently scolded himself. "That guy is still acting like that in this situation. This is a life or death moment, yet he only makes me feel more irritated." But in the plan I laid out, Samuel's role is extremely important. His magical talents force me to acknowledge that. I will let it slide this time. Then Adele reached out his hand towards Samuel. Seeing this, Samuel shouted loudly, "What are you trying to do?" Adele quickly replied, "Exactly what you see." Adele continued explaining, "I know you don't like me, Samuel, and I don't like you either." Samuel frowned and responded grumpily, "Why all of a sudden say that?" Meanwhile, Adele patiently explained, but only this once we need to cooperate. Hearing that, Samuel expressed his displeasure and retorted, "Why should I cooperate with someone like you?" Putting the bigger picture first, Adele responded, "Otherwise, everyone here will die because of the two of us. Humanity is not an opponent to be defeated without cooperation, and you, more than anyone, must understand that clearly." Hearing that, Samuel also calmed down more. He waved Adele's hand aside while walking and said, "You annoying guy, just this once." Seeing that, Adele smiled in response, "I take that as a compliment. You've made the right choice." After achieving his goal, he secretly thought to himself, "Good, now everything with Samuel is settled. We just need to find the entrance to the secret realm. It must be nearby." Suddenly, a classmate ran over to announce, startling him to turn around, "Class president, there's something strange ahead." Heeding that, he followed and discovered a door. As soon as Adele saw it, he was delighted and thought to himself, "Found it. The position on the map matches, and it looks exactly like the description." The other academies noticed the door and began to murmur, "What's this now?" First, it was the floating islands, now even doors can fly. Adele, hearing them, explained that this door is the entrance to a secret realm created by humanity. "From here, we will enter inside." A student stepped forward and said, "All right, I'll open it." Seeing this, Adele also cheerfully said, "Go ahead and try." Grasping the handle, the student thought, HMPH, no problem. Just as he pulled, he was fiercely attacked by a surge of red energy. Adele on the side looked at his friend, who was charred black, thinking secretly he got shocked. Actually, it only allows teachers of the Empire's Academy to open it. Then Adele turned to look at Samuel and gave a mischievous smile. Seeing that, Samuel asked confusedly, "Why are you looking at me again?" Adele replied, "Sir Samuel, you must take action." Hearing this, Samuel didn't understand and asked back, "What did you say?" Adele began to explain, "You have to pump magical energy into the handle to force it open." Hearing this, Samuel disdainfully said, "A half-demon can't even do this, and yet he's the class leader. Step aside." Adele heard this but still smiled, though inwardly he was angry, thinking, "That mouth of his." Then Samuel stepped forward and infused magic into the door handle. After a while, he stopped. The door began to show signs of movement. Then it swung wide open. Seeing this, Adele reminded everyone, "Hurry, get inside." At the front, he turned back to reassure everyone, "Fortunately, it seems the traps ahead have not been triggered, so we can proceed with ease." Passing through the gate, they entered a canyon. Prone walked beside Adele, exclaiming, "It's larger than I thought, and the atmosphere resembles that of the demon realm's secret landscapes." Adele beside her explained, "That makes sense. This secret landscape is the venue for an entire class's practical exam." Samuel moved forward, suspiciously asking, "If this is a test site, it should be full of traps and monsters." Adele immediately replied, "That's right." Samuel continued, "Then why aren't we ambushing outside?" Adele heard this and silently praised him internally. "Oh, that's a sharp question." Then Adele smiled and replied, "Exactly. If we were to ambush, the best time would be right after they finish the test, when they're still tired and careless. But there are several reasons why I insisted on entering the secret landscape now. First, I know all the paths here without triggering any traps. That means the humans will still fall into the traps as planned. Second, we will leave before they arrive." Hearing this, Samuel asked again, "If we just go in and out immediately, then what is the point of entering?" Adele didn't answer but just chuckled. Seeing this, Samuel said angrily, "Don't laugh, you're irritating me." At that moment, Adele finally explained that this place not only resembles the atmosphere of the demon world, but was also created by humans to find a way to conquer the demon world. Hearing that, Samuel responded in surprise, meaning that. Adele raised one finger and replied, "That's right. Those artificial secret realms are like treasures within the demon world. In other words, this place contains treasure." He continued, "We are almost there. We've arrived. What lies ahead are 6 diverging paths." Looking at the paths ahead, Samuel complained, "Oh my, are there 6 forks at this crossroads?" Prone chimed in, "Which way should we go?" Adele stood thoughtful for a moment, as if observing, searching for something. Then he stepped over to the rock face beside them to assess the situation. Seeing that, Prone objected, "Not that path." Before she could finish her sentence, his hand had already touched a stone on the cliff, causing it to sink inward and trigger some mechanism. He said cheerfully, "We must not take any of these 6 roads." The moment his arm left the slab, a door suddenly opened right next to where he had been standing. He continued, "If we go this way, we'll get to where we need to be immediately. Everyone follow me." Faced with his decisive action, Samuel asked, "How do you know about this path?" He didn't answer aloud but thought to himself, "How do I know? Of course I know, because it's one of the setups I made." After some time moving, dusk was settling behind the mountain range. They came to a wide clearing, where a lone chest sat on the ground. He stepped forward and said, "There's a chest here." Prone wondered what's inside. He replied, "It's my first time here, so I don't really know." Hearing that, Prone nodded, "So you didn't set it up. Then he suggested, well then open it. As soon as he spoke, he opened the chest, and inside were only a water canteen and a bag of sand. Looking at the two seemingly useless items in his hands, Samuel said, "What good are these junk?" He explained, "The sandbag seems useless, but the water canteen looks extremely useful." He slowly unscrewed the canteen and began pouring all the water out. Seeing a huge amount of water pouring out endlessly, Prone exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, all that water comes from that tiny canteen." He nodded and explained, "This canteen can hold enough water for dozens of people, so we won't need to risk searching for water anymore." At this amusing discovery, Samuel next to him scolded, "How shameful, hiding a simple water canteen in a secret spot like this." He thought to himself that, actually strangers were the ones who would come carrying tools to kill. Snapping out of his thoughts, he put the two items away and said to the group, "I've taken everything, let's go, there's going to be a battle here, so search the surroundings carefully." After a while of moving, they emerged from the cave. The group found themselves in a vast forest. Adele said, "Now I'll assign tasks to you." He looked towards Samuel and said, "You will take on the reconnaissance mission." Samuel questioned, "Why do I have to do that?" He smiled and replied that you are the most suitable person for this mission. Samuel argued back, "Isn't it your role as class president to do this work?" He chuckled and answered, "No, the only person who can carry out this mission is you. I am certain that you are the best in stealth magic and magical energy, so that is why I trust you with this task." Seeing his talents recognized by others, Samuel looked delighted, then shyly looked away, letting out a slight cold snort but still agreed to accept the mission. All right. Seeing this attitude from him, Adele thought to himself, he seems happy. Could it be that from the start he wanted to take on the reconnaissance mission? I feel reassured because Samuel will take on this mission, since I can't leave this position. I will command and monitor the situation from the beginning. Samuel turned toward him and said, "All right then, there's no other way but to agree if you plead with me like that." Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted, "You won't be scouting alone." Hearing that, Samuel's attitude immediately changed. Happily, he asked again, "So, will another student accompany me?" He directed his gaze behind himself and shook his head to deny, "No, it won't be a student." Immediately after, he took out a small bird that surprised both Samuel and Prone. Prone approached repeatedly wondering, "Isn't this a hawk? Moreover, a hawk that's excellent at reconnaissance and gathering information." Looking at the small bird in front of him, he thought to himself, "It looks like a sparrow, but in the demon realm, they call it a hawk." He continued to explain, "It's a bird raised by Master Ares, and this time I borrowed it. We have become very close, I even named it Sage." Samuel reached out to take the small bird, questioning, "Master Ares, did you intend to kill him? I don't think there's any reason for him to treat you well now." Seeing Samuel's words made sense, but thinking back, he had become close to it after feeding it for a while. He wasn't sure if it would side with him as much as with Master Ares, so he decided to try. Immediately from his body, a dense dark energy emanated, enveloping the small bird, causing its eyes to glow red. He wanted to control the bird according to his will, but it instantly flew up into the sky, turned abruptly, and looked directly at him with a probing gaze. This startled him briefly, thinking, "Why won't you come back to me?" But then something appeared before his eyes that made him flint. At that moment, a small screen appeared in the sky, showing his image through the eyes of the small bird. He looked at it and questioned, "That's my face." Then he glanced up at the little bird and continued speaking, "So that's it, it shares information through its eyes." After gaining a loyal disciple, he immediately gave an order, "Now you have to accompany this person for a while." As soon as it received the order, the little bird instantly chirped a few times as if it understood its master's meaning. Then it flew over and perched on Samuel's head, much to his astonishment. This startled Samuel briefly. He flailed his hands a few times, angrily shouting, "Get down, don't sit on my head from now on, you inferior creature." It seemed to understand his words and immediately flew away, only to then dart back and peck repeatedly at his head, causing Samuel to yelp a few times. Standing beside him, he explained, "Seijo can share information with me, so you must protect it well." Samuel nodded in response, "All right." Then he turned to Prone and said, "As for you, I want you to lead the trainees while I'm away. Your ability is seduction, isn't it?" Prone nodded and replied, "That's correct. It helps allies become stronger for a short time, but for some reason, it has no effect on you." He raised his hand teasingly and said, "This is likely because Miss Prone lacks enough charm." Hearing this, Prone shouted angrily, That's impossible." Then she returned to the main issue. "But why are you leaving?" He explained, "When trainees from the Royal Academy arrive here, their instructors come along as well, and I will be the one facing off against that instructor." Before his somewhat reckless action, Samuel, standing beside him, voiced his concern. No matter how strong he was, it would be really difficult to face a lecturer alone. Seeing Samuel worried about him, he teased, "Are you worried about me now? I never thought I'd live to see today." Feeling mocked about his concern, Samuel angrily shouted, "Then go die." Adele immediately changed his tone and said, "I was just joking. I'm only going out to be on guard in case that lecturer shows up, but if he doesn't come, I'll come right back to escort everyone immediately." He thought to himself that the guy would definitely come. More precisely, he had to come, at least to increase his mana. After assigning the tasks, he spoke up. "Now that everyone's duties have been assigned, Samuel will scout ahead, Miss Prone will stay behind to command, and I will confront the human lecturer." Prone questioned, "So what should we do now?" Faced with this unexpected question, he pondered silently for a few seconds. This also caused the other two to show a few question marks on their faces. After some thought, he said, "I'm hungry now, let's go eat first, and it's best if we camp here for a day." Faced with these somewhat cliched words, Samuel, standing nearby, angrily shouted, "Is that all you want to say?" He smiled and replied, "Ah, Samuel, you must leave immediately. Please check if any classes from the Royal Academy are heading out for a field lesson." Feeling dismissed, Samuel questioned, "Well, will I get to eat too?" He waved his hand and said, "Hello, goodbye, and good luck." Then he looked toward Prone and said, "Let's go." "So it turns out I get to eat a meal, but my comrades will starve to death." At this moment, Samuel stood silently like a statue, reflecting on the harsh treatment from him. Deeper inside the forest, Prone suddenly swore loudly, "Damn it, is this all there is?" At this time, he was holding the ready-to-eat ration given by Professor Idea and enjoying it thoroughly. In contrast to him, the young lady beside him was continuously vomiting. The other trainees suffered the same fate. They were constantly vomiting. In this scene, he could still eat well. He thought to himself, they truly are descendants of noble families. The taste is disgusting, but in this situation, there is no choice but to eat it because nutrition is essential for fighting. But the flavor resembles the corpse of dried worm. Then he turned his gaze toward Luna beside him, who was still enjoying the dried worms deliciously. Under Adele's gaze directed at him, the girl turned around puzzled, asking why he was staring at her like that. He just gave a wry smile and replied, "It's nothing." Then she made an offer, "Do you want some dried meat?" He didn't want to relive the experience of eating dried worms, so he immediately stood up and declined. "No, I can't eat while the other students are suffering. Just keep it, maybe we'll need it later." Faced with his decisive action, Lunar exclaimed, "At times like this, you seem much kinder than I thought, Adele." He then teased, "I've always been kind from the start, haven't I?" "Haha, I always get misunderstood because my appearance looks harsh." But anyway, he wondered if Samuel was okay right now. He looked up at the sky. The scene that appeared was the Royal Academy. Looking at it, he thought to himself, it seems Seijo is monitoring the Royal Academy near him, and currently, both are doing very well. Following the direction of Samuel's pointing finger, suddenly a large bright spot appeared ahead. He focused on it and spoke with curiosity. "Wait, something is coming." It was a golden carriage drawn by horses with flaming heads. Just by looking, it was clear the carriage belonged to a person of power. He exclaimed inwardly, "That carriage can't be." Adele marveled inwardly. How could that carriage travel back and forth between the Royal Academy and the ground? Such overwhelming power seems only found in legends. Samuel also mumbled something, but Adele couldn't hear clearly. He thought to himself, unable to communicate, truly maddening. Now all he could do was hope that he got the hint and would retreat. In just a few seconds of movement, the carriage safely descended to the ground. Looking at it, Adele whispered inside, "This time it's troublesome. They've arrived faster than I expected." Someone stepped out of the carriage. A golden eagle emblem cast in gold displayed on his chest. From the memories he had, this person was Basaha, and he was the first target that Adele was determined to kill. He was a Wind Element Magic System Education Officer, a powerful expert at the five-cycle realm, but specialized in theory like Robolt and not skilled in combat. Adele thought he could still fight. Then he turned his gaze toward the people behind, who were now paying attention, especially a tall young man with a giant hammer strapped to his back. That guy was the son of Count Leon Tyrias. Beside him were two stunningly beautiful young ladies, probably his personal companion. He was one of the main characters, a key figure in the main plot. He was even stronger than Basaha, but he usually joined the team 30 minutes late because he was busy betting with the female students. That's the opportunity. If those two combined, no one in Class A would survive. Then the camera turned towards Samuel, who was turning away to leave. Adele quietly breathed a sigh of relief inside. Samuel was retreating. He turned back to the others and said, "Everyone, act quickly now." At his urgent tone, Prone stepped forward, asking if something was wrong. He explained that the target was advancing toward us. She startled and replied, "Really? It's finally starting." He nodded, "Yes, quickly erase the traces and check your weapon. I will stay outside the secret realm to deal with the human sect leader. while you all go inside and wait to attack when the human trainees are exhausted. Luna approached and asked, will that sect leader really come? He nodded in confirmation. He is even stronger than sect leader Ares, and honestly, I'm not sure if I can defeat him. This made Luna behind him worried. No way. He remained calm, thinking to himself, if someone stronger than Basaha comes here, it truly is terrifying. He turned to Prone, I trust you will lead the trainees well. She nodded affirmatively, don't worry. Then from afar, a shout rang out along with Samuel's appearance behind. He shouted anxiously, the humans are coming. He nodded, just in time, I also confirmed through Seijo. He assigned the mission, Samuel, you also enter the secret realm and bring Seijo along. Samuel was about to nod in agreement but then asked, are you really going to face the Inquisitor alone? He nodded to confirm, yes, that's what I have to do, there's no more time, quickly open the side gate. Samuel turned his back and walked away but didn't forget to remind him, don't die on me. He smirked and replied, I'll try. And be careful with that sun-kissed blonde human. Samuel nodded, okay, I'll keep an eye on him. Then he loudly shouted at everyone, move aside, I'm opening the gate. Watching their backs as they left, he thought to himself, I hope this group can hold out until I finish dealing with Basaha, though I'm not even sure if I can beat Ba. Well, I should start preparing a position for myself. He quickly used his blink skill to teleport himself onto a high tree branch, directing his gaze toward the gate below. His face became very serious, raising his alertness. Everything is ready now, all that's left is to wait for them to arrive. At this moment, Inquisitor Basaha led a group of trainees into the forest. Then he immediately stopped, turned around and said to everyone, halt. He approached the door and reminded them, everyone, this is today's practice area. When they appeared, Adele's vigilance also rose to its maximum. Returning to the trainees, while the Inquisitor was still reminding them, on this side, Leon Tyrias turned to tease a silver-haired girl, speaking up, hey, Sylvia. In response to his slightly dirty attitude, she immediately shrugged off his arm and shouted angrily, saying that his despicable behavior would be the last time today, and that he should prepare to pay the price for the bet. Hearing this, he just smiled without replying, then continued, so Sylvia will become mine. Seeing this guy causing a disturbance, Basaha spoke up to remind him, hey, stop talking nonsense and focus. He went on to explain, inside here, you all know what to do. The team that successfully breaches first will receive a reward. Give it your all. Upon hearing this, all the trainees responded in unison, yes, sir. Then he gave the order, all right, enter the secret realm one by one. Standing above to observe, Adele thought silently. They enter bright human trainees full of vitality, while we are only raised like pawns for war. The difference is indeed stark. Yet despite Tyria's constantly flirting, he continued with his work, speaking out. Sylvia, as promised, I will start in 30 minutes. Do well. After all, you will be mine anyway. Hearing this, Sylvia turned her back and left, leaving a mocking remark. No way, wake up from your delusion. Tyrias smiled and said, ha ha, we'll see. Seeing them hesitate to enter, Basaha reminded, what are you standing there for? Get inside now. Sylvia bowed apologetically, while Tyrias put on a calm face and said, I understand. Sitting above to observe, he now saw all the trainees entering inside. The door was also closed, and in the end, only Basaha remained. He looked toward the gate, muttering, everyone's already inside. Then he turned around, scanning the surroundings. Adele thought to himself from above, he even checked around, truly careful. After observing with his naked eyes, Basaha suddenly emitted a green mana aura that spread throughout the surrounding area. It created a circular beam of light. Immediately after, the entire forest was illuminated by the energy just unleashed. In front of the dazzling light, Adele luckily grabbed a branch, barely keeping himself from falling to the ground. He sighed softly inside, dispersing his power again to confirm, if I blink anymore, I'd be detected. After finding nothing, Basaha spoke, as expected no one's there, now let's go. He then headed toward the secret chamber. Just as Adele predicted, now all that's needed is to keep a safe distance and follow him. After moving deeper into the forest, suddenly Basaha stopped as if he had noticed something. Behind a tree, Adele had also blinked into position. He only made a very slight noise, but this time it reached Basaha's ear. He startled and spoke up, clearly sensing someone, or was it just a hallucination? He continued moving and approached a tree trunk. Touching it, he muttered, what kind of terror is this demon clan planning, making me come all the way here? They should have just wiped me out. In response to his strange action, Adele observed from above, thinking to himself, what is he doing in front of that tree? Below, Basaha channeled magical power into the opposite tree, murmuring, never mind, as long as it serves my great experiment. Then from a small tree, suddenly a swirl of magic appeared around it, causing the tree to shake violently. In just a few seconds, the small tree had transformed into a towering giant tree. This made Adele flinch momentarily, Just as he thought, that tree is a protective mechanism. If disturbed recklessly, it would have already been blown away. Standing before the tree for a while, Basaha spoke up. There's no sign anyone has come here before, so checking it should be fine. But then he suddenly sensed something. His entire body was enveloped by a flow of mana. When he turned back to look behind him, his protective mana layer was being attacked by the blade that Adele had thrown. Looking at it, he wondered, what the hell is that? As soon as the words left his mouth, Adele appeared before him, looking at him with eyes cold as bullets. Adele spoke coldly. What a pity, I almost had you. Basaha growled angrily, his cold gaze sweeping across the forest. Who are you? Adele simply raised his dagger, a surge of power enveloping it and himself. Then Adele used his stealth skill, his figure immediately beginning to fade. Basaha was surprised when Adele's figure completely vanished. He immediately condensed his power, shouting angrily, "You dare play tricks before me." He raised his hand high. Green demonic energy burst forth, forming a giant vortex that engulfed the entire forest. Adele gritted his teeth as the fierce wind blasted his body backward. In his heart he roared, "Damn it, his power is terrifying." Meanwhile, Basaha recited a chant. Wandering wind of the forest, find him. Strong demonic energy radiated from Basaha, searching for Adele. As the surge of power neared him, Adele quickly used Swap 2 to teleport. Instantly, his body shifted to a high tree branch, temporarily evading Basaha's attack. But the pressure from that massive mana still made cold sweat pour down his forehead. At this moment, Adele began to plan, thinking that if he kept being cornered like this, he was done for. He had to close in at all costs. After failing to locate Adele for some time, Basaha began chanting another spell. Seizing the opportunity, Adele leapt down with firm resolve. At this very moment, Basaha was casting a new spell. While Basaha was still chanting, Adele used Swap 2, exchanging position. Immediately, he appeared before Basaha, raising his dagger ready to strike. Basaha was shocked when he saw Adele appear right before him. Without giving him time to react, he used the skill Dark Fang, Sword Pierce. He gathered strength to strike down, but was blocked by Basaha's barrier. Two streams of power collided, creating a terrible pressure that shook the entire forest. Adele cursed silently in his heart, "Damn it, it's a barrier again." Basaha was also angry at this moment and shouted loudly, "You insect." Then he unleashed his power, a stream of mana surrounding. It was so strong that it pierced straight up into the blue sky. Fortunately, Adele used displacement to retreat far away. But the trees around him were not so lucky. They were knocked down and scattered everywhere by Basaha's power. Looking at Basaha, Adele thought to himself, piercing straight into the blade reveals that the magical shield Basaha covers himself with has about 10 layers. Basaha, furious at missing his hit, shouted loudly, "Don't hide like a rat, come out here." At this time, Adele had retreated to a corner, thinking inwardly that if it weren't for his sword stance, his body would have been shredded by the recoil like a rag. Luckily, it was Basaha. If it were a mage specializing in melee combat, they would have likely covered themselves with dozens of layers of shields. I've broken through 2, leaving 8 more. While he was still calculating, Basaha had already started deploying his skill. He unleashed 3 tornado columns, 3 times stronger than his previous attack. Wherever they went, they swallowed up everything. Seeing this, Adele cursed silently in his heart, "That madman." He immediately lay down on the ground and used the kinetic thought skill. Adele thought to himself that he had to use the thought-driven power to press his body down as much as possible to hold on. Being swept away would be the end of him. After the attack passed, he saw only a pile of broken tree trunks. Adele slowly pulled himself up and escaped death. By this time, his body was bleeding, but he silently felt lucky. He was alive. Basaha now advanced, controlling a sharp piece of wood as a weapon in his hand. He angrily shouted, finally revealing his true face. Adele reacted quickly, instantly using displacement to appear in front of him, ready to attack. But this time, Basaha noticed him and counterattacked. Basaha's eyes widened, his face twisted in anger as he roared, "You damned half-demon." He unleashed crescent-shaped attacks towards Adele. Although in midair, Adele still managed to use displacement to evade. He wondered to himself, why was this guy targeting him like that? Wasn't the dormitory of third-year students their real target? Looking at Basaha's face, he was amazed. Wait, could he be a student in his class? Basaha laughed loudly, saying, "You stupid fool, digging your own grave. You think defeating me means certain victory. I'll show you my true power," he said as he condensed his energy into a sphere. Basaha raised it high, shouting loudly, "Die." At this moment, Adele's twisted face appeared with a red eye. Basaha still laughed loudly, unaware that he had fallen into a trap. The colors around began to change. He began to doubt, what's going on? It's clearly me. And the ambusher was fighting. He seemed to forget something and asked again, "Ambush, Was I ambushed? Why? But who ambushed me? At this moment, Adele appeared before him, startling him with amazement. He then saw Adele use the Dark Fang skill, the Black Scythe dance. Countless throwing daggers emerged from the void, surrounding Basaha. They rushed towards Basaha, forcing him to use magic to defend himself. He shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Adele said nothing and silently counted, 4, 5, 6. Basaha blocked the attack and shouted something, but regardless, Adele continued counting, 7. Basaha angrily yelled, "Absurd." At the same time, he unleashed a tremendously powerful surge of energy. Then he launched it forward. Wherever it went, the trees fell. But in an instant, Adele used teleportation to appear. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Only to hear Adele reply with 2 words, "Venomous insect." Adele attacked Basaha and thought, "It's over, Basaha. Your dagger has pierced his chest." The dark power from the dagger began to emanate, attacking him. Adele, wearing a mask with flashing eyes, kept charging forward, while Basaha was shocked, thinking, "Was I really defeated by something like a half-demon? Impossible, I am. I am a great mage who will create a masterpiece on par with the gods." But at this moment, the dark power had already cut his hand and was approaching his neck. Moments later, Adele appeared behind him, and his severed head fell off. Basaha's body then collapsed to the ground. After finishing off Basaha, Adele let out a long sigh. He sat down exhausted, marveling that among all those he had encountered, he was the strongest. Adele slowly removed his mask to reveal his face. Fortunately, after using perfect concealment, he had not lost any senses. The mere thought of losing sight sent chills down his spine. Adele took out a small bottle of potion, thinking to himself, "First, recover the mana. I already drank the intermediate mana recovery potion right after perfect concealment, so now only the advanced mana recovery potion remained." Adele quickly poured the entire potion into his mouth without regret, because he knew he was soon to fight Tyrius, so there was no reason to be stingy, drinking it with no taste. Adele realized he had probably lost his sense of taste due to using perfect concealment earlier. After recovering, Adele went to the gate, preparing to search for the spiritual herb. He looked at Basaha's corpse there and thought, but first, he picked up the eagle-shaped badge. With this, they would finally believe he had dealt with Basaha. Entering inside is a dark space. In his hand, he held a lantern. As he stepped down the stairs, he marveled. Luckily, there was a magic lantern right at the entrance. Very kind. I must bring one along next time. As he stepped down, Adele sensed a certain smell and immediately became suspicious. Why did the scent become stronger the further down he went? His feet had reached the very bottom. What struck his eyes was the image of a demon inside the experimental chamber. This place contained many separated parts of demon tribe. Not only that, there were also skeletons that had long since dried out. Adele approached a table where a demon had been dissected. He immediately realized that this was a biological laboratory used for demon subjects. Looking at the corpse below, he assessed that he hadn't expected things to be so tragic. I wrote that the demon tribe is absolutely evil, so using them for biological experiments is justified. A doubtful question arose in his mind, but after all, if people are good and demons are evil, then even in his own novel he was no longer sure. However, humans also had their reasons for conducting the experiments. Looking at the test tube before him, Adele recognized what Basaha had once tried to create. The homunculus crushed countless demons to form itself. Inside the test tube was something purple. Looking at the object floating before him, Adele inferred that having a homunculus would help its owner avoid the imminent death. Hence, Basaha wanted to create it at all costs, but ultimately, the research failed. At this moment, Adele immediately thought of Robolt. Although it was unfinished, Robolt would probably like it. In return, he should demand some intermediate-level mana restoration potion. Right. The bag he carried now had something moving inside, causing it to shake as if it wanted to jump out. It turned out to be the lone venomous creature. It jumped out with bright eyes staring at the homunculus. Before Adele could react, the venomous creature broke the test tube and lunged toward the homunculus. Immediately after, it swallowed the homunculus whole. Adele beside only knew to shout, "What are you doing?" At this time, a source of red energy from his neck shone directly onto the venomous creature. Looking at the glowing amulet, Adele wondered if it was the pendant. The moment the venomous creature swallowed the homunculus, half of the pendant lit up. It seemed not to react to the creature itself. Could there be some connection between the homunculus and the mana god? Or perhaps it was related to a completely different existence. Maybe consulting the mana scripture on homunculus creation would clarify. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Basaha had already memorized the secret technique and had burned it. Looking at the venomous creature before him, Adele sensed something strange and asked, "You look a bit different now. You used to look like a dragon, but now more like a snake." He seemed to realize something. Could it be? He tried using permutation 2 on it, but it had no effect. Holding it in his hand, he wondered. Clearly, it was previously an inanimate object, yet after swallowing the homunculus, it resurrected as a living creature, and the homunculus successfully operated inside the venomous creature instead of a person. Images of Crete appeared within you. Wait, if this transformation transmits to Crete that, you just ignore it and put the small snake in your pocket. For the sake of your spiritual health, just let it be. Quickly consume the elixir and move on. Then you found something that looked like a mountain ginseng. As you absorbed it and manipulated your magic power, your entire body was enveloped by a light blue magic aura. While chewing, Adele sighed in admiration, swallowing as the intense heat surged through his body, feeling his veins expand. The whole room was now surrounded by the light emitted from him. After finishing the absorption, Adele exhaled deeply. The status board appeared: race, half-demon alignment, chaos talent, transposition 2 traits, interest, focus, sword coat, killing intent 2, darkness 2, mana manipulation, eye of superbia, telekinesis, mana, 1381 increased to 2072. Looking at the status board, Adele smiled quietly. Finally, his magic power surpassed 2,000. The once unstable sword energy became a stable trait, and both killing intent and darkness increased by 1 level. Adele sat down and focused the magic power in his hand. Looking at the magic power he generated, Adele happily thought that all the magic he emitted could be transformed into darkness. Now all he needed was some shadow to completely erase his presence. He stood up, absorbed all the magic power, having collected everything, then returned to his classmates. There should still be about 10 minutes left. A screen appeared through the connection between him and Sage. Displayed on the screen is the scene of Samuel fighting. Looking at the girl confronting Samuel, Adele immediately recognizes that girl as Sylvia. Fortunately, Tyria's hasn't appeared yet. Watching Samuel fight fiercely, Adele silently admires. Indeed, Samuel shows no sign of weakness and is pressing his advantage well. Suddenly, the pendant around his neck glowed once more. This surprised Adele. What could it be that the pendant is reacting again? Inside, a piece of paper appeared faintly. Adele exclaimed in astonishment. It was a purchase slip this time. The paper displayed clearly that it allowed viewing the recent past. Looking at it, Adele wondered aloud, the recent past. Previously, it only repeated matters of offering to the gods. What exactly is this about? Both reacted in unison, certain something was going on. Adele then took out a small knife and drew some blood from himself. Without a pen, blood would have to suffice temporarily. He carved the words, "Please reveal the truth of this pendant." However, the response was the familiar phrase, "Offer to the gods." Seeing this, he said irritably, "Again with offering to the gods. Do I have to break into the human temple to steal the sacred artifact?" These answers are all impossible, so frustrating. At this moment, Samuel's image reappeared on the screen. Adele thought to himself, it's connecting again. Adele was facing Samuel through the screen. Suddenly, the necklace emitted fierce energy. A voice appeared in his mind, instructing him to use the pendant. He immediately thought, the pendant is reacting intensely. At that moment, a stream of dark energy surrounded his body. A pitch-black darkness enveloped the space, and a faint sound rang out as if tearing the silence apart. Adele moaned softly, bringing his hand up to clasp his head. A stabbing pain like a hammer blow left him dizzy and unable to think clearly. His eyelids trembled. He murmured, exhausted, "My head, it hurts so much, what the hell just happened?" A weak light gradually filtered in as Adele forced his eyes open. His blurred vision revealed the view outside the window. Blazing red flames everywhere and cries echoing through the air. A man collapsed to the ground, hands shaking as he begged. "Have mercy on me, please, have mercy." Samuel stood motionless, eyes wide, whispering in bewilderment. What is this? The scene outside became clearer. Waves of fire ravenously consumed the mansion. The harsh clash of steel rang out, and human soldiers laughed like madmen. "Kill all those damned demons." A scream rose and stretched across the ashes. Adele stood stunned, his hands clenched tight, the firelight reflecting in his trembling eye. Adele's face went ashen, his pupils contracting. He stepped back, breathing heavily, unsure of what was happening. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek. A chill so cold it made his whole body shudder. He turned and, almost without thinking, looked into the mirror beside him. The reflected image made his heart seize. A youthful face, bright brown eyes, slightly disheveled hair, looking like a child of about 10. Wait, hold on, this face. He stepped closer, his fingers trembling as they touched the surface of the mirror. His heart pounded in his chest, sweat beating on his forehead. This was Samuel, and he looked about 10 years younger. He whispered softly, his eyes full of confusion and doubt, feeling as if he were dreaming, though everything was terrifyingly real. Adele glanced around the room. Debris and ash drifted down, the light from outside casting a golden wash across the floor. His breathing quickened, his voice faltering. 10 years ago, This was the time of the war between humans and the demon clans. He clenched his hands, his heart racing. So then, an image flashed through his mind. Screams and burning merged into a horrific symphony. The scene outside came into view, the flames devouring roofs and the sky glowing red. He murmured that this place was Samuel's past, the massacre where Samuel's family had been exterminated by humans. His throat tightened, his heart heavy. The back door suddenly creaked, and Samuel started turning around. The silhouette of a woman appeared in the doorway, the light from outside forming a bright outline around her. His breath caught, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tears sprang to his eyes. He rushed forward, his hands trembling as he wrapped his arms tightly around her. "Mother," he choked, the word breaking in his throat. He buried his face in her chest, his whole body shaking like a frightened child finding refuge. In that moment, pain and memory became one. Adele finally understood that he was witnessing his friend's past. The woman bent over, her face drained of color in the weak firelight spilling through the doorway. Her eyes shone with panic mixed with determination, her voice hoarse from holding back tears. "Samuel," she said carefully, "no matter what happens, do not leave this place." The boy lifted his head. His lips trembled and his hands clenched the hem of his shirt, sensing that something was wrong. A gentle but hurried hand rested on his cheek, trembling as if afraid time would slip away. "Don't look, don't listen, just stay right here. Just 5 minutes, my child, just 5 minutes. Do you understand?" Her voice faltered amid the screams outside, and he could only nod, his eyes brimming with tears. "Yes, I understand, mother." In that moment, a sad smile blossomed on her lips, her lashes trembling before tears fell. "You must live, okay? I love you." The door closed. The light gradually faded, leaving only the last warmth seeping through the grain of the wood. Samuel sat curled in the corner, arms wrapped tightly around his knees, his body shaking in waves. He did not cry. He only stared into the darkness before him. His heart thudded heavily, weighed down as if something were squeezing it. Outside, the clash of metal and unending shouts reverberated. Suddenly the door rattled violently, the sound making Samuel start. His eyes went wide, breath coming fast. A hoarse, mocking voice called out, "So you're hiding in here, huh?" His whole body froze, cold sweat breaking out as his arms tightened around his knees. The clash of metal rang out, accompanied by outraged screams. Outside, his mother's voice choked with fury. "You bastards, stop!" Samuel trembled, bringing a hand to his mouth and holding his breath. Everything around him seemed frozen, leaving only the thudding of his heart. Through the thin crack of light, his gaze fell on a sight that made his mind explode. A sword had been driven straight through his mother's back, blood spraying in a long, dark red streak. The man behind her wore a cold smile, his eyes full of pleasure. Samuel's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Only ragged breaths escaped his throat. The man snorted coldly, his voice thick with contempt. "You thought the head of this clan was so fearsome. Turns out that's all there is." The boy shook, his eyes wide as tears began to fall. His heart seemed to stop when the man went on. The head of the family was indeed powerful, but in the end Count Leon cut his head off. A laugh rang out, crude and venomous. "Ha ha ha, that's right, very neat too." The boy collapsed to the floor, his whole body trembling. He covered his ears with his hands but still heard every word as if a knife were being driven into his heart. The soldier turned to the maid beside him and asked, "Have you searched everywhere?" She answered fearfully, "Yes, there isn't a single survivor." When Adele saw her, he recognized immediately that that maid was a half-demon. She had betrayed them and sided with the humans. Flames burst into a fierce blaze. The man raised his hand, a cold, crooked smile on his lips. "Is that so?" He swung his sword, a red light cutting through the air and incinerating everything in an instant. Screams mixed with the acrid smell of smoke and spread throughout the room. He bent down, his eyes gleaming with pleasure. "We said we'd spare you, not that we'd let you live." He laughed, his tone light as if making small talk. "Don't take it to heart." The servant's head fell, tears still streaming. Another soldier's voice rang out, "It's all finished, sir." He snorted softly and nodded. "Good, withdraw." The air sank into a deadly silence, only footsteps echoing through the bloodstained house. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused, his smile widening. "Wait, I forgot one small thing." A terrible explosion rang out, a red light swallowing the entire mansion. Flames erupted violently, the wind whipping up showers of ash, the ground shaking as if collapsing. Everything turned into hell in a matter of seconds. Amid the crashing rubble, Samuel jolted upright, dust covering his face. He screamed into the silence, his breath caught among the ruins. The scene was desolate, nothing left but a blackened heap of debris. The sky was a bruised purple, smoke still billowing and staining the heavens with the color of blood. There was no sound except the faint crackle of dying flame. Samuel's small hand reached out from the rubble, trembling as it clawed at the ground. His nails were broken, blood seeping out, but he still forced himself free from the layer of ash. It hurts." His voice was hoarse and weak. "Luckily, I can still move. How long has it been?" His whole body was bruised, each breath tearing at his lungs, but he still dragged himself toward the light. In front of him was his mother's body, long since cold. He screamed, his voice trembling and choked. "Mom, Mom." His whole body shook violently, his cracked hands reaching toward the cold corpse. Tears overflowed, falling onto the red earth like blood. Dark blue-black streams of energy began to surge around his body, spiraling violently as if driven by instinct. What is he trying to do? Adele's thoughts trembled in horror. Don't tell me. The blue light gradually engulfed the small form. He bowed his head, his eyes vacant. To survive, is Samuel going to eat his own mother? The air shattered. Hunger and despair crushed reason. Stop, Adele screamed in despair. I said stop. But Samuel had completely lost his mind. He lifted his head, eyes blazing red, screaming in agony. The demonic energy erupted, coiling as if trying to swallow the soul whole. A flash of light flared, and then everything vanished. Adele came to, gasping, cold sweat running down his forehead. He jerked upright, dry heaving, his breathing rapid. The room was silent except for his quick breaths. He brought a hand to his mouth, a wave of revulsion rising. Cough, cough. His voice was hoarse. So that's it. This is why Samuel hates me so much. He looked down, his eyes heavy with grief. A half-demon servant betraying his master, and the people who drove that child into a corner. The image of little Samuel, starving and kneeling beside his mother's body, haunted his mind. Who is truly the villain, and who is truly righteous? Light glinted off the blood-red pendant. He brushed his fingers over it, his expression growing somber. He murmured softly, was it trying to show him this? The line between good and evil that he'd once drawn might not be the truth. Adele took a deep breath and gently put the red necklace away. He forced himself to calm down after what had just happened. He told himself, I need to steady myself first now. I have to focus on pushing back Leon Tyria's. He put his mask back on, knowing an opponent's past secrets or weaknesses could be very useful, but only up to a point. Adele used his skill to fly off swiftly. Now, he had to place the larger objective above all else. Through Seijo, he observed the battlefield and thought to himself that the pendant had slowed him down too much. Tyria's might already have arrived. The view still showed the intense clash between Samuel and Sylvia. Adele wondered, are they still engaged with Sylvia? He dashed off at full speed, but realized one thing. What had felt like several days in that past had only been a few minutes in reality. Fortunately. Suddenly, the screen went dark, making him freeze for a beat. Has the connection been lost? The shockwave is too fierce. It's destabilizing the magical energy. A red gleam flashed in his eyes. Hurry. Tyria's is about to run into those kids. Over here, the clang of swords striking one another still rang out without pause. The battle between humans and demons was still at full force. Neither side was yielding. Samuel let out a roar, and a surge of mana burst from him, taking the form of sharks. They, with their razor-sharp teeth, lunged forward to attack the human ranks. Suddenly a shout rang out, "You damned insect," which made Samuel startle and turn to look. Before he could react, Prone had already delivered a strike that turned him to dust. She shouted to everyone, and they formed a defensive ring around Samuel. The group quickly assembled into a protective formation around him, with Samuel in the center, his green energy surging. He didn't hesitate to praise Prone. Not bad. Seeing that, she puffed up arrogantly and replied, HMPH, of course. Now use that powerful magic of yours. Hearing that, Samuel began to gather a massive, swirling magical orb in the air and shouted, I'll blow you all away. The attack was unleashed. Anyone on the receiving end was smashed to pieces. Bones shattered, flesh torn, limbs scattered. Sylvia ground her teeth and muttered, It's a monster. There's no holding it now. She turned and ordered her teammates, Tear open your return scrolls and fall back. Retreat immediately. Hearing that, they threw down their weapons and began tearing open their scrolls to escape. Golden lights appeared and led them outside. Samuel, seeing that, was a little surprised. He attacked towards Sylvia, shouting that none of them should get away. A monster emerging from him rushed forward to attack Sylvia. He thrust his hand out, channeling all his energy to surge forward, yelling to consume them. But when they drew near Sylvia, everything froze. This surprised Samuel. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. To freeze everything in a split second. Is that the priest? Has Adele already failed? From within the ice, the silhouette of a man materialized. He said angrily that he had smelled blood and had rushed over. His eyes grew icy cold. What is this? Who are you people? Tyrias shouldered his hammer, his eyes giving off an icy blue light, like a butcher. From beneath his feet, a ripple of ice began to spread. Samuel, seeing this, tensed up and shouted, Everyone be careful. Tyrias, his face fierce, began to swing his hammer. He unleashed a strike, forming a ball of ice that pierced everything before it. Fortunately, Samuel wasn't hit by that full-force blow, but the friend beside him was not so lucky. The upper half of his body was cut away by the attack and vanished completely, only blood spraying everywhere. Samuel turned and, seeing his comrade fallen, was utterly shocked. The others nearby also cried out loudly at the sight. Prone, who had been watching, stammered, What kind of thing was that? And Samuel cursed once. Damn. On the other side, Tyrias approached the girl who had collapsed and called out, Sylvia. He reached out his hand and asked, can you stand up? Sylvia didn't respond at first, then stood up and replied, I can stand on my own. But a moment later she collapsed again in pain. Tyrias quickly caught. He asked briefly, status. Sylvia shot him a resentful glance and answered. In total 8 people were dead. The remaining trainees were either wounded or still alive. She trembled slightly and continued, we have returned to the Royal Academy. She was on the verge of tears, but a firm hand was gently placed on her head to comfort her. You've worked hard, leave the rest to me. You go back first. As Tyrias turned to leave, Sylvia shouted for him to wait. No, I'll stay here too. I may become a burden, but even so I'll fight by your side. He laughed loudly at that. That's the woman for me. Sylvia huffed, holding her wounded arm. As for that. Before she could finish, the demon ranks surged forward to attack. Someone shouted madmen. Everyone charged in, kill them all. Seeing this, Samuel yelled a warning to his comrades. Don't, fall back quickly. But his warning seemed too late. Tyrias had already spun around and launched a hammer blow. The attack generated an icy blast. It sent flying all the approaching demon clan members. Not stopping there, he snorted coldly and swung the hammer again. The blow came down, shaking the entire space. Ice spikes erupted from it, piercing the chests of the demon clan and sending them flying past Samuel. Seeing this, Samuel began to channel his mana to defend and turned to give orders. Everyone run, quickly. He used all his power to summon countless monsters rushing forward. Seeing this, Tyrias smiled faintly and let out a small O. While holding them off, Samuel instructed Prone at the rear. Prone quickly led the trainees away. Find that one and run until the gate opens. Hearing that, Prone asked anxiously, what about you? Are you planning to hold that monster off by yourself? Not sure how long he could hold out, Samuel shouted. We can only all die here. In this situation, this is the optimal choice. I'll try to find a way to follow. She also understood the current situation, turned to warn those who were leaving. While Samuel bought time, they had to retreat, hurry and carry the wounded first. Luna, still worried about the man before her, called out to Samuel, but he only answered, Luna, you should go quickly too. Samuel's voice deepened, asking you to look after the wounded. As Luna left, she reassured Samuel inwardly, you must return there. Turning back to Tyrias, he was now visibly excited. He unleashed an extremely powerful blow at the monsters Samuel had created, ripping them to pieces. Samuel was also stunned and stepped back a few paces. The smoke slowly cleared. The silhouettes of Tyrias and Sylvia gradually appeared. With a hammer slung over his shoulder, Tyrias sneered. How disappointing to be troubled by such trash. Seeing Samuel standing alone before him, he was slightly surprised. What happened? Did they all vanish? Sylvia remarked. It seems there's another entrance we didn't know about, since they suddenly appeared in that area. Hearing that, Tyrias snorted. A cruel glint in his eyes, he said, no matter where they go, they cannot escape me. Looking at Samuel straining his strength before him, he taunted, come on, show me what you can do. Don't disappoint. Hearing that, Samuel angrily shouted, enough already. I'll show you, he said, then slammed his hand into the ground, creating 3 attack lines studded with sharp spikes that rushed toward Tyrias. The attack drew near, but he paid it little heed. Seconds later, he smiled. His eyes had turned blue. Magical energy began to radiate around. He stamped his foot on the ground, and a ring of magical energy began to spread around. It formed sharp stakes that blocked Samuel's attack, causing it to start cracking. Seeing that, he sneered, is that all? Samuel gritted his teeth in response. Someone who's bleeding shouldn't be saying that. Tyrias, hearing this, glanced down and seeing his arm was bleeding, was somewhat surprised. He laughed loudly, as if you were underestimating me. Then a blue gleam flashed from his eye. Seconds later, he and his thunder-charged hammer appeared right beside Samuel. The strike came down, shaking the entire area. Sylvia next to them was also a little frightened by the power. When the dust cleared, only Samuel lay collapsed there. He struggled to sit up and spat out a mouthful of blood, silently thinking, thanks to the greed ability, I managed to survive. Bracing his hammer against the ground, Tyrias said, well, it didn't land fully. Don't go pretending to be hurt. Samuel's whole body ached. He silently assessed the situation. All his ribs seemed broken, making it hard to breathe. He forced himself to stand up, he thought, but I will not let anyone die right before my eyes. He shouted, don't come any closer. Before he could finish the sentence, one of his legs was severed from his body. Sylvia was a little startled at the sight. Tyrias sneered, truly like vermin, so persistent. Isn't that right, Sylvia? She reminded him to hurry and clean up, then chase after them. They probably haven't fully withdrawn yet. Another hammer was swung. Samuel's arm flew out with it. Tyrias hesitated. Ah, that's right. If you dared lay a hand on my woman, don't expect to die peacefully. Samuel was now writhing in pain and lay collapsed. But Tyrias showed no mercy. He brought the hammer down while shouting, "I'll turn the rest into the same, just wait." Samuel lay sprawled on the dusty ground, blood running down his cheek and mingling with his shallow breaths, his eyes half open, vision fading as if about to go out. "Ah, is this the end?" he whispered, voice trembling in the daze. Consciousness blurred, but a question still echoed in his mind if it were him. If that person were in this situation, what would he do? Samuel's gaze trembled, a flash of light passing through his memory. A stranger's silhouette appeared in the darkness, blue light writhing around his body like something alive, making the space itself tremble. Him, Samuel thought silently, a feeling both familiar and terrifying rising inside. The image in his memory grew clearer, a man with blazing red hair and a white mask, a faint smile curving on his lips. Who is he? Why does he feel so familiar? Samuel murmured, eyes wide with bewilderment. In an instant, the blue light erupted violently, two figures streaking through the air, Samuel briefly startled. Amid the lingering light, Adele bent down and caught Samuel, who had collapsed, his voice calm but deep. "Still alive, looks like you're stubborn after all." A half-smile flickered beneath the mask. Adele sat down beside him, glancing at the long gash on Samuel's face. "Even so, at this look you're probably close to death." Leon moved his lips, about to say something, but only emitted a weak sigh. He gritted his teeth and forced himself up. "Damn, why did you only show up now?" Adele chuckled softly. "I was only a little late. This patient sure complains a lot." His voice cold and mocking, yet his eyes hid an uncommon concern. Adele rose, red eyes glowing through the black mask. "Now it's my turn, you rest." His voice cold as steel, followed by a fierce energy spreading everywhere. Opposite them, Tyrius stood frozen, squinting, his face mixed with surprise and tension. What the hell just happened? Where did that guy come from? Adele turned to look at his teammate lying on the ground, his gaze briefly worried. "Be careful, Adele." Samuel's weak voice sounded. Adele nodded slightly and replied calmly, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." He clenched his fist, preparing to face the enemy ahead. Across from them, Tyrius stood between Sylvia and the threat, coldly ordering, "Step back, Sylvia." She swallowed, eyes full of tension as she felt the dense, murderous aura engulfing the area. Adele activated his power, black smoke and purple energy coiling around him, creating a surreal scene in his mind. He thought, "I talk tough, but to save Samuel I used the perfect invisibility technique. The price, losing all bodily sensation." Yet he stood firm, eyes flashing with steely resolve. Adele vowed silently this fragile hope must succeed. Tyrius lifted his hammer with a sneer of arrogance. "Ha! The pests are twice as many now." Blue energy radiated powerfully from his body, making the space tremble. Adele stared at his opponent, his voice cold through the mask. "This time the one facing you is me." Red light flashed in his eyes, dark energy overflowing his body. "Prepare yourself, for I will show no mercy." Samuel lay on the ground, gasping as he watched the scene, murmuring in a daze, "I don't know what he's using, but that feeling is completely different from before." Blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, but a faint spark of hope shone in his eyes. The battle erupted. Tyrius shouted, "I hope you're better than the last one." His giant hammer fell like thunder. Adele darted through the purple smoke, using a dagger imbued with black energy to meet him. The collision sent rocks flying. Energies clashing lit up the cavern. A blinding blue flash burst when their weapons met. The blast's pressure made the air violently tremble. Adele gritted his teeth and held on, his whole body pushed back but not falling, both locked in a stalemate, blue and purple light merging into an energy storm. Tyrius let out a small laugh, surprise flickering across his face. "Huh, you blocked that." His eyes widened, disdain replaced by a hint of excitement. He tilted his head, muscles tensing, ready to unleash the next strike. "Nice," Tyrius roared, his eyes flashing ferociously. The two lunged at each other, blow after blow, hammer and blade clashing without pause, producing a series of KANG, KANG, sounds echoing off the cliff wall. Using his arrogant eye while calculating, though he couldn't predict the hammer's trajectory, he could grasp the micro-muscle movements. A hope flickered. Adele steeled himself. He could strike. Suddenly Tyrius changed stance and punched Adele, a burst of icy wind sealing out. Adele took the unexpected blow, his mask torn and a spray of blood spouting. Glancing down, Adele saw his hand spurting blood as well. On the other side, Tyrius taunted, "Why don't you freeze up?" Regardless of the bleeding, having lost sensation, Adele felt nothing and readied his stance to continue fighting. He thought to himself, "My hand is shredded, but it doesn't hurt. On the contrary, that's even better." Tyrius remained very confident, looking down on Adele. He grinned and leapt, channeling mana into his hammer, looking extremely valiant. Not letting him gloat long, Adele quickly used his signature ability, Swap 2, suddenly appearing in front of Tyrius and surprising. In an instant, Adele's dagger filled with dark mana plunged into Tyrius's arm, making him grit his teeth in pain, veins bulging across his face. Hit by that, Adele inwardly rejoiced, struck the dark blade. Suddenly Tyrius's hammer swung back and hit Adele, catching him off guard. which also allowed Adele's dagger to be pulled free from Tyrion's hand. Adele muttered a curse inwardly. Damn, almost forgot. Looking at the hammer hovering by Tyrion's, he continued, that hammer is a unique item, a hacked ice affinity item. It returns to its owner even from a distance. Adele calmly maintained his balance and calculated inwardly. If so, he couldn't swap onto his weapon. By now Tyrion's was truly angry. He swung the hammer, charging mana, a cold energy radiating everywhere. Tyrion's swung the hammer back with both hands and leapt toward Adele to attack, shouting filthy vermin. He gritted his teeth, eyes flashing as he roared, "How dare you startle me?" A storm-like strike came down that forced Adele to brace and withstand, two sources of energy radiating and shaking the entire space. But the disadvantage still fell on Adele. His arm was mangled, blood spraying everywhere. Even so, he felt no pain, truly a king of endurance. He only swore once, "Damn, my right arm is ruined if that's the case then." A multitude of knives appeared from the void. He had used the skill, Dark Fang, Dark Blade Storm. Tyrion's wasn't just for show. He sneered with contempt, trivial tricks. Then he swung the hammer in a whirlwind, blasting away all the blade images Adele had created flying toward him. Not stopping there, Adele continued to cast that skill once more. Tyrion shouted, "That leeching thing." Then he launched an electric ice strike straight at Adele. Taking the full hit, Adele rolled away several times before coming to a stop. Tyrion showed no mercy, his lightning power enveloping his whole body. Then he growled, "Now it's over, vermin." Lying on the ground, unable to move, Adele thought inwardly, "Could my bones be shattered all over?" Unable to move, he screamed at himself to stand up. "I told you to stand up." But life isn't so simple. Meanwhile, Tyrion's sheet of ice was steadily approaching him. He was like a butcher demanding a life, raising the hammer without mercy, shouting, "I will crush your skull." Adele could only lie there and take. He cursed inwardly once. "Damn, am I really going to die here?" Suddenly a flash of light sparked. Adele suddenly appeared in another place. Looking at this unfamiliar space, he was slightly surprised. He sat up dazed and asked, "Where is this heaven?" Beside him there was also a mirror. Looking at his face in the mirror, Adele couldn't help but be skeptical. Where did the mask go? Wait, more importantly, the wound has healed. Suddenly the image in the mirror spoke. "Have you been well lately, creator? This is the second time we've met directly." Witnessing this made Adele startle and step back. He asked again, "Adele, are you all right?" The other replied, "Sorry for startling you." The image in the mirror responded solemnly, "It seemed the situation was urgent, so I brought you into this space." Adele outside the mirror said angrily, "I'm not pleased at all. You must have seen my pitiful state." The other laughed and replied, "I understand the creator's feelings." Only then did Adele calm down and speak. "All right, since we're meeting directly, let me ask 3 questions. The other didn't mind answering and replied, "Please ask." Adele began with the first question. "First, where is this?" The one opposite answered, "I can answer that without a fee." Hearing that, Adele exploded, "What, I'm dying and you still demand payment? You bastard." The other replied, "Please stay calm. There is information I can give and there is information I cannot. I must also pay a price whenever I provide information." The voice continued, "The answer is, this is a space composed of chaos, where anything can exist and also may not exist." Adele thought to himself, talking in riddles again. He asked the second question, "So what is chaos?" The person in the mirror answered cheerfully, I know what that power is, but the creator must comprehend it personally. If you pay the price, then maybe." Adele asked suspiciously, "What kind of price?" The man in the mirror answered, "At minimum, bring all the holy relics of the human realm and the demon realm here and I will explain." Adele heard that and tore at his hair. "So you don't want to answer?" The other jested, "Ah, if you see it that way, then it's a pity." Adele asked the final question, "So am I still alive?" Suddenly the image of Tyrion's hammer about to strike his head appeared. The mirror voice said, "You're still alive. If you do nothing, you'll die immediately." Hearing that, Adele was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, "Not yet, it's not time yet." He turned to the mirror and said, "Adele, lend me your power." Adele's reflection's eyes flashed red. "From the start I intended to invite you here for that, but there is a price." The voice continued, "I do not ask for gold, relics, or mana." His face full of trickery, "I will take a portion of the creator's most precious things. Do you agree?" Adele was somewhat suspicious. The most precious thing. Adele was lost in thought. He wondered if he truly possessed anything valuable when looking at his own reflection. Adele stood before the large mirror, aware of his dire situation. He feared that if he died here, his real-world self would vanish too. The fear of death rose strongly. Adele's hand tightened, showing his intense desire to live. Determined to survive at all costs, Adele made a fateful choice. He accepted a mysterious offer. Adele's dark entity in the mirror lent him strength. He was granted 20% of power for 1 hour so he could survive. Enveloped in a strong black aura, Adele's gaze sharpened. He was determined to see this damn story through. Outside, Samuel was extremely worried. He reached out toward Adele. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from Adele's eye. Black energy poured violently from his body, blocking the attack coming down from Tyrius. Tyrius was stunned by Adele's unexpected power. Samuel could only stand in shock watching the battle, unable to believe what was happening. Adele's legs were wrapped in blue energy, the effect of an instant teleportation skill. Adele used a swapping skill, suddenly appearing behind Tyrius, so he had no time to react. The black aura still swirled around him, exuding mystery and danger. Tyrius stood at a distance, watching Adele warily. He was still shaken by the opponent's sudden change. Adele noticed his arm was still injured. It seemed the borrowed power didn't completely heal all wounds. Adele opened his status panel, his name displayed as Adele, race half-demon, along with enhanced stats and skill. The status panel showed Adele's mana had skyrocketed, the swapping skill and killing intent had increased by 2 levels, and his darkness had become a distinct attribute. Adele was pleased with his new power. Although some skills hadn't improved, overall it was a significant boost. Adele looked toward Tyrius, wondering if with this power he could truly defeat him. Tyrius was surrounded by a blue aura. He shouted angrily, demanding Adele reveal his identity after appearing and using those strange skills. Tyrius grew angrier seeing Adele awaken power just before death. He couldn't understand what was happening. He flinched when he felt a black aura binding his body. Tyrius froze when he realized the image before him was just an illusion created by Adele. The illusion dissolved into darkness, leaving Tyrius more confused and furious. Suddenly, Adele appeared right beside him. Wearing a half-mask, he calmly mocked, saying he didn't understand why Tyrius kept asking redundant questions when he already knew who Adele was. Tyrius roared in anger, refusing to accept that Adele knew him. He didn't understand what Adele was talking about. Adele, hidden behind the mask and black aura, mocked Tyrius, pointing out that Tyrius had repeated the insult vermin 3 times. Tyrius snorted, seeming to realize something. He had understood Adele was ridiculing him. With his hammer on his shoulder, Tyrius charged, declaring he would crush Adele to death once more. Tyrius unleashed a powerful attack, creating a blizzard with sharp ice crystal. Adele noted that Tyrius seemed serious now. The real fight was just beginning. Tyrius, eyes glowing, mocked Adele not to think he was the only one who could use tricks. Tyrius challenged Adele, asking if he wanted to see his true power, then swung his hammer to create a massive ice vortex. Adele recognized Tyrius's skill as a blizzard, a powerful wide area attack. The blizzard crashed in. Adele only managed a startled cry at its terrifying force. To counter it, Adele unleashed his own skill, Black Fang, a rain of dark blades that produced countless shadowed edges. Adele's dark blades collided with Tyrius's blizzard, producing numerous small explosions. Adele activated another skill, Kinetic Chant, determined to weaken the attack's power. Thanks to the combination of the 2 skills, Adele successfully dispelled Tyrius's blizzard. Tyrius was astonished to see his strongest attack undone so easily. Tyrius pressed the assault, but Adele, with his eyes glowing red, quickly evaded. Tyrius angrily shouted "hello" as a taunt while Adele merely dodged. Tyrius swung his hammer down. A barrage of sharp ice spikes shot up toward Adele, forcing him to struggle to dodge. The clash sent rocks and earth flying everywhere. Adele continued to nimbly avoid Tyrius's attacks amid the hail of ice. Tyrius sneered, mocking that Adele only knew how to dodge like a cockroach. Adele retorted that there was no reason for him to endure such slow attacks, and that it was because Tyrius was too weak. Tyrius admitted that despite his anger, he had to concede Adele's attack, though simple, had no opening. Adele smirked beneath his mask, thinking that just one more chance would be enough to finish his opponent. As the battle reached its climax, a voice shouted "Adele." From the cliff, Adele flinched and looked toward the sound. It was Samuel, who, with his last strength, screamed, urging Adele not to lose. The young man yelled that Adele must not lose to those inferior people. Tyrius was surprised to see him still alive. Sylvia appeared, angrily questioning Samuel why demons like them would call others trash. Sylvia continued in dissatisfaction, asking who gave them the right to say that after trying to kill them in the war and even now. Samuel brushed it off, calling Sylvia's words nonsense. Samuel spoke up, exposing that it was humans who had started the war and slaughtered demons. Sylvia accused Samuel of attempting to distort the truth. Tyrius called Sylvia's name while she kept questioning, saying that in the Hajic territory, what you did remains exactly as it was. Samuel shouted in bitter grief, saying his family never invaded the human world, yet they massacred his entire family. With a face drenched in blood and sweat, Samuel screamed, asking why they did that. Adele laughed sarcastically, saying perhaps it was for profit. In short, it was a transaction. Sylvia was stunned, unable to believe that this brutal war was only for profit. Sylvia screamed in anger and agony, refusing to accept the truth that countless people died just for profit. Adele explained that from the human's perspective, the demon world was a treasure trove full of gold and elixir. Adele pointed at Tyrius and said that especially the 6 great families he belonged to, and suggested asking him direct. Tyrius awkwardly brushed it off, saying Sylvia was talking nonsense. Adele, his eyes glowing red beneath the mask, realized there seemed to be something they still didn't know. Sylvia no longer wanted to listen. She urged Tyrius to act immediately. But before she could finish speaking, one of Tyrius's hammers swung down and knocked off Sylvia's head. Both Adele and Samuel were stunned by Tyrius's action. Tyrius looked at Sylvia's lifeless hand and said that the feeling was terrible. Tyrius, wrapped in a blue aura, said that both of them truly would make him feel better if he tore them apart and killed them. Adele was also stunned by Tyrius's rage and murderous intent. The battle resumed once more. Tyrius launched a gigantic ice vortex strike toward Adele. Samuel watched in amazement as his comrade fought on par with that monster, thinking privately, if only I weren't in this condition. Meanwhile, Adele, who faced the enemy head-on, acted provocatively, taunting the opponent, saying that the other had murdered his loved one and was now taking out his rage on him. Tyrius swung his massive hammer, creating a sweeping wave of energy that easily shattered Adele's dark magic sphere. Adele was taken aback by Tyrius's power and speed. His whole body suddenly vanished, leaving only a small gleam behind. Tyrius closed in on Adele, the blue aura of power from his hammer starkly opposed to the dark magic enveloping Adele. Adele activated his skill, position swap level Roman 4 designate, a blinding flash signaling an imminent attack. Instantly, Adele appeared above Tyrius and delivered a thunderous kick with all his might. But Adele's attack was immediately countered by Tyrius with a back kick. Adele was stunned. He couldn't believe Tyrius could react and handle even the position swap skill. He realized his disadvantageous situation, his mana nearly depleted, unable to use his strongest skill, Dark Sword Rain, and his healing potions were gone. Seeing Tyrius the monster still raging over there, Adele resolved to think of a way even if it meant dying with. Suddenly Samuel shouted loudly, "Adele, you're still okay," causing Adele to unconsciously turn his head to look. Looking at Samuel's battered state, Adele judged, "Okay, what with that body saying anything, planning to be bait?" Adele remained silent, but in his mind, he confirmed that using his body as bait would surely work. Adele turned to Samuel and said he would need Samuel's help, a bold plan forming. Tyrius, seeing the two of them plotting, became alert, wondering what scheme they had, and prepared to unleash a wide freezing attack. As planned, Adele lifted the weakened Samuel in his arms, using a transformation skill to move them elsewhere. Adele begged, "Please, Samuel," and Samuel, though terrified, replied, "I understand," showing trust in his comrade. Adele once again used position swap, targeting Tyrius's hammer. The next moment Adele leaped in with his dagger, wrapped in dark mana, aiming to strike Tyrius. Tyrius sneered, confidently saying the same old trick, "My weapon will." He was sure his weapon would return as before. But when it did not appear, he turned and was astonished to see his hammer bound by a distant green energy. Tyrius's hammer was tied by magical green vines, completely neutralizing his weapon. This was part of Adele and Samuel's plan. And the one who cast that magic was none other than Samuel. He was exerting his remaining strength to restrain the enemy weapon, while shouting to Adele that time was running out, creating the opportunity for the decisive strike. Seizing the moment Tyrius was disarmed, Adele lunged forward, driving a lethal blow straight into the opponent's chest and declared, "That's enough." Tyrius roared angrily, but it was too late to dodge. There was also a stirring inside the pouch Adele wore. Suddenly, the venomous viper leapt out from the pouch to attack Tyrius, surprising him at its appearance. The greedy viper bit down hard on Tyrius's arm, injecting venom into his body. This made Tyrius cry out in pain, his scream echoing throughout the cave. In response to the snake's performance, Adele couldn't help but praise it. "Well done, venomous viper, truly a poisonous snake." At that moment, Samuel's magic weakened. Tyrius's hammer was freed and flew back. Samuel panicked and called out Adele's name. The hammer flew straight toward Tyrius and struck Adele with a hit. Affected by that counterattack, Adele was knocked away, his body staggering on the rocky ground. Adele blamed himself for letting his guard down after landing just one strike. Tyrius's dark silhouette, hammer in hand, loomed forward. Adele could only look on in terror as the enemy approached. Tyrius wasn't much better. He staggered as he walked, panting. Adele couldn't believe Tyrius could withstand the blow he'd just taken. Tyrius trembled as he advanced, growling through his teeth, "I'll kill you." But suddenly Tyrius collapsed. Adele shouted up from below, asking how it tasted to be a bug. Tyrius gritted his teeth and endured, sweat pouring down, the poison ravaging his body, weakening him rapidly. Samuel, who had witnessed the whole scene, was left speechless in shock. Adele smiled enigmatically and said his farewell. I hope we meet again. Tyrius, holding a magical item, perhaps a teleportation scroll, gritted his teeth and replied, I hope so too. Immediately after, Tyrius's body glowed and vanished. He had successfully escaped the battle. With the enemy gone, Adele could no longer hold on. He exhaled in relief and collapsed to the ground. Samuel hurried to Adele's side, anxiously asking if the fight was truly over. Adele confirmed that it was over. Samuel sighed in relief, thinking he had been lucky to survive. After a moment, Adele turned to ask Samuel why, in such terrible condition, he hadn't fled but stayed to fight alone. Samuel, his body battered and wounded, simply answered that he stayed to protect his comrades. This revealed another side of him, a care that Adele hadn't expected. Adele asked in surprise, even the half-demons. Samuel wearily admitted that though he hadn't liked them before, he now considered them classmates and friends. This confession made Adele see Samuel different. Samuel looked at Adele and said he was the same, scorned by others but returning to save people. Adele replied vaguely, who knows? Samuel admitted that Adele was unpredictable. Adele smiled beneath his cracked mask, smugly saying that's his charm. Hearing that, Samuel snapped, you fool. Adele didn't answer, only chuckled. Amid the rubble, they shared a brief moment of understanding. But then Adele's smile faded. He realized a harsh truth. Although they'd defeated the monster, in their current state, it was unlikely either would escape death. Samuel agreed, hoping they had escaped safely. Adele believed they should have been able to. Suddenly, the venomous viper appeared. Adele recognized it, fed it his mana, and didn't forget to thank it. Thanks to it, they had won. After that moment, Adele could no longer muster strength. He felt exhausted and wondered if this was his end. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps made Adele startle. He hadn't expected someone to arrive so quickly, fearing the enemy had returned. But it was their teammates, led by Prone and Luna. They had returned to find Samuel and Adele. Samuel angrily called them idiots for coming back to a dangerous place. Meanwhile, the others rushed over worriedly to check on the two. Luna immediately used healing magic, a stream of green light wrapping around Adele. She told him not to say anything. Luna, desperate and tearful, said Adele cannot die if you die. Adele thanked Luna but told her to stop. He said his wound had stopped bleeding and urged her to go treat Samuel. At that moment, Samuel spoke coldly. No need. A terrifying surge of green-black energy erupted from his body. A dark entity in the shape of writhing snakes coiled around Samuel, causing everyone present to recoil in horror. Prone and the others panicked. She cried out asking what Samuel was doing, whether he was trying to kill himself. Within the dark energy, Samuel denied it. He looked toward Adele and revealed his true intent. Adele, let me borrow your body for a moment. Adele, lying on the ground, could only blurt out in confusion, what are you talking about? Samuel gave Adele no chance to react. He unilaterally declared, then I'll take that as permission. The dark entity immediately lunged at Adele. It lunged forward with its sharp, greedy teeth and bit Adele's hand. Slowly it coiled around Adele's arm, making him flinch once. Prone also didn't understand what was happening and shouted, what's this? Luna, frightened, covered her face. Enveloped by that horrific energy, Adele realized in terror that this was the greed that had once swallowed Samuel. He panicked, wondering if it intended to devour him alive. But strangely, Adele felt no pain at all. On the contrary, that energy began to crystallize, turning into sharp azure spikes around his body. In a moment, the whole mass of greedy energy contracted and absorbed into Adele's arm, leaving him astonished. Adele stared at his arm in shock. The greed had crawled into his arm, leaving a sharp horn that made him wonder, what is this horn? Suddenly, a magical parchment appeared before Adele, emitting a mysterious purple glow. The contract announced that the price had exceeded the agreement by more than 20%. Therefore, part of the power would be transferred to its creator. Adele was surprised, not understanding what overpriced meant. Adele opened his status panel. His name was Arson Adele, half-demon race, along with a list of stats and abilities displayed clearly. Adele noticed some of his stats had changed. His mana had increased. Skills like position swap, killing intent, and darkness had each been upgraded by one tier. Despite the boost, Adele still felt uneasy. He wondered what Adele himself had taken from him, the thing he called the most precious thing. Just then, Luna ran over worried, asking why Adele kept staring at his hand like that. Adele was startled and hurriedly closed the status panel. He hastily covered by saying it was nothing, just checking if his hand was injured. Adele knew that only he could see the contract parchment. Suddenly, Adele froze. He seemed to have realized something extremely important and unbelievable. Adele quickly looked back at the status panel. In his list of skills, he was horrified to find the name Samuel. Why was Samuel's name listed here? A familiar voice sounded. I'm not dead yet. The group, including Prone and Luna, stared at Adele lying on the ground. Prone recognized Samuel's voice. She asked in surprise where the voice was coming from. The voice replied, "Right here. I'm in Adele's arm." It turned out the black horn on Adele's arm was Samuel. Adele asked in shock if it was really Samuel. Samuel confirmed and said he would have to rely on Adele's right arm for a while. Samuel, now a parasitic entity, explained that being exhausted, even if healed he would die, this was the only way for him to survive. He added that this form consumed the least energy, and in just a few months like this, he would be able to return to his original body. Adele, still shocked and a bit annoyed, asked why Samuel chose to parasite on his arm. Samuel casually explained that to regenerate his body, he had to consume a fixed amount of mana daily, and Adele had a lot of mana, so he had no other choice. Adele immediately retorted that Prone and Luna both had more abundant mana than him. Hit on the weak point, Samuel stammered, unable to find a reasonable explanation. In the end, Samuel gave a forced reason that although he had no eyes, he shared vision with his host, and because Adele shared a room with all those things, he chose him. This explanation instantly made the atmosphere awkward. Upon hearing about shared vision, the others began to whisper and gossip. Everyone understood the implication behind Samuel's explanation. Prone crossed her arms and, without restraint, bluntly called Samuel a terrible pervert, called out to the black spot. Samuel could only cry out in indignation. Adele agreed with Prone that Samuel truly was a pervert, making him angrily shout, "You bastards." To change the subject, Adele hurriedly said, "More importantly, they need to get out of here immediately, because the Imperial Academy will soon send reinforcements." Prone raised the practical issue. "That's true, but where do we go now? The return gate doesn't open until tomorrow, does it?" Adele revealed that he knew of a hideout the human lecturer had used. That place could help them hold out for about a day. Prone agreed immediately and prepared to leave, but Samuel stopped them, saying, "Wait a moment." Samuel made a gruesome proposal. He said that eating the corpses of the dead would help him recover faster. Luna was horrified. She asked about the students who had fallen. She wanted at least to be able to bury them nearby. Adele coldly brushed it off, saying there was no time for that. Luna then suggested at least letting Samuel take their bodies away. Samuel transformed into his gruesome parasitic form and replied cruelly, "I can eat them, but I have no way to carry them off." The answer left Prone and Luna stunned. Luna lowered her head, utterly devastated and disappointed. She mourned deeply for the fallen comrades. Though heartbroken, Luna understood they had no other choice. She accepted the brutal reality and agreed to leave the dead behind. Prone turned to ask Adele, who was still on the ground, if he could stand up. At that moment, Ryuk, another teammate, spoke up, offering to support Adele because he was the least injured. Prone was surprised but agreed that it would help. Ryuk helped Adele up and awkwardly said that he was the one who had behaved improperly toward Adele and Luna early. Adele thanked him and said Ryuk must have suffered greatly in the dining hall then. Ryuk hurriedly said no. He was the one who should thank Adele and Luna. Ryuk admitted he had judged them unfairly, and now he realized both of them could have been victims. Adele was glad Ryuk thought that way. Seeing Ryuk's change, Adele didn't expect him to be so willing to help. At that moment, Samuel seemed to notice something. Suddenly, a beep sounded, and a familiar bird darted quickly toward Adele. Adele was overjoyed to recognize it as Sigil, his spirit beast. He breathed a sigh of relief to see it was safe. Adele smiled and praised Sigil for hiding so well. Samuel, seeing it, was also surprised and exclaimed, "Nice hiding job." After Ryuk helped Adele up and everyone had gathered, Adele informed Prone that they could set off. Prone nodded in agreement. Having agreed, the group hurriedly left the ravaged battlefield, rushing to the hideout before the academy reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, the scene shifted to the Imperial Academy, a majestic castle floating among the clouds. Inside the main hall of the Imperial Academy, footsteps echoed, announcing the arrival of an important figure. A woman with purple hair strode forward. She wondered what on earth had happened to make Tyria's return in such a pitiful state. It was Madeline, a lecturer of the Imperial Academy. With a stern expression, she ordered the gathered students to get out of the way. Madeline approached Tyria's, who was badly wounded, and demanded to know what had happened. Tyria's, with a face full of pain and rage, reported that during the secret raid they had been attacked by demons. Many students, including Sylvia, had been killed. Worse, Tyria said that lecturer Basaha also appeared to have been killed. The news left Madeline stunned. The students around were also in panic, unable to believe a powerful lecturer like Basaha could be killed. Madeline raised her hand, ordered everyone to be silent, quickly stabilizing the situation. She judged that the demons must have sent an assassin with skill equivalent to a full lecturer, but Tyria's coughed and denied that. Tyria said that only 2 of them had lecturer-level skills, One was very strong, but still weaker than him. Tyrius was oddly confident that there was no need for other lecturers to intervene. Just summoning his teammates would suffice. Suddenly, a surge of dark chi erupted from Tyrius's body, hurling away a student who was trying to heal him. Healing magic seemed useless against the dark chi. Tyrius cried out for help in despair. The terrifying dark chi began to corrode Tyrius's arm, deforming it grotesquely. Tyrius screamed in unbearable pain as the dark chi enveloped his body, seemingly tearing him apart. His arm was engulfed by the dark chi and completely severed from Tyrius's body. Everyone, including Madeline, was horrified to witness Tyrius being tormented by the curse. Despite the pain, Tyrius gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes flashing with a blue, hateful light. He cursed the damned worm that caused this. In his fury, Tyrius slammed his fist into the floor, creating an ice explosion, vowing to personally kill the one who wronged. Despite his condition, Tyrius begged Madeline, "Instructor, one arm is enough, send me out there." But Madeline remained silent. With a resolute expression, Madeline ordered Tyrius to be taken to the medical facility immediately. And then she issued the final command, a command that showed how serious the situation was. Summon Renee and his teammates. A blonde-haired young man with sharp eyes appeared, signaling a battle about to erupt. Cut to the Magic Academy, where an emergency meeting is about to take place. Madeline is sitting and waiting, while a group of elite students enter. Renee leads the group and asks, "You called for us, Professor." The female instructor, Madeline, confirms, "You have arrived," the teammates Tyrius mention. This is the Student Council, the assembly of the Academy's finest talents, who will lead the Empire in the future. And their leader is Ninny Hamel, son of the Holy Sword Cell and the future head of the Ninny family. A female council member named Sisla questions, "Aren't the instructors busy? What brought them here?" She quickly realizes the situation seems serious and tells her teammates to try to find out what's going on. Instructor Madeline thanks them for saying so, showing her appreciation for the Student Council's cooperative attitude. Ninny gets to the main point, asking about Tyrius's condition and the other students. Madeline confirms the situation is bad, and there is also a possibility their spy has betrayed them. She adds that the enemy may attack the third-year dormitory, so allocating forces won't be easy. Ninny is taken aback by this news. Ninny thinks to himself, just as expected, she's not merely a simple leader. Madeline continues, emphasizing they cannot leave the third-year dormitory unguarded, because it's unclear what the enemy is plotting. Ninny summarizes the issue, "So you're asking for our help." Madeline confirms and asks if they can assist. Ninny is silent for a moment, then a confident smile spreads across his face. He answers decisively, "Of course, we will help." Then he turns and orders Sisla to go to the secret area first to find them. Ninny then asks Instructor Madeline for more details about the plan. He declares firmly, "We will certainly defeat them." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Adele is grimacing in pain. He clutches his stomach, feeling a sudden chill wash over him. Adele looks around and realizes everyone around him has fallen asleep. The group has reached Besaha's secret laboratory safely, but Adele is worried about escaping from here. He knows the academy instructors are busy defending the dormitories, so the enemy will surely seize this chance to act, and they are none other than the Student Council, the ones who initially pushed Adele to his death. Adele fully realizes his perilous situation. The power of this body has vanished. Even Samuel is weakening. If they confront the Student Council now, total annihilation is likely unavoidable. Lost in thought, Adele is startled when Samuel, the parasitic entity within him, speaks. "What are you thinking?" Adele sighs, answering that he's worried whether they can escape safely tomorrow, but then resigns himself to fate. Samuel remarks that this place is dreadful, and he had no idea his kind would be treated this way. Adele makes a chilling request of Samuel to eat the corpses here. Samuel is shocked. "What, you want me to eat my own kind?" Adele explains he's concerned the bodies will rot and sicken the other students. He adds that if their bodies are used to protect the demon realm, they'd probably be at peace with. Hearing this, Samuel transforms into a larger form and admits he dislikes it, but they cannot risk a plague spreading. Adele agrees it's the right decision. Adele thinks to himself that perhaps facing death together has helped them communicate better. After a while, only white skeletons remained on the table. Samuel announced he had finished eating, and Adele thanked him for his effort. Samuel said it was exhausted and needed to sleep, telling Adele to channel a little mana into the flame to wait. After dealing with the disturbing task, Adele thought he should go to sleep. But soon after, he realized he probably wouldn't be able to sleep after what had just happened. Just then, a soft voice called his name, Adele, surprising him. The caller was Luna. She asked worriedly, "Adele, are you okay? You don't look well." Adele was a little embarrassed when Luna moved close, thinking to himself, she's too close, while still answering that he was fine. Luna noticed he was sweating heavily, took out a handkerchief to wipe him, and said if he was struggling he should tell her. She added awkwardly, because we're friends after all. Adele was silent, seeming to ponder Luna's words and action. He knew Luna's feelings well, but he could not return them. Luna suddenly collapsed beside Adele, unable to contain her emotions any longer. She began to cry and confessed in fear, "I'm so scared." Adele gently asked, "Are you afraid of people?" Luna only shook her head and buried her face in him. He continued, "Or that monstrous-looking guy?" And then he asked bluntly, "Don't tell me. You're afraid of me." Luna hurriedly denied it. "No way." Adele reminded her to keep quiet, or they would wake the others. The two lay on the floor among the sleeping students. Adele asked again, "So exactly what are you afraid of?" Luna whispered the answer. What she feared was death. Adele smiled faintly, saying everyone is afraid of death. Luna replied that of course she feared her own death, but something more terrifying was the moment she saw Adele bleeding and collapsing. She admitted her greatest fear was those connected to her dying, losing someone she cared about. Horrified, Adele was silent for a while, listening to Luna continue. "I tried my best." Luna sobbed, saying she didn't want anyone to die. She wanted to save everyone but couldn't. She desperately asked Adele what to do now. She believed Adele was smart, and that he would surely know the answer. But Adele's answer was brutal. He said many more friends would die from now on. Maybe tomorrow it'd be Prone's turn. Luna was stunned by that state. He asked if she intended to cry every time it happened, and advised that sometimes one must accept leaving regrets behind. Luna was surprised. Leave regrets behind. Adele explained that this didn't mean she shouldn't feel guilty for failing to save someone. Instead, use that guilt as fuel to harden her heart. If she wanted to save everyone, she must improve her healing and train her magic more. He encouraged her not to forget the feelings of today and to grow from them. He believed Luna was capable of doing it. Buoyed by the encouragement, Luna looked up, wiped away her tears and resolved, I'll try." Adele said they should sleep early because they'd leave in the morning. The two rested together on the floor. After a long night, everyone fell asleep to prepare for the escape the next day, but they didn't know Prone had woken and overheard their conversation. The next morning, sunlight flooded the forest, heralding the start of a new day. A hand parts the thick grass, revealing the path ahead. Adele's group finally escapes the secret laboratory. They move cautiously through the forest. Adele, though wounded and leaning on others to walk, silently thinks they're lucky the enemy still doesn't know their location. He tells himself just a bit further to the teleport gate and prays nothing happens until then. But his hope is quickly dashed by a voice from ahead. Finally decided to come out then. Sislet appears, raising a bow glowing with golden light. He calls them filthy vermin and arrogantly declares he will wipe them out with a single strike. At that moment, everyone stepped outside, being alert to their surroundings. Adele turned to ask Prone about the situation. Prone reported that she couldn't sense any ripples of mana, meaning the gate they were waiting for had not opened yet. Adele breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they were not late. Prone then asked what the next plan was. Adele ordered everyone to hide thoroughly. He himself would climb a tree to scout the area. The parasite Samuel on Adele's hand was worried, thinking Adele's movement now was too risky, but Adele insisted it was necessary. He explained that there might be foes as strong as Tyria's nearby. Samuel was terrified when he heard that. Samuel was stunned, asking again if there was more than one enemy. Adele hurriedly signaled him to be quiet because his voice was too loud. There seemed to be suspicion within the group. Samuel angrily questioned Adele whether he had known about the danger here from the start. Adele thought to himself that he couldn't reveal the truth that he had come for the elixir. Samuel was truly feeling pressured and afraid, thinking he might die. Despite his fear, Adele tried to appear calm, reassuring Samuel and telling him to move up the tree together. Immediately, Adele activated the skill, Position Shift Level 3, aiming at a spot on the tree. Almost at the same time, an extremely powerful burst of golden light destroyed the place they had just stood. Fortunately, Adele had teleported in time. Adele was horrified and broke into a cold sweat after the sudden and forceful attack. From a distance, the explosion formed a massive pillar of light, showing its terrible destructive power. Somewhere far away, the attacker was angry that their strike had missed. The culprit revealed herself. It was Cicella, an archer with blonde hair. She was annoyed that she had aimed precisely at the spot with abnormal mana but had missed. At Adele's group's location, the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, leaving only coughs. Luna and another friend called out to Adele with concern. From above, Adele responded that he was right here. From a high branch, Adele asked about everyone's condition. Luna reported back that no one was seriously injured. Adele looked down at the ground and froze when he saw a golden arrow stuck where he had just stood. he realized it was an attack from a sniper. Immediately, Adele ordered everyone to scatter, hide, and be ready to run as soon as the gate opened without looking back. Adele tried to analyze the situation. He continuously checked the mana flow around, but couldn't determine the sniper's position, only that it came from a very long distance. He turned to ask Samuel if he could locate the sniper. Samuel answered no, because the distance was far beyond expectation. With no other choice, Samuel decided to try once. A stream of greenish air began to emanate to probe the surrounding. While searching, Adele silently prayed that the enemy wasn't those people. He knew that if they encountered them here, everyone would die. After a while, Samuel picked up a signal. He confirmed he had found them, but distance remained a major problem. Samuel identified the enemy's position on a small hill about 5 km to the north. He couldn't believe anyone could shoot from such a distance. Hearing that, Adele's expression became extremely tense. He gritted his teeth and bitterly admitted that the shooter really was her. The enemy was none other than Cicella of the Wendy family, a member of the student council, who would later be known as the Bow Goddess. Adele knew well that at this distance, neither his teleport nor his dark blade could reach. Moreover, Cicella could imbue her arrows with fighting will, a realm far beyond aura and sword chi. He realized his situation was hopeless. If they left the forest, they would immediately become targets. Adele thought bitterly, could Classa really die here? From afar, a ripple of mana began to stir, signaling the gate was about to open. Samuel worriedly asked Adele if there was any way to survive Cicella's arrow. Adele offered a heartbreaking suggestion. No, but if we sacrifice ourselves, we can save the trainees. Samuel was stunned, exclaiming, "What?" After a moment, Samuel seemed to accept it. It sighed and asked Adele what it needed to do. Suddenly, Adele broke into a mischievous smile. A swirl of purple dark energy enveloped him. "I'm joking," he said, surprising Samuel. Adele activated a new skill, the Eye of Superbia. His eyes flashed with powerful purple light. He ignored the student council or any fighting will. Blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes, but Adele only smiled decisively and declared, "I will save everyone." Adele knew forcing himself to use this eye could cost him his sight, but better that than death. Samuel panicked at the sight of blood streaming from his eye. With the newly activated eye, Adele's vision extended all the way to Cicella's position. He directly taunted, "Show yourself, Cicella." Samuel was utterly amazed. Under the power of the Superbia, everything around seemed to slow, even each falling leaf. Adele's sight locked onto Cicella, who stood on a rock far away. Cicella raised her bow, a flaming arrow charged with mana ready to be loosed. Without hesitation, Cicella fired the arrow with terrifying force toward Adele's group. Adele realized in horror that Cicella had infused the arrow with earth mana and fighting will. She intended to level this whole area. Adele knew he had to act as bait for that arrow. He gathered his strength, a blue aura enveloping his body. Cicella curled her lips in a confident smile, certain this time she could not miss. The destructive arrow hurtled forward at horrific speed, leaving a blazing streak across the sky. At that moment, a purple spatial vortex suddenly appeared, signaling the gate they had been waiting for had opened. Prone shouted, urging everyone, "The gate's open, everyone run." While everyone evacuated, Adele, with bloodshot eyes, ordered Samuel, "Samuel, we must stop that arrow. Use a mana storm." Samuel immediately responded, a green energy coiling up from his arm. A massive green mana tornado, the Mana Storm, was created, forming a solid defensive wall. But Adele declared something crazy. "Now we have to go into that storm," Samuel screamed in astonishment. Without hesitation, Adele plunged straight into the center of the Mana Storm. "You're crazy," Samuel yelled in despair. Inside the storm, Adele continued to activate another skill, Darkness, a stream of black energy enveloping his arm. The dark energy merged with the Mana Storm, turning it pitch black. Adele confidently said, "It's successful." Samuel could not believe his eyes. The storm had completely turned black. This combination of power was beyond his expectation. At that moment, Cicella's destructive arrow slammed violently into the dark storm. Adele screamed in pain as he strained to withstand the arrow's tremendous force. "It's coming," he shouted. The blazing golden arrow pounded relentlessly, trying to pierce Adele's defenses. Samuel also cried out from the immense pressure. The power of this attack was truly unbelievable. From the gate, Luna and Prone looked back in horror. Luna shouted Adele and Samuel's names, while Prone urged everyone to leave quick. Cicella's arrow had begun to pierce the storm, cracks appearing on the dark shield. Adele gritted his teeth and endured, telling himself to hold on a little longer, as the arrow was about to completely break his defense. In the desperate moment, Adele played his final trump card, Object Teleportation. He poured all his strength and hope into this move. Cicella's arrow collided with the Mana Storm, and suddenly began to tremble violently. Unbelievably, the teleportation technique completely diverted Cicella's destructive arrow. Cicella froze. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Her strongest attack had been nullified. After successfully diverting the arrow, Adele quickly dashed toward the gate to escape. Prone and Luna shouted loudly, urging Adele to hurry because the gate was closing. Cicella was furious to the point of boiling blood. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Filthy vermin." In her rage, Cicella launched one final attack, faster and more lethal, shouting, "Die." The attack charged straight at the running Adele. Seeing this, Adele could only curse once, "Damn." At that moment, Adele was rushing forward. From ahead, Luna and Prone shouted Adele and Samuel's names in desperation. Adele shouted that he knew, as Samuel warned that an arrow was flying from behind. Immediately, Adele used the skill level 3 position swap. He pointed toward the gate, where one of his teammates with hair was standing there looking anxious. A terrible explosion of blazing golden light occurred, tearing apart a stretch of forest. It seemed the skill use caused severe damage. Adele screamed in pain as blood began flowing from both eyes. Adele lost consciousness and fell freely from the sky. His squadmates watched in horror as their captain was injured. They shouted his name in chaos. Despite being seriously wounded, Adele forced himself to speak. "I'm fine. Have you all entered yet?" Luna, standing beside him, worriedly replied, We're all in." Hearing this answer made Adele breathe a sigh of relief, but he quickly regained composure. Then Adele announced that the gate was about to close and the dimensional space would start collapsing, urging everyone to hurry to the entrance. Prone, hearing this, also understood the situation. Soon after, Prone urged everyone, "Not long now, this space will collapse. Run quickly to the exit." Meanwhile, Adele was aided by Luna. Adele silently thanked Luna for her help. The scene shifted to another space with a clear blue sky. The team had successfully escaped that dangerous dimension. Idea was standing ready. She smiled and said the team arrived a bit late. Idea praised Class A for doing very well. All members breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing exhaustion after the life and death battle. Adele and Luna looked at each other, smiling with relief. Adele, despite blood still on his face, happily said they had returned alive. Afterwards, the team returned to the academy. Adele, as Class A captain, entered the Great Hall and reported their return. Standing before the instructors, Adele reported the team's losses. Of the 21 members in total, 4 could not return. Instructor Idea went silent upon hearing the report. Adele added with regret that they could not bring back the bodies of the fallen cadets. Adele clenched his fists, his eyes showing hatred and determination. He said he would remember the names of the teammates who fell. Idea placed a hand on Adele's shoulder, comforting him that she and the other instructors would not forget the sacrificed students. Adele silently agreed. Then Idea took the Enzur flower from Adele's coat and said she needed it to evaluate this mission. From afar, 2 other students began to mock. They said Class A was pathetic, and that a class led by a half-demon suffering such losses was to be expected. Adele heard those words. His face darkened with anger. He contemptuously thought if it were those two's class, they'd probably have been completely wiped out. At that moment, 2 beautiful girls appeared. Renee called Adele's name. Meanwhile, Diana bluntly asked, "Bodyguard, you're not dead yet." Adele turned, smiled at Renee, and confirmed that his lady was fine. Instead, Renee looked at Adele with a worried expression, asking if he was badly injured. Adele tried to act okay, saying his wound was not life-threatening, but Renee would not let it pass. She insisted he looked severely hurt and demanded he be taken to the infirmary. Seconds later, Renee's gaze fell on Luna behind Adele. Seeing Renee stare at her, Luna shyly greeted. Renee did not reply. Instead, she emitted a dark, murderous aura, her eyes glowing as she glared at Luna, making her scream in fear. Terrified, Luna hurriedly hid behind Adele, stammering and asking why Renee was so scared. Renee growled, asserting ownership. "Adele is mine. Stay away." Luna was flustered, only clinging to Adele's coat, not understanding why she was being treated like that. The situation grew tenser when Renee drew her sword. Ready to attack, Adele panicked and asked why she suddenly drew her blade. Adele hurriedly explained to Renee that it was just a misunderstanding. Luna was only helping him because he was injured. Fortunately, Diana, who was with Renee, laughed and restrained her, advising Renee to calm down. Renee snorted coldly and sheathed her sword. Adele and Luna could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before leaving, Renee urged Adele to go get treated carefully and said she would visit later. Adele obediently agreed. After Renee had gone, Luna was still frightened, admitting that she was even scarier than humans. Adele sighed in agreement. Suddenly, an announcement asked all students to pay attention because the headmaster would give a speech. Standing above, Lucien said the students must have been through a lot during the exam, and she understood the pain of losing comrades. However, the headmaster said it was still too early to shed tears. They were only allowed to cry after they had completely defeated the enemy. She asked them to bury their grief deep in their hearts and turn it into a flame of hatred to become strong. The students, including Prone, listened silently to the harsh but very realistic speech of the headmaster. In her final words, Lucien praised everyone for doing well and told them to return to the dormitories to rest. Samuel then spoke up, noting that other classes had almost no casualties, and began to wonder if his own class was too weak. Hearing this question, Adele replied that although Class A suffered many losses, objectively they were stronger than Gwar and Ilan's classes. Samuel was surprised. Adele's voice continued. He felt guilty about this. If he had chosen a different area, the number of casualties could have been much lower. Samuel, the parasite on Adele's arm, spoke up, blaming himself that what was done was done. If only he were stronger, no students would have had to die. While Adele was still pondering Samuel's words, a stranger approached and called out to him, "Hey, Captain of Class A." The person was none other than Lord Bolton. He remarked that a week had passed, and Adele looked quite badly injured. Adele recognized Bolton. Adele answered, admitting his target was indeed very strong, so he had a hard time. Conversely, he also noted that Lord Bolton looked completely unharmed, not a scratch. Bolton casually replied that his opponent was also quite strong, but because he was old, he exhausted himself after a few fights and collapsed. This contemptuous and hard-to-believe answer shocked Adele completely. Adele was still shocked. He thought about Bolton's target, the famed mercenary king, in the war between humans and demons. A legendary warrior could not simply become exhausted and fall like that. Bolton changed the subject, saying the one who had wounded Adele so badly must have been impressive. Adele modestly replied it was not an easy opponent, and he had been lucky. Bolton laughed heartily, saying luck is also part of strength. He urged Adele to go get treatment and rest well. Adele thanked. As he walked away, Bolton pointed at Adele and threw a challenge, saying, "Rest up so next time you can fight me." Adele fell silent at the sudden declaration of war. After Bolton left, Samuel asked Adele what's wrong with that guy that he keeps wanting to pick fights with you. Adele could only agree without understanding the reason. Adele assessed that despite appearances, Lord Bolton was truly very strong, possibly on par with the ice monster they once faced. Samuel was astonished to hear that. Samuel asked, "So does that mean Bolton is even stronger than you when his power is amplified?" Adele affirmed that was very likely. Adele continued analyzing. Currently, the only students who can confront the student council are Bolton and Diana. Perhaps in a few years Renee and Samuel could reach that level. Prone appeared and asked why the two of them weren't going inside. Adele and Luna greeted her and asked back, "Prone, you're here too." Prone laughed flamboyantly, declaring that a true leader must care for their students until the last moment. Samuel began to complain again. He told Adele he couldn't think with Prone talking nonstop, and asked why he didn't just shut her up. Prone heard it, flew into a rage, called Samuel a brat with a crusty booger, and squeezed it with her hand, causing him to scream in pain. In her anger, Prone even slapped Adele's cheek and shouted, "Die, I'll kill you." Poor Adele was collateral, not understanding why he was dragged into this. Luna had to run over to intervene, reminding them that Adele needed urgent treatment. Prone then snapped back to her senses, realizing she had overreacted and released Adele. Finally, they reached the medical building. Adele, with Luna's help, walked down the corridor. He thanked Luna for not resting because of him. Luna blamed herself. She felt bad for not being able to use her healing ability better to help Adele. Adele spoke up to encourage her, saying it was a good thought, but she shouldn't blame herself and should keep moving forward, encouraged. Luna promised next time she would heal Adele's wounds perfectly. They arrived at the medical room door. Adele couldn't help but be surprised at how large the door was. Adele politely asked permission and together with Luna opened the door and stepped inside. Inside, a nurse with brown hair and a pair of horns turned to look at them in surprise. The nurse looked at Adele and Luna, then said suggestively, "What, the two half-demons have appeared." In the infirmary, the female doctor noticed Adele's condition seemed off, while he and Luna could only awkwardly respond. The doctor stepped closer, lifted Adele's chin to examine more closely, her expression professional yet tinged with curiosity. Then she asked Adele to lie on the bed. He obediently complied, still wondering why she was staring at him so intently. The doctor said nothing, only placed her hand on Adele's taut but injury-marked abdomen to check. After examining him, she concluded surgery was needed immediately and expressed surprise that Adele could still move with such a severe wound. Adele calmly accepted and entrusted himself to her. Hearing about the surgery, Luna standing nearby was alarmed, anxiously asking whether it was a major operation and if it would leave any aftereffects. Seeing Luna's worried face, the doctor teasingly asked whether Adele was her boyfriend, causing Luna to flush and wave her hands to deny it. The doctor reassured them the operation would be over in about 3 hours. Hearing this, Adele told Luna to follow the doctor's instructions. Luna had to say goodbye and wish Adele a successful operation. As she turned away, the doctor donned gloves with a mischievous look and prepared to begin the anesthesia. Adele closed his eyes, sank into unconsciousness, and silently prayed that the surgery would go well. At the same time, at another location, the academy's instructors gathered in full to begin the midterm evaluations for the first-year students. In the meeting room, Lucian expressed anticipation to see who was the strongest class leader and requested to view the footage of Enzur Flower. Aries confidently said the strongest could only be his class or Class E. Beside him, Idea, though annoyed, had to admit it was true. Idea reiterated that the leader of Class C was the Devil King's daughter, a standout figure even during lessons. Aries agreed with this opinion. However, Aries still insisted the best had to be Baltan. He even conceded that in swordsmanship, Baltan may have surpassed. Robolt, sitting across, added that although Baltan was weak in magic, physically he was a talent who would be recorded in history. Hearing the praise, Idea showed little favor and bluntly said, "Ha, I don't like him," which puzzled Aries because Baltan had a pretty good personality. Aries listed Baltan's merits: neat appearance, excellent skills, high potential, and good grades. He asked in return wasn't that an exemplary student. Idea only offered a sarcastic remark. Accused of exaggeration, Idea explained why she disliked Baltan. She didn't like his smile with wild eyes that looked soulless. The debate continued. Aries taunted that she had chosen a sly-smiling, narrow-eyed person as class leader. Idea sneered as if she'd been waiting for the question and picked up the lettered chips, saying this test would prove everything. A blue-haired instructor with small horns stood up, announced everything was ready, and they would start the scheduled viewing of Class E's footage to see how their leader performed. Lucian was very eager, saying this was the perfect time to see the child's true strength, and ordered the start. Immediately, a 3D image was projected showing Baltan with blazing eyes, wielding a great blade amid a burning, ruined landscape. However, a perceptive instructor noticed the footage's viewpoint wasn't from Baltan. Another explained it seemed he had given Enzur Flower to another student to film. Robolt guessed it was a strategic move. Baltan wanted an objective assessment of his power, yet Idea remained annoyed, muttering that the rule only allowed the class leader to wear it. The video continued with the image of the hired soldier king, Baltan's opponent. Though just an image, his presence was impressive, leaving the instructors regretting they couldn't hear the sound. Then came the spectacular scene, when Baltan and the hired soldier king charged at each other, creating a terrifying explosion of energy. The instructors watched open-mouthed in astonishment. Even Idea gasped in amazement. The notion that a freshman could match the hired soldier king in strength was unthinkable. On the screen, the hired soldier king began channeling battle chi into his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Meanwhile, Baltan looked disadvantaged, having only channeled blade energy into the spear's edge. An instructor quickly denied it, believing Baltan hadn't used battle chi yet. But no, Baltan could also channel battle chi into his weapon. In fact, he had mastered it just before the midterms, a progress none of the instructors knew about. Robolt broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. A freshman reaching such a level of battle chi was impossible. Baltan's attack produced a horrifying explosion, completely engulfing the hired soldier king in a sea of fire. Witnessing the overwhelming display, Aries curled his lip in satisfied grin and declared, "Perfect score." Robolt was still stunned, arguing this was no longer the caliber of a student. Aries smugly boasted that aside from combat instructors like himself, no one could defeat Baltan. Hearing that, Idea mocked him, saying he was too proud of someone who wasn't even in his class. The evaluation continued. The footage switched to Class D, with the recording item being a small flower. The instructors began commenting. The leader of Class D was Arson. This area seemed fairly easy since the opponent was just a newly formed team of knights. The footage showed Arson fighting the knights. By assessment, his command ability was still weak, but not terrible. The only disappointment was that Arson slept too much. Another instructor remarked that it fit well with a child of laziness. Aries, with an expectant look, declared that next would be his class, Class C. The video cut to Renee unleashing powerful slashes with dark energy. She was no pushover, already able to use sword chi freely. Idea noted that though inferior to Baltan, Renee's achievements were impressive. Robolt agreed, rating her at a 4-circle mage level. But the real challenge arrived. Renee faced a 5-circle mage, the Tower Lord. The opponent unleashed an extremely powerful spell. The instructors were astonished, wondering if it was a 5-circle spell and suspecting he had advanced to level 6. A gigantic magical explosion engulfed the battlefield, leaving all witnesses reeling. The blinding light from the blast made the watching instructors fall silent for a moment in astonishment. When the blinding light faded, Diana's silhouette appeared. With no wasted movement, Diana raised a hand to the sky to block the massive bolts of magical lightning, a display of power far beyond expectations that left everyone speechless. The instructors realized Diana's crown was actually a power-suppressing item, yet she still appeared to be in pain using such enormous energy. Diana's power erupted, creating a pink vortex of energy that devoured enemies, their souls screaming in agony. The mage, the Tower Lord, only managed a cry before being crushed by Diana's power. It was hard to believe this was only suppressed power. At this level, Robolt assessed that in magic only one student could compare to her. Ares curiously asked if it was Samuel. Robolt denied it and smiled mysteriously, saying that student's footage would appear soon. Keep watching. The evaluation screen moved on to the next class, Class B. The leader of Class B was Gwar. Contrary to his appearance, he had very good leadership skills. Sometimes that somewhat forceful style of command was necessary. Idea remarked that although Gwar was overshadowed by other leaders, she would still give him a fairly high score. Ares agreed. Finally, it was Class A's turn. The class Idea was in charge of. Contrary to her earlier confidence, she now sighed and appeared afraid to watch. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became heavy. Both Ares and Idea fell silent with serious expression. Idea sank into thought about the 4 students she had mentored for months who had died. Even a cold person could not avoid bonding with their pupil. Lucian spoke up, saying there was only one class left, and he was very curious about Class A leader's performance. Class A's video began, revealing a surprising scene, an academy castle floating among the clouds. Robolt exclaimed in astonishment that it was the world's top talent academy. Idea had to admit their Satan was no less impressive. In the unfamiliar area, leader Adele was still leading the students well. A whisper revealed that someone had secretly given him a map. Despite the cheating, the team reached the entrance of the artificial dungeon safely. However, before them were many different entrances. The instructors were curious what the leader Adele was doing as he placed his hand on a stone wall. Suddenly, a secret passage appeared from within the wall, astonishing the onlookers. The instructors were no exception. How could Adele know there was a hidden path at that fork? Robolt guessed he might have used a detecting spell. He confirmed that student Adele had a very keen magical sense. That was why he could do that. Even so, finding a secret path that even spies didn't know in a single try still greatly impressed Ares. He silently thought, Adele, as expected, you really are. In the teacher's meeting room, Ares was interrogating with a suspicious expression. He argued that someone being able to move around the enemy base as if it were deserted was impossible, regardless of how good that person's detection abilities were. Idea sat beside him, showing disagreement. She turned to directly ask the senior opposite her, wanting to know what exactly he meant. Ares continued sharply, pointing out that the area where Class A went had the easiest difficulty, but even with 2 extra heirs of the 7 great sins there, the result was 4 students dead, and most of the rest injured. Ares insisted it was all due to Adele's killing intent. Idea was stunned by Ares's accusation. Even the student council president was severely injured upon return. She turned to tell Ares opposite, emphasizing that he had seen it too. Just as the argument peaked, a powerful voice rang out, "Enough," Lucian intervened. She admitted that Ares's words were partly true, but said that things were only beginning. She proposed observing a while longer before drawing final conclusions. Hearing that, Ares could only reluctantly agree. He sighed irritably, while the head teacher declared the meeting would continue. The scene shifted to the academy's medical room, where surgical tools and medicines were laid out, showing a treatment that had just concluded. On the sickbed, Adele slowly woke up. The black wound on his neck remained, but he no longer seemed to be in pain. Adele sat up, his body wrapped in bandages. He looked around the room bewildered, wondering if it was all over and how much time had passed. Adele silently looked at his hand, where the parasitic entity Samuel was hiding. A greenish energy flickered faintly beneath the bandages. He clenched his hand, feeling his body. He did not feel pain and felt completely healthy, though slightly uncomfortable. He could still move. At that moment, the medical teacher entered. She asked if Adele had woken up. Adele was now sitting on the floor, responding weakly. The teacher handed Adele a cup of hot tea, telling him to drink it. Adele hesitated a little, but the teacher explained she had brewed the tea with a special leaf good for restoring strength. Upon hearing this, he reluctantly agreed. Adele took a sip of tea. He sensed the taste of health, like an antitoxin that cleared the mind. The teacher smiled and inquired about his condition. Adele thanked her and said that, thanks to her, the treatment seemed to have gone well. She advised Adele to avoid strenuous activities for now, and said he would be much better after a few weeks. Adele was a bit surprised to hear he had to rest that long. Still, Adele smiled. He told himself not to overdo it and to rest properly, treating it as convalescence. After all, the midterms were over. But then Adele froze. He remembered the final exams would take place in 2 months. He began to worry about the exact timing and thought he should ask Samuel. Adele looked at his arm, where the parasitic entity was silent. He guessed Samuel might not be fully awake after the anesthesia wore off. He thought Luna might know. Adele turned to ask the teacher, "By the way, did the pale pink-haired student who accompanied me stop by?" The teacher was a little surprised by his question. She smiled slyly. She revealed that the girl had worried and waited for 3 hours, and as soon as the surgery finished, she rushed in like a bolt and continuously used restorative magic. Adele vividly imagined that scene. He couldn't help feeling guilty, thinking the girl had pushed herself to the limit, and her condition must not be good. The teacher grasped the chair and recognized the importance of healing ability. It was an extremely rare talent, almost impossible to find among the demon race. She continued, perhaps because she was a half-demon she had that ability, although her medical knowledge about bone setting seemed lacking. A thought flashed through the teacher's mind. She asked whether she should try teaching Luna. Adele was surprised by this sudden suggestion. Adele asked, really? The teacher assessed that combining healing ability with professional medical knowledge would not be bad, and then she would become a valuable asset. The teacher continued speaking. After all, she was a lecturer at Satan. She asked why Adele looked so pleased. Adele couldn't hold back his thought. Oh, very much so. The teacher advised Adele to rest a little longer before leaving, and they could talk slowly afterwards. Adele smiled and thanked. Adele smiled with satisfaction. He thought this was definitely a great opportunity for Luna, and if she learned more medical knowledge, it would surely be a huge help to him. The scene shifted to outside the window, where daylight shone, signaling a new day had begun after the storm of exam. Back in the meeting room, Aries sat with his arms crossed, his face still sullen and thoughtful after the debate. A wide shot of the meeting room showed silence prevailing. The other teachers were also lost in their own thoughts, and the atmosphere remained tense. The blue-haired teacher announced they had finished watching all the footage from each class. Lucian simply said, "Well done." Suddenly, Idea slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Ha!" She said excitedly, "Everyone saw it right. The president really isn't a spy. I told you there's a reason the Bears family backs." Robolt had to admit he hadn't expected student Adele to be so strong, able to defeat a level 5 mage alone, and from the Empire at that. Ares brushed it off, saying it was just luck, but Idea immediately retorted that luck was also part of skill. Idea turned to tease Robolt, saying Professor Robolt should be careful about the fate that awaits if he focuses only on theory. Robolt just chuckled and said it was a rather cutting joke. However, Ares remained suspicious. He said the sudden increase in power and the deliberate concealment of the Enzur flower troubled. Still, Ares had to acknowledge Adele's self-sacrifice to save other students deserved recognition, especially when he fought the ice hammer wielder afterwards. That scene made Ares shudder. Idea concluded Tyria's truly was a monstrous student. She couldn't believe someone like that existed at the Imperial Academy. Robolt opposite agreed, saying it seemed to toy with the president. Ares added that even the person who fired the finishing arrow exceeded expectations. He concluded they had underestimated the Imperial Academy. Lucian, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. She judged that the student who directly fought Adele seemed even stronger than the mercenary king, but this information had been missed during the brief. She propped her chin and made a frightening comparison. That one might be a bit stronger than the kid Bolton. Professor Robolt asked in surprise, "So you mean the area we thought was the easiest was actually the hardest?" Lucian affirmed that except for the classes of Bolton and Diana, everyone else was probably dead, and even those two might not have returned safe. Idea fell silent. She admitted that, as the headmaster had said, even she would struggle against those two, and despite witnessing it, she still couldn't explain how the president achieved victory. Ares agreed decisively. This was certainly not a difficulty for ordinary students, but a campaign requiring Satan's instructor-level warriors to risk their lives. Professor Robolt pushed up his glasses and continued analyzing. The perfect coordination with Prone and Samuel, combined with quick judgment and ultimately ensuring the student's safe retreat, he concluded Adele was definitely a student worth studying. Lucian spoke up, suggesting that given the current atmosphere, the practical score of a class would likely mirror the opinions of all the instructors. Idea jumped up and cheerfully declared, "Exactly, of course, full marks. Who could look down on our proud president?" She smiled triumphantly, while Ares simply glanced over with an unhappy expression. Finally, even Ares sighed in concession. I agree." Idea cheered, of course, when she saw her rival accept. Lucian declared the meeting closed. asking each class's instructors to compile and submit their final evaluation scores. Everyone replied in unison, yes. The scene returned to the medical room. Adele had put his clothes back on and bowed to the teacher. She asked, "Are you about to go home?" Adele replied, "Yes, thank you so much for everything." She cheerfully said she was finishing work too and urged Adele to head home. She reminded him to take his recovery medicine. Adele obediently answered, "I understand." As Adele prepared to leave, the teacher suddenly remembered and added, "Oh, and there's an instructor outside looking for you." Adele was a little surprised but responded. Adele walked down the corridor thinking to himself, who could it be? Could homeroom teacher Idea be visiting me? Maybe they're worried because I was seriously injured. He stepped out of the building, enjoying the fresh air outside. Adele smiled refreshed. Nice weather. I want to get back to the dorm and take a bath right away. Suddenly a cheep sounded. A small bird circled in the sky and swooped down toward Adele. Adele happily recognized the familiar bird. "Oh, it's Shijo. When did you go out?" He put out his hand and the little bird perched on it. Adele cheerfully let it sit on his hand and said, "If Aries sees the image from the Enzur flower, he'll know I brought you along." But he had no idea the person he mentioned was right behind him. Adele startled in terror, his whole body frozen as he sensed killing intent behind him. He turned around and Aries' face, radiating murderous intent, appeared, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Adele. "Aries," Adele whispered in despair. Without hesitation, Adele immediately activated his skill, position shift I move. A blue light enveloped. Aries roared angrily, "Stop right there," when he realized Adele was trying to flee, causing Adele to falter. Adele turned back with a panicked face, stammering, "What's going on?" Aries stood there, his face cold as stone, looking straight at Adele and saying, "I have something to tell you." "Something to tell?" Adele broke out in a cold sweat, a bad premonition rising in his chest. "Don't tell me." After the recent chaotic events, Adele sank into thought with a complex expression. He wondered whether what happened was because of Shijo and Godok, or if there was another reason. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Aries cleared his throat, drawing Adele's attention. Aries stepped forward and said he had reviewed the entire footage of what Adele had done. He acknowledged that Adele had risked his life to fight for his teammates. Adele blushed slightly and replied that he hadn't entirely fought just for the other trainees, but the teacher still affirmed that it couldn't be denied he had saved. After speaking, the teacher unexpectedly reached out his hand toward Adele, a gesture the boy hadn't anticipated. Adele was completely flustered by the action. He stared blankly, wondering what was happening, not understanding the teacher's intention. Seeing Adele hesitate, Aries cleared his throat once more, urging him. Finally, Adele understood and extended his hand. Two hands, one large and one small, one of the teacher and one of the student, gripped each other tightly in silence. The handshake was a recognition, a wordless praise that Aries gave for Adele's efforts and bravery. After the handshake, Aries released his hand and told Adele to keep striving and working hard from now on. He turned and walked away, not forgetting to tell Adele to make sure he recovers well to prepare for the upcoming final exams. Adele stood alone, watching Aries' retreating figure with confusion. He did not understand why the man suddenly cared about him like that. The scene shifted to another part of the academy. Outside the window, it was a beautiful sunny day. Inside the office, Idea looked at Aries with a suggestive expression. She guessed he had just gone to see that kid. She continued to taunt, saying his previous action was no different from bullying her, completely innocent class president, and that it was unbecoming of an instructor. She proudly boasted that, unlike some stupid teacher, she had recognized the class president's talent and helped him develop. Aries showed obvious displeasure and asked her to stop. He admitted that Adele was stronger than expected, and his potential for growth was great, but that also meant he could be even more dangerous. Aries asserted he was certain Adele was still hiding something. Idea merely sighed and said his stubbornness had not changed. Feeling there was nothing more to say, Idea turned and left. Aries also told her she should quickly carry out whatever the headmaster had ordered. After Idea left, Aries brooded with a serious expression, her words still echoing in his head. He sighed, looking at a paper filled with obscure ancient script characters. It seemed connected to Adele's secret. In his thoughts, he continued to ponder Adele. He couldn't tell whether the boy would become poison or a boon to the demon realm. Moreover, his combat level at the Royal Academy had far exceeded his expectations. Everything was complicated. He realized there were many things to prepare for the future. Adele looked out the window with a determined gaze, but before making his final decision, there was one thing he needed to clarify. His thoughts turned to Adele, the image of the student appearing in his mind. He told himself perhaps he should start by thinking how to punish that brat for breaking Satan's rules. Meanwhile, our protagonist was enjoying a moment of relaxation after days of tension. The scene shifted to the bathroom, where the tap was running, filling the tub with water. Adele soaked in the bathtub, wondering how long it had been since he had a proper wash. He had endured a lot from not being able to bathe during the recent period. Adele smiled when he saw his little creatures also enjoyed bathing. He happily invited them to bathe together from time to time. Leaning back to relax, Adele breathed a sigh of relief. The fatigue gradually faded. He truly enjoyed this peaceful moment. However, the anxiety remained. Adele realized Samuel was still unconscious. He thought Samuel must have strained himself greatly as a thorn to save the other student. He reflected that although the sacrifice was great, at least they survived and returned. Moreover, he had also obtained nearly 20% of Adele's power. But Adele knew that was not enough. After truly facing the enemy, he realized that if things continued like this, his plan would certainly fail. He reached an important conclusion. It was not enough for him alone to become stronger. This time Adele saw potential in Samuel, Prone, and Luna. He decided he had to make them strong enough not to be bullied by the student council. Adele realized that at the next encounter, the bastards of the Royal Academy would be even stronger. This was not a time for him to be at ease. With renewed determination, Adele stepped out of the bathtub. There was no time to waste. After leaving the bath, Adele laid out a plan. There were two things he needed to do now. First, regain his original Adele power. Second, raise the overall strength of the students in the class. And to do that, he needed one thing above all else: Adele's unique mana cultivation technique. Adele sat at the table and interfaced with the system. He knew the Bears family's mana cultivation method was excellent, but because he was not of that clan, his development was slower. He requested the system to provide steps and methods to use the mana technique suited to his body. The system responded. It was information that demanded a price: payment with a legendary grade artifact, or at least 10,000 gold coins. Adele was stunned. A legendary item or 10,000 gold. He had not expected the cost to be so high, far beyond his imagination. But immediately Adele calmed himself. He realized it was not impossible to obtain if he scored high on the midterm exam. A confident smile spread across Adele's face. He could enter Satan's armory. This time it might be filled with mythic treasures or even higher. However, the only question was whether Ares would give him a high score. Adele recalled Ares's sudden handshake. He was unsure of the man's intentions, but decided he would have to wait and see how things unfolded. The scene cut to the outside of the academy building, signaling a new school day. In class, Idea announced that after today's lesson, the midterm results would be released. She asked everyone to check their results themselves. Adele, in his neat uniform, thought to himself that finally the scores were released. He wondered what rank he had achieved. Suddenly, a tinkling laugh, full of challenge, rang out, cutting across Adele's thoughts. It was Prone, accompanied by Luna. Adele saw them cheerfully approach and asked, "What's going on?" Prone mischievously replied, "Are you really asking because you don't know?" Without hesitation, Prone issued a blunt challenge. "Bet with me." Adele was surprised and asked why she suddenly wanted to bet like that. Luna, standing beside, explained that perhaps it was because the midterm results would be announced this afternoon. Adele then uttered an "ah" as he understood the matter. Prone laughed loudly, praising Luna as expected. Then the sly girl said Luna was also qualified to become her slave. Luna blushed and felt embarrassed at the remark. Seeing Luna worried, Adele reassured her that Prone was only joking. But Prone immediately retorted, asserting she was completely serious. Adele smiled confidently and replied decisively, "All right." He asked Prone what she would wager. Prone seemed delighted to see Adele take interest in the offer. Adele did not hesitate to respond. He was not the type to shy away from a challenge. Prone declared the prize she was wagering was an invitation ticket. Adele was curious. Prone explained it was an invitation that would allow him into her family's mansion. Adele pondered. He remembered the Bears family mansion was quite large, and was also curious about where Prone lived. Seeing Adele hesitate, Prone taunted that if he didn't want to, she could invite someone else. Adele hurriedly interrupted, affirming he accepted the offer. It was Adele's turn to set the stake. With a sly smile, he declared he would wager the right to make him a slave, calling it a one-day slave ticket. Prone was surprised. Adele explained that the winner could command the loser to do anything for one day. Prone became extremely excited. She laughed loudly and declared she would turn Adele into her loyal slave for an entire day. Adele thought to himself that his victory was obvious anyway. He planned to go to Prone's house and eat lots of delicious food, then meet them again in the auditorium. As Prone and Luna left, Luna exclaimed that Adele was lucky to be invited to Prone's house. Prone immediately brushed it off, insisting she was the winner. Adele turned to Luna and offered to invite her too, which made Luna very surprised and delighted. The three's cheerful conversation was cut short by the appearance of teacher Idea. She remarked that they looked like they were having a very good time. The teacher called Adele class president and asked him to speak with her privately for a moment. Adele was a bit surprised but agreed. The teacher led Adele out of the class to a secluded area outside the schoolyard. Adele wondered why they had to go all the way outside just to talk. He felt something was amiss. The teacher suddenly stopped, called out student Adele, her serious tone startling Adele. With a sharp gaze, the teacher looked directly at Adele and demanded he be honest about what he was hiding. The unexpected question made Adele break into a cold sweat. He panicked and wondered, what I'm hiding, could she possibly know? Frozen by Idea's questioning, the two stood silent on a trail, the atmosphere tense. Adele looked flustered, knowing he had been caught on a recorded clip, weighing whether to deny it. In the end, Adele chose to confess, though he didn't intend to tell the whole truth. An idea urged him to admit everything quickly. Adele scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, admitting he had thrown away the emergency rations Idea gave him because they were too unpalatable. Hearing this, Idea was angry that her sincerity had been ignored. She threatened to double his rations next time, causing Adele to panic and refuse. However, Idea quickly said that wasn't the main reason she called him here, leaving Adele surprised and unsure what he'd done wrong. Idea revealed she knew Adele, as class president, had brought a monster into Satan without official permission. At that moment, a small black snake suddenly poked its head out of Adele's shirt, startling him as it exposed. Idea saw the snake and asked if this was what had driven that human trainee away. Adele admitted it had helped him survive. Idea curiously asked where Adele had tamed the snake, and Adele hesitated, unwilling to answer. Inwardly, Adele knew he could fool Kyle, but not Idea. If he said the snake came from the Bar's clan, she would recognize it as Solitude. So Adele lied that he got it from a human instructor's laboratory, which left Idea astonished. Adele continued, saying the snake was sensitive to mana and especially liked his darkness, absorbing it immediately. Idea fell silent, staring at Adele, as if pondering the story he had just told. After a pause, Idea smiled and said the snake was very cute, but she reminded Adele of the Academy's rules that he must register it as a pet. Adele grew anxious when Idea said that to do so he would have to take a test. Idea announced the test would be in a month's time and warned that if Adele didn't participate, he would be expelled. Adele agreed to Idea's conditions, and as she turned to leave, he called back, one more thing. Adele held out his hand. A small bird flew to perch on his finger, and he asked if the bird was allowed. Idea was surprised to see Adele also had a bird. The little bird chirped softly. Idea sighed and said it could be permitted. If it was a special bird, it could also help his activities as class president, and Adele thanked. Idea arranged to meet Adele that afternoon in the auditorium and left. Adele stood watching her retreating figure. Adele thought perhaps Idea was pretending not to know who Shijo's true owner was. Anyway, he felt relieved. He wouldn't have to worry about raising them anymore. After the conversation, the scene shifted to the Academy auditorium in the afternoon, the air noisy and lively as students gathered, waiting for something. Among the crowd, Adele walked thinking everyone seemed busy waiting to see their test scores. He wondered if his own would be good. Meanwhile, Adele noticed Luna looking worried and restless. He approached and asked about. Adele asked Luna, "You look worried." Luna admitted, living expenses and everything else. This time I really need a scholarship. Adele smiled and reassured his friend that she would manage, and if not there would be other ways, but Luna refused help from a friend. Adele added, "Still, I want to say thank you. I heard you worked hard taking care of me in the infirmary," making Luna blush. Adele smiled confidently. He wasn't worried about Luna's scores because he knew she had played her part well in the midterms. The more important thing was. Adele's thoughts were interrupted by Prony's loud laugh. She seemed extremely confident, which made Adele curious. Adele asked Prony what was so amusing. She arrogantly replied to wait and see, claiming she was the main character today. A voice rang out mocking Prony as mentally challenged. She seemed to have heard it and grew very angry. Prony snapped angrily, "What did you say? Want to die?" Adele hurriedly waved his hand, saying it wasn't him who said that. Adele turned to the parasite in his hand. "Samuel, are you awake?" Samuel replied that the noise had woken him, and he had to hear nonsense as soon as he woke. Prone was still not satisfied, threatening to give Samuel a beating. Adele quickly intervened, saying the scores were about to be announced. At that moment, an announcement declared the midterm results were posted, and everyone was instructed to check the bulletin board. All the students focused their attention. Finally, the awaited moment arrived. Students gathered before the bulletin board to see their results. Adele explained that there were 120 freshmen in total, and they would start checking from rank 50 onward, because scholarships were only for those ranked 40 and above. They began scanning the board from rank 50, 46, then 41, but still couldn't find Luna's name. She grew very anxious. As the list continued to be announced to rank 40, 39, finally Luna's name appeared at 38. Luna was overjoyed, shouting, "I did it." Adele shared in her happiness and congratulated his friend. Meanwhile, Prone grew impatient, wondering why her name hadn't appeared. Adele teased that perhaps she had been knocked out of the top 100. Prony angrily punched Adele in the face and yelled, "Don't be stupid." Adele held his face and said, "Let's keep watching." He noticed familiar names starting to appear as they reached the top 10. Rank 8 was Arson. The guy seemed displeased with his result and just clicked his tongue. Next, rank 7 was announced as Samuel. The Samuel in Adele's hand flashed, and he thought rank 7 seemed fitting. Rank 6 was Gewar. The big guy seemed pleased with his result, murmuring, "Not bad." Rank 5 belonged to Renee. The girl with black hair and small horns remained silent when her name was called. Adele thought to himself that if even Renee, whom he called young lady, was only 5th, what would his own ranking be? He began to feel a bit nervous. And then the next name called was Adele at rank 4. He was completely stunned, not expecting to rank so highly. Adele was still in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had even beaten Renee. This was a result he truly hadn't expected. Adele realized the remaining top contenders were Bolton, Diana, and Prony. The race for the top spot had become a battle among the three of them. Rank 3 was announced as Diana. The girl with white hair and a spiked crown appeared calm, merely muttering 3rd place when she heard her name. Next, rank 2 was Bolton. Adele was surprised and wondered if there was some other strong person he didn't know about. And so the top spot was no one else but Prone. Everyone was stunned by the result. Prone smiled triumphantly and turned to ask everyone, "Did you see that?" While Adele and the others fell silent. Prone grabbed Adele's hair and declared, "Now you are my slave, prepare yourself." Adele was left bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Samuel screamed in panic, "Impossible, I won't accept this. Why is Prone first?" Prone stood on the high platform, ordering the losers to kneel and call her Prone first. However, Samuel remained surprisingly calm. He told Adele that on second thought this could entirely happen. Adele didn't understand and asked Samuel what he meant. Samuel only replied that he didn't know the details either. Samuel began to explain, "The head of the Lust clan has hundreds of children, and among them only the most outstanding can represent the clan." Adele was surprised. "That means," Samuel confirmed, "yes, Prone defeated hundreds of rivals and became the heir." Samuel continued, explaining that even without Adele, Prone's team functioned very well. Without her support spells, many more would have died. Adele realized that from the instructor's perspective, wartime experience would earn Prone high marks, but to be first she would need near-perfect scores in every subject. Samuel still couldn't accept the truth, wishing it were a dream. Meanwhile, Prone merely smiled with delight. Prone made Adele kneel and praised herself. Adele asked if she was using her daily slave privilege, but Prone denied it. Though not pleased, Adele smiled, thinking that in some way this might be a good thing. From the moment the first place was announced, Adele could clearly sense the emergence of a new top student who would attract all the attention of Satan's freshmen, especially that one. That was Bolton, who exuded a terrifying aura that could erupt at any moment. Looking at him, he judged that he looked so angry he was about to lunge at Prone, but since many people were around, he would probably hold back. Observing from behind, Renee thought to herself, Adele, who was 4th before the midterms, wasn't that strong. But right from the first meeting, he was full of secrets. Really impossible to know who he truly was, and what oath he had sworn to himself. While she was still lost in thought, a finger reached out and lightly touched her cheek. Diana stepped closer and spoke. "Renee, should we tell him he's 5th? She sighed in frustration and replied, "Diana 3rd place. That's a shame." Hearing that voice, Diana pinched her cheek and laughed loudly. "Ha, if Renee is comforting him, do it properly." Then the two of them turned their gaze toward Bolton. Diana noted she had never seen Bolton so angry before, and Renee added, "Yeah, ha." Bolton was now boiling with rage and spun around to leave. "How interesting, Prone, huh? He deserved a proper beating." Cut to nighttime at the girls' dormitory. At that moment, a dorm room door suddenly opened. Prone tiptoed slowly into the room. Her roommate suddenly turned around, causing Prone to startle. Immediately, she ran straight into the bathroom. A blood-stained cloth towel lay on the floor. The faucet was now turned on. The hot water made the mirror on the wall fog over. Then she wiped the fog from the mirror with her hand. Prone's face looked extremely distorted at that moment. Then she gently pushed the corner of her mouth with her hand to form a smile. Her finger was now wrapped in a pale blue energy. She exhaled. Then she used her finger to draw a smile on her face. Looking into the mirror, her face appeared happier, but at the same time like a demon. It turned out she had drawn on the mirror. After seeing it, she sadly bowed her head in thought. Cut to Adele. His sword was hovering in midair. He reached out to grasp it, feeling the power inside, evaluating. Having received 20% of Adele's power, yet still unable to use Tauji. Is that right? Is it because I'm lacking combat experience? Why exactly? I can't understand. Should I consult the information sheet? Then he flopped onto the bed. No matter how he asked, it would still demand money from him. He needed something called enlightenment. He continued to look at his sword. Enlightenment. All right, that's enough for today. He still had to recuperate. There was extra time, so take it slow. While he was thinking, Samuel's voice suddenly rang out. Prone is too much already. He mumbled in his sleep and wouldn't admit it. Prone first place. He continued, that thing is such a scam. He smiled to himself. In a few days, a vault of mistakes would open. What would finally be inside this time? He really looked forward to it. Cut to the next day at the academy. He, along with several other students, was already present here. He smiled to himself. Finally, the vault opens today. Ares suddenly summoned the top 8. It must be so. Moreover, I can take 2 items, since Samuel currently can't use the holy relic either. He looked down and asked him, how do you feel, Samuel? He replied, of course I'm looking forward to it. So why haven't you departed for the great lecture hall yet? Didn't you tell me you'd come right after class? He answered, that's because Class A alone already has 3 outstanding performers. With that authority, it's still better to go together. That way Samuel can understand the situation. Then what is he still waiting for? I hate seeing that girl's face. Just go. It's the time and Prone still hasn't arrived. He told himself, sure enough, she's late again. I saw her there when leaving class. Then let's go ahead, Samuel nodded. Yeah, let's depart quickly. From the upper classroom, watching his retreating back go, Prone thought to herself. Cut to the vault. Looking around, there were only a few people. Ares spoke. A-level students are late, aren't they? I clearly said don't be late. Iron put on an angry face. Instructor, I'm getting sleepy. When will class arrive? Gu-War agreed, daring to be so disorderly with timing altogether. It's like a tracks like, horses with horses, so being with a mongrel and a racer is to be expected. Thinking that, Iron laughed with pleasure. Ha ha, is that so? Their words made the two seated beside them furious. A murderous aura poured thickly from her body. Then Bolton stepped forward from behind and reminded Gu-War, still mouthy as always, huh. Hearing his name called, Gu-War turned around angrily and shouted, who dares? Turning around, he saw it was Bolton, and he fell silent. Bolton teased, what, not convinced? Then let's have a match. He stammered, oh no, I'm just apologizing. Bolton stepped over and patted his shoulder. Yeah, let's all get along. Observing, Adele assessed, Bolton is indeed stronger than before the limit. Satan's strategy improving is indeed good, but Adele then suddenly appeared by his teleportation. He said, damn, it's late, sorry. His arrival surprised everyone. Bolton thought to himself, since when did I stop sensing Mana's aura? He was startled as his gaze fell on the two who were staring at him. He evaluated inwardly. Being late made everyone angry. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Gu-War angrily advanced and growled, appearing like a sewer rat. Is lacking education and etiquette the trait of mongrels? No sooner had he finished speaking than countless sharp blades appeared behind him. Sensing the killing intent, he grew somewhat frightened. He raised his weapon to warn Gu-War, you really have no ability to learn, do you? That so-called education and etiquette, could you teach me a bit? He tensed up and shouted, you bastard. Then a stream of mana formed a protective barrier around his body. But with his superior speed, Adele quickly closed in on him from behind. Immediately the knife in his hand was pressed against his throat. He warned, better not move. This time I'll take out one of your eyes. The blade touched his flesh and drops of blood began to flow down. Seeing this, Ares stepped forward and warned, enough, put the swords away, Adele. He obeyed the command. Yes, he thought to himself, haha, am I getting scolded again? Ares continued to admonish Gu-War. If you continue to pick fights with other students for no reason, next time you will be severely punished. Gu-War, though annoyed, still bowed his head, I'm sorry. Observing Ares's gesture, he thought to himself, what is this? I expected to be scolded for drawing my sword first. Noticing he kept staring, Ares turned and asked, student Adele, why are you looking at me like that? He was startled back to reality and replied, no sir, are you feeling unwell? This somewhat foolish question made the instructor grit his teeth in anger. He then reminded them, don't speak nonsense, everyone line up properly. He continued, not just Gu-War, listen carefully everyone. Our enemy is humanity, not the comrades who should be fighting shoulder to shoulder with us. I have no intention of handing out precious items to those who can't even understand the basics. But it seems one person from class A is still missing. He turned to him and asked, do you know why Prone isn't here? He replied, we waited until the last possible moment for her to arrive, but I don't know why. He sighed, class of students seem to have talents that give instructors headaches. He answered, yes, she is indeed a troublesome girl. Ares warned, that's not something you should say. While no one was paying attention, Prone appeared behind them, smiling, hee hee. I'm not too late, am I? Sorry I'm late, thank you all for waiting for me. She began to explain, but you all must understand. What can I do? I have reasons for being late. Isn't the protagonist always late? Looking at her, Aries admonished. Fine, quickly fall in with the other students. Prone moved to her position, and as soon as she stepped forward, Bolton's gaze locked onto her. He assessed, indeed he lunged the moment he saw Prone. Given Bolton's temperament, holding back until now was impressive. Seeing Bolton step up to block her, she asked, "Why are you blocking my way?" Bolton replied, "Long time no see. We've met before, haven't we?" She curled her lip and replied, "I don't know who you are." His words shocked him. "What, I've seen you and Adele before the midterms." The corner of her mouth lifted in an amused smile. "I suffer from an incurable disease that prevents me from remembering the faces of lowly people. When you speak to me, know your place." This extremely irritating tone made Guwar behind her angry. "What?" Adele also spoke up to warn. "No, what exactly are you doing?" Her words had fully enraged Bolton. A fierce flame of anger erupted from him. Samuel turned to him and asked, why the commotion?" He replied, "Looks like you dozed off." Prone provoked Bolton. Turning back to Bolton, his voice was furious. "If there really is such an incurable disease, wouldn't a fight cure it?" Prone remained calm and answered, "I see no reason to do that. Why should I heed someone beneath?" He continued, "The top position is something one must protect oneself. If someone is truly the strongest, shouldn't they accept challenges from those below them?" He in the back reached into his shirt, readying his weapon, and warned, "Samuel, you should get ready." His words startled him. "Just woke up and this is happening." He looked at Aries, assessing. Why is Aries just standing there watching? He said he wouldn't tolerate students fighting, and clearly Prone is no match. Prone replied, "That makes it even more puzzling. Someone who always claims to only challenge the strong, why not challenge the instructors or the headmaster?" This taunt enraged Bolton. What, she continued, "Isn't that exactly the case? Anyone can see the strongest person in Satan is the headmaster, but you always pick fights with my subordinates. Anyone can see the strongest person in Satan is the headmaster, but you always pick fights with my subordinates. You only challenge students weaker than you. Saying things like that is truly ridiculous." Her words nearly crossed his limit. He then slowly stepped forward to stand close to Bolton. A murderous aura began to emanate from him. He thought, if Aries doesn't act, then I will have to. One of them could be seriously hurt. Then he glanced at Renee standing behind. Could it be the three of them? Just then Aries spoke up, "Enough. If you keep this up, I'll intervene." He continued, "Bolton, the instructor is speaking. Both of you hear me clearly." He then withdrew his murderous intent. In the back, Guwar narrowed his eyes, evaluating. Prone dares to stand up to Bolton like that. Iron smiled with interest. Hee, impressive. Diana praised. Oh, the top student is really not to be underestimated. Observing them, Aries judged their attitude toward class had changed. Indeed, the growth of those three is noteworthy. Then he said, "Now that everyone is present, let's begin. But first listen carefully to what I'm about to say. As you know, the usual order of entry is determined by ranking. However, in the entrance exam, the order was arranged arbitrarily, so those who entered later were unintentionally disadvantaged." Below, he thought to himself, "That's right, entering later meant I couldn't choose properly. The 7 great sins already took all the best items. If this time I'm forced to go in last again, I really won't let it slide." Aries' voice continued, "Student, you will be the first to enter." He pointed at himself in surprise. "What, me first to enter?" He nodded, explaining, "Yes, in the entrance exam I had full authority over entry order, but those present now are not much different from then. Therefore going in reverse order this time is fair. Next time we will arrange according to the rankings." Adele was extremely excited. Then he raised his hand and reminded, "I will open the vault for everyone. Step back." Mana surged and a magical gate appeared in the space. Seeing it, his heart grew fluttery. If luck is on my side, this time I might get Adele's mana transportation method, or even a legendary artifact. Samuel also felt his pulse. Samuel asked, "Why is my heart beating so fast? Are you excited thinking about treasure?" He looked down and smiled. "Aren't you the same?" Samuel denied. "Even if I get an artifact, what's the use of this body?" He moved toward the gate, though he'll recover soon anyway. Now let's go in. Standing before the gate, he told himself, finally the second chance has arrived. I'm really looking forward to what will happen next.